feel like I'm in church. And everybody's front forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the first annual Integrative Medicine Summit. Sponsored by the International Center for Integrative Medicine. I've never run a marathon, but I think I understand now. You work real hard, you get halfway there and you say, what in the hell was I thinking? And then it comes and you have an endorphin rush. So you're a little sweat ball, but you tell everybody, I'm Nordic. So just turn down the heat. I welcome all of you here. We're really excited to have you with us. In early 1970s, I recall so clearly sitting in the library at the National Institutes of Health, NIH in Bethesda. We were all so excited, graduate students, and Teddy Kennedy came to talk to us about the promise of universal health care. Compassionate, science-based, accessible, and holistic, patient-centered. Wow, we were excited. Right around the corner. Well, a few decades have passed since then, and I have to tell you that one of the reasons I'm here is because the vision of ICIM, I think, comes closest to rekindling the thought of compassionate, evidence-based, accessible, patient-centered, and holistic care. So we're going to be talking about that, what that means. But first we have to do a little homework. Everybody have one of these? Normally at this point I would say to you, put it on silent, or better yet, just turn it off so that you're just here with us. But we have a little piece of homework for everybody first. We are very fortunate to have worked with California North State University. And if I could have Joanna and Dr. Martin stand up. Joanna in the white jacket. And Dr. Martin, I'm sorry, Dr. Martin Rubin, thank you. Okay, sorry, but if you see him, you can thank Dr. Martin. He chairs the department where Joanna is, as you'll see on the committee there. And they worked with us, and I want to tell you, this is a remarkable record in, I think, about 2 months to achieve continuing medical education units for the conference. Dr. Matecki and I were like, oh, there's not enough time. But Joanna, God bless her soul, was very persistent, as the speakers know, very detail-oriented. And so we have CME as well as CEU credits from the California Acupuncture Board. But in order to get those credits, you have to do 3 things, and you're going to do them with your phone. So the first is a pre-activity survey, and there's 7 quick questions. If you'll take your phones out, all of you have a worksheet with you in your seats, and online it's on the screen. And if you don't know how to scan the QR code, then raise your hand and we have people who can come and help you. Is everybody ready? Our timekeeper, Anson, is going to give us 3 minutes. And then we'll launch this baby once you do the activity. And we'd like everybody to do these 3 things, even if you don't want the credits, because it gives really good feedback to us. All set, Anson. You can start. You start it. Okay. more. There we go. Anson's keeping time. We still have time. Are the 3 minutes up? No. Okay. Looks like the crowd's ready. Is everybody done? One more, okay. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Anson, would you stand up so would they identify who the timekeeper is, please? This is Anson Dang. Yay, he's got the hardest job in the room, that's right. And as people are speaking, he will be putting up 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, and then end. And then the ICIM Mafia come up and drag you off the stage if you aren't done. They're a tough crew, so you got to watch out. Okay, as we start with our thank yous, I want to first acknowledge Dr. Amy Matecki and Craig Brandt, the founders of ICIM. And you'll be hearing about how this whole enterprise began and what the vision is as we move forward. I want to thank our partners, California North State University, Five Branches University, Primary Care at Home, Jadao Guan, the Dallas Center, the TJ Nirvana Foundation, and VLead. And for those people that sponsored us, this list keeps changing, so we'll update it, but as of now, those that have commercial interest, Yifeng Herbs, American Society of Chinese Medicine, the Sino-American Partnership Association, the California University Silicon Valley, the New Health Conversation, and First Light Home Care. Many of them will be out in the Golden Bear Room and the courtyard so that you can stop and chat with them, and we'll meet them all later. ICM has an illustrious background of very generous donors, and over 15 years, it takes that in order to make things happen. Okay, now we're ready for our agenda. So now you can turn these off and not be the person that gets embarrassed with that ring, ring, ring. Dr. Fang at our Taoist conferences always says, well, that's the Tao calling, but that won't work here today. So if you make sure that they're off. We do have one change in our schedule this morning. Dr. Tianhong Li at 11:30 has had a family emergency, and she will not be able to be here. We have her slides, but I didn't see anybody volunteering to get up and talk extemporaneously about immunotherapy. So what we're going to do is we're going to Zoom her presentation after her emergency resolves, and we'll send that out to each of you, and it will be incorporated into the video. We are going to extend Dr. Chen's time and allow for some Q&A around the drug-herbal interactions, and Dr. Small is going to come in and speak early, so that we can clear the room in time for dinner. So it actually all works out. But I want you to know about that change in the agenda. Okay, I am Charlene Osler, and I don't think I need to tell you who I am. You've all had your emails totally filled by missives from me, but I am the executive director for ICIM. Someone in the room pulled me out of retirement, said I had a job to do. I think by this point everyone's familiar with the hotel. The bathrooms are out this door and to the left and then another left. And the hotel asks that you use that entrance to the bathrooms rather than going through through the restaurant to get to the bathrooms. There is a code to enter them, but it's there on the door. At breaks, lunch, reception, and dinner, we're asking people to mingle and make yourselves an integrated audience. There are lots of different kinds of folks here. There are all kinds of practitioners, TCM, social work, nurses, physicians, veterinarian. So we've got lots of different folks, and it will enrich in your experience to be able to chat with them. We've talked about the continuing education. You will not get it unless you do the 3 QR codes. But make sure that the front desk has the reception area, registration area has your information if you want to get credits. If you have questions, they best go to the registration desk. Sandy Colling, my admin extraordinaire, is going to handle all of that for us, and if a message needs to get to one of us, they know how to do that. Okay, what are we talking about? Integrative medicine. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. It's because people had a dream. Amy, Craig, the board of directors, the initial faculty for the residency program, the pioneering students that joined that program, as well as all of our supporters, enable us to be here to celebrate 15 years of ICIM. This nonprofit was founded in 2009 with $1,000 contributed, I believe, from 2 of Dr. Mateki's patients by Amy and Craig, who in a partnership of physician and patient came together and said, we need to make sure more people have this kind of medicine. So after 15 years, we sort of feel like we've had the revolution. Now it's time for the evolution. What do we mean when we say integrative medicine? I've been struggling with this, I think, ever since I first heard the word, before even ICIM. There are many definitions, and I'm going to go over a few of them, but I want everyone here to take home the message that what ICIM has proposed and what they have evolved is a paradigm that is quite different from what other people mean when they say integrative medicine. And I'm going to use this picture of Dr. Gladys Bennett to precede the definition. That's Gladys doing some 5-animal Qigong with Dr. Cheryl Schwartz, who's in the audience. Who is Gladys? Gladys was an 84-year-old woman, a physician, who told me one of her proudest moments was meeting Eleanor Roosevelt when she was 17, and she was lost. She was very bright, a woman, not a lot of options open to her at that time. And Eleanor pulled her inside and spent time with her one-on-one and said, "You can do whatever you dream. You can achieve it." So Gladys went on to become the first white female to graduate from Howard University, a historically black college and university on the East Coast. She became a psychiatrist, always sort of bucking the trend, but she had a great life, and then cancer caught her. She had an excellent team of caregivers, but she was totally depleted. She had really very little quality of life. She was in a wheelchair. She was suffering from the effects of her treatment, as well as from the cancer. And that's not how she wanted her last days to be. So she found Dr. Matecki and Dr. Checki, and they folded her into the integrative model, which included doing TCM with herbs and acupuncture and Qigong. After, Dr. Feng will have to tell me how long, but after a certain period of time, this is what Gladys looked like. She went swimming with the dolphins before she died. She had a big party to say goodbye to everybody, and her life was dramatically changed. And I want to say to you, everyone deserves, for the last 180 more days, to look like that. And that's what we're committed to. So here's the more academic, the definitions we have, which I'm not going to read to you. But what I would suggest to you is that these definitions from the National Cancer Institute, from NIH, all speak to a concept, but not a reality. So I would ask you the next time someone says to you, "Oh, I'm going to an integrative medicine clinic," look and see how it's structured and how they pull the people into the team that are taking care of you. Very often, someone will say to me, "Well, integrative medicine, it's in every hospital now." But when you actually look at the website or you go in, they'll list all the medical specialties, and down on a ribbon, it'll say, and we refer to acupuncture, meditation, yoga, massage. And what ICM does is puts those together in a seamless, I'm going to call it a gift, to the patients, their families, and the community. So patients no longer have to say to their TCM practitioner, "You're really helping me, but I can't tell my oncologist because they believe this will interfere with my care, or they only want me to have one person." Or the other way around, the TCM practitioner who says, "We can take care of that with just herbs and acupuncture, some tuina." The blending means that the patient doesn't have to cobble together a plan of care. It's done for them, it's customized by these specialties who talk to each other, who put their notes in the same medical chart and read them, and then involve the patient in developing the plan of care. If the board of directors would please stand. I think we have Dr. Feeney is here, and Craig, Dr. Fang, and Dr. Matecki. Thank you for your dedicated work. At one point, Amy told me how many years of expertise and knowledge is represented by the board, but I don't think I'm going to roll that one out, but it's significant. So we have legal counsel, we have Western medicine, Eastern medicine, the combination of the two, and then Roger Smith, who will be here later this afternoon, brings the financial business piece to the board. The board has stayed essentially the same for 15 years, a volunteer board that just puts their whole passion behind what ICM does. We recently put the ICIM decal up at Dr. Fang's center. That's now the new ICM mailing address, and we'll see what happens from there. And as you see, the mission statement for ICM is that we combine the best of Eastern and Western integrative medicine through innovative research, education, and customized healing in a professional and financially stable environment. The service is for the benefit of patients, practitioners, community, and the world. One thing to this approach is that it very much depends on evidence-based research and making sure that what's offered to the patient can be verified and validated and is indeed going to help. We've talked about all of those other words, and I would say to you that what you're here today to support is bringing together the best of Eastern and Western and helping us push the definition of what we mean by integrative medicine. One word you're going to hear over and over again is partnerships. And some of the partnerships that we've been fortunate to have are the providers and patients that work with us, Highland Hospital, Alameda Health Systems, Five Branches University, if Ron and Joanna are here and could stand for a second. Who just recently celebrated 40 years of one of the first TCM schools in the United States. Congratulations. And the California Acupuncture Board, Dr. Chen is here to represent them and will speak to us this evening. Sutter Bay Hospitals, Primary Care at Home, and Hilo Now. Okay, I see I got a 5-minute sign, so you ready? When did integrative medicine start? I would suggest to you that where we sit today, where we're having to overcome some biases and prejudices about what we mean by integrative medicine, began really way back around Gold Rush time, when Eastern medicine came over with the Asian population. It was allowed to be, because they only treated the Asian population. But then it evolved, and other people saw its effectiveness, and pretty soon, we had concern about what we meant by medicine and who could be licensed and who could do what. There's a famous report that was done by Western medicine called the Flexner Report, where they set up criteria for medical programs. And the expectation was that they would get rid of all the quacks and non-scientific institutions. So the number of schools dropped, and essentially any attempt to bring in what we call alternative or complementary it wasn't stopped, because the people are always going to ask for this medicine. And Dr. Small will speak to that later this morning. But it did pose very firm silos. So I suggest that this is some of the research that shows that people actually feel better and have better quality of life if they can have the form of integrative medicine that we're talking about. And that it can also save money. It can reduce hospital stays, it can prevent hospital stays, and it also will involve the family to support the patients. You'll be hearing a lot about the work of ICIM. It's three-pronged: clinical services, education, and research. and we'll be telling you about these programs as we move through our program, our schedule. One of our most important programs is the residency. If I could have our current residents wave their hands. They're a great group. They're very inquisitive and a joy to be with us. And I don't think we have any former residents, do we? Oh, there we go, Jessica. Up, up, up. Jessica Parker. And there'll be some other former residents joining us at dinner. The other thing we have is the ICMV Lead Medical Research Project, in which a team of ICM faculty work with high school students, teaching them how to critically review the scientific and medical literature and do a meta-analysis or systematic review of the literature on a research question. And they're expected to push that all the way through to a paper that is publishable, as well as do a presentation and a poster. Another initiative is the Medical Qigong Program for people living with cancer, which is sponsored by the Comprehensive Cancer Center in Berkeley, and which Dr. Fang has been teaching since the year 2009. We went into hiatus during COVID, and then we went to Zoom, and now we're hybrid. And this is a wonderful benefit that is provided to people, and it also gives us an opportunity to introduce people to the integrative medicine model. So, where do we go next? I suggest deepening and expanding our partnerships and put them on steroids. A little bit of Western medicine to create an environment so that true integrative medicine can thrive. I was talking to the residents last Thursday, and we were talking about how are we going to get this kind of medicine pushed forward. And I pointed to each of the 6 of them, and I said, you are the future. And your being here supports that mission and gives us all courage to continue. So at this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Amy Mateki, Dr. Alex Fang to the stage, and then Dr. Feeney will follow them.
We're coming in triplet.
Yes, we come in triplets. Why don't you have a seat, Amy, and I'll introduce Alex, and we'll just move forward. Dr. Alex Fang is someone I know really well. He found me in Cancun 31 years ago, and life has never been the same since. Dr. Fang, born in China, raised in Taiwan, immigrated to the United States with his family in the 60s, and opened his martial arts school when he was 18 or 19 years old, and then decided that rather than the lawyer or the doctor that his parents were hoping for, he felt his cultural beckon to come and do traditional Chinese medicine. So he recently celebrated 50 years in the profession. He has his Jidaoguan, I can't pronounce my own place, Jidaoguan Taoist Center in Oakland, which houses the clinic, the Taoist temple, and the studio for the martial arts. He's been one of the leading figures in bringing integration to the Western world, and he did that through partnerships. And that's one of the reasons we're having him begin, because it was really his partnerships with physicians that go back into the 70s where all of this started. Dr. Fang.
Thank you, Charlene. My teacher always greeted people with great respect and great love. I welcome you all. So I'm here to just talk a little bit about, hi, Dr. Small. A little bit about how I got here. So, integrative medicine. My name is Alex in English, Alexander in German, Feng Requan in Chinese. So I was destined to be in an environment of integration. I came to this country, and I was going to UC Berkeley studying physics and psychology. I was very unhappy for whatever reason. So I talked to my dad, who is a philosopher and sort of a world healer. He says, why don't you look into something that's significant about healing, which is what you want to do, and something with tradition. So he introduced me to Dr. Yang Rizhao. Here you see in the picture. Some of you who've been in the audience, have been around for a while, will recognize Dr. Yang Rizhao, a very well-known scholar, healer, specifically in herbal medicine. So I apprenticed with him. At that time, there were no school available. So all you have to learn is by your study and through apprenticeship. And just share a very small story, 2 stories with Dr. Yang Rizhao that I enjoyed. Number one, there was a conflicting time where...
Advance it one. This is the one that's on right now. This one.
Okay. There we go. Acupuncture is illegal. So I was struggling to figure out what should I be doing in this field, traditional Chinese medicine. So I went to talk to Dr. Yang, and he says to me, do you want to do this? I said, yes. He says, just do it. That was it. Second great experience I had with him is I was doing apprenticeship with him in San Chinatown, off Stockton. And he worked behind a herbal store. And patients would come in, take looks at the tongue, takes a pulse, ask a couple of questions, write a prescription. Okay, go pay over there. Or go get your herbs over here. That went on all day. So I sit next to him. I would listen to how he asked questions. I can't take the pulse, but I can look at the tongue and try to learn from all of that. And one day, one of the patients came in, not a question, not a pulse, not a tongue. He wrote a prescription. He says, go fill your herbs. So I said, Professor Yang, Dr. Yang, you didn't do any assessment. How could you just give a prescription like that? He looked at me and said, you fool. Didn't you hear him cough with phlegm next door? It opened my world in relationship to pay attention. Pay attention. Luckily, I met Dr. Bert Small in the 70s. He was one of the first physicians that went to China before Nixon and brought acupuncture into the United States. And in West Oakland, he was doing classes and practice. So I hooked up with him, and we were doing acupuncture points on ourselves, because this is what you have to do to really experience acupuncture and then know how the patient's going to feel. So we did acupuncture on ourselves. We studied one of the first books that was translated, the Essential of Acupuncture. He's been very, very supportive of me doing something that I enjoy all through my life. Not only through the process of certification or licensure in California. Afterwards, whenever I had questions, I would refer to him. He would come back with suggestions or answers to treat my patients, including my father when he was very ill at Summit Hospital. Dr. Small was there advising how to take care of my dad. Thank you, Dr. Small. This is going not the right way. Oh, this way. So you also see, no? Do you see Slava Ellis? How about right here? Okay, Slava Ellis was a psychiatrist who I met, and it was in Berkeley, and he was interested in Chinese medicine. So once again, the first translated book on acupuncture we got, and we studied acupuncture. Dr. Slava Ellis can't make it today. He's now in Grass Valley. He's no longer a psychiatrist, he's a neurologist now. An interesting story with him is that one day we were studying something, and we asked a question on Western medicine, and he didn't know how to answer. So all the class, our classmates looked at him like, you should know this stuff, you're a physician. He paused and he says, see all those books behind me? He said, when I don't know, I can find out. What a great way to learn something. What you don't know, there's ways to find out. So these two are my great mentors in my beginning of my career in traditional Chinese medicine. As you know, it was illegal. A lot of my colleagues like George Long, Merriman Lee, they were all being arrested for practicing. And then through Moscone and through Governor Brown at that time, it became legalized in 1976. And I got my license. I was one of the first 300 people in the state of California that then went after what I liked. And then somewhere along the line, I was giving a talk at graduation at Oakland Acupuncture School, where I was a clinic professor. And Dr. Meteki and her husband, Dr. Wayne, was in the audience, and I realized Dr. Meteki is a physician doing traditional Chinese medicine in a traditional school. I was very impressed, our first meeting. And then, well, actually before that, I was giving a talk at Highland Hospital where she was still a resident. And then graduation with Wayne and Dr. Meteki. And then the third was Dr. John Graff, who is a surgeon at the Summit Hospital. And I was teaching Tai Chi to him. And he invited Dr. Meteki to come and visit a wonderful class of Tai Chi. That was my third meeting with destiny to meet Dr. Meteki. So Dr. Meteki says, well, why don't you come and take a look at being able to teach Qigong at Herrick campus, Alta Base. And I said, okay, let's try that for cancer patients. And then that evolved into doing practice of acupuncture for cancer patients with the support of Dr. Meteki and Dr. Gary Checki at that time. Then Dr. Meteki had a creative idea. Why don't we go to Highland Hospital and create an integrative medicine program with the support of Dr. Feeney? Without Dr. Feeney's support, it could not have happened. So Dr. Meteki gathered like 18 people, all volunteering. Some of them in the audience right now, Dr. Rona Ma, Julie Zhu, quite a few people who were the initial, Angela too. Chris, where's Chris? There you are. There we go.
This is the one that you're talking to.
Oh, okay. I'm not good in dates, so you're going to have to look at the dates and figure out. In my life, there's no time. So look at the dates and figure out. We'll go way back. So where am I? Dr. Meteki, Highland Hospital, great program. We had students, we were doing morning reports, we were doing study with residents, we were collaborating with other departments, we went to ICU, we did emergency, we did great work. And working with physicians, residents, and visitors from other countries like Cuba, New York, that also participated in the program that Dr. Meteki created. And as Charlene mentioned earlier, it is truly an integrative process, which is very rare. You hear about integration, but this is truly, truly a working together, learning from each other. As Dr. John Shen mentioned last night, don't fight. Don't think I'm better than you, whether you're Western medicine or Chinese medicine. Don't fight. Learn the best from each other for the benefit of the patients, for the people you're taking care of. Highland Hospital. What else can I say? This is a great program. I loved it. And right now it's at a different place, Sutter Hospital. We have new residents that's being trained with seasoned practitioners and seasoned both in traditional Chinese medicine and in Western medicine. They're getting the best of both worlds. You can't get any better than that. It really, really is a great gift. And because of the vision and the dream that Dr. Mateki has. Truly, truly a visionary. And all of you, if you see somebody who has a vision similar to your ideas and belief, support it. Support it. I have a good, used to teach judo. And I had a judo friend that worked with me, Mr. Joe Watson, for 18 years, volunteer his work. And he said something very important to me one day. He says, support what you believe in. If you don't, one day you turn around, it's not going to be there anymore. So support what you believe in. And this is a momentous time. 100 years from now, somebody's going to look at this video and say, wow, what have they done? They created an arrowhead into a system that allows East and West to be combined, joined together for the best of patient care. On that note, I'll turn you over to the future. The present, the future. Dr. Mateki.
Thank you, Dr. Feng. This is my partner in crime. I would be willing to bet that almost everyone in this room is here because you believe in her heart. Yes? Her mother named her Soaring Eagle for a reason. You've seen her bio. You know that she was trained in China as a physician and TCM practitioner, and then came here and repeated the whole thing. Very unusual, but that plus her spirit is what imbues the vision of ICIM. Dr. Mateki.
Thank you, Dr. Osler. Thank you, Dr. Feng, and thank you, Dr. Finney, and everyone's here in person. And I know many of you being text me, also you are watching us online. I'm so grateful here. And also I want to special thanks Scott team, the tech, the registration. We have so many support here. It's humbling for me to be here. And I want to give a little bit of history why we do this in a short time, 4 months ago. We've been talking about this conference for years. ICIM want to put it together. But a few months ago, it's become in my heart, burning desire. And it's to the point it just escalated. One part of it is because of the Medicare. And I have so many seniors patients supposed to get a certain treatment, but because of the reimbursement, everything, they cannot got certain treatment. So it's become my part feel like the cost saving, cost effective for this integrative medicine. So I would like to let you know why 4 months ago, actually we've been talking about it, but really is start put together in a very short time. Thanks to everyone being willing to support us through Dr. Osler, Dr. Fain's talk. You see, I won't be here today. And Craig's the one spent a year meet with me every week to push me out of my nest. I told him I don't want to be the first bird to get shot, fly out the forest. True story. You can ask him how he forced me to be out. And then he told me, let's go get the best people. We form a nonprofit organization. I was like, best people? All I know is the one trained me, Dr. Finney. You can ask him. When first I started the residency, he could not understand my English. For anyone in the audience afraid about speak English, and ask Dr. Ma how I recruited her from retirement. She said, oh, maybe I can learn English better. That's how she started in Highland. She will go talk to the nurse, talk to the doctors, massage their back, introduce Chinese medicine. So every of interns, resident, you are here because all your seniors, acupuncturist has paved the way, Dr. Tu. So anyone, could I release your age, please? No? Okay, so is it okay? Okay. So she said she's a 65. So you can add many numbers on it, ask her, okay. So Dr. Osler already mentioned that the board is really getting up there with the age. So we need a younger generation, and also we train the high schools for reasons. Okay, I'm going to advance my slide. I have nothing to disclose, and all the relationship, and I'm just very honored to be affiliated with ICIM board. This is the best nonprofit I'm serve, volunteer, and still today, the contract with Sutter Health is I must be a volunteer, and also special thanks my family, my husband, Wayne Mateki, never worry about it. I'm a volunteer and very supportive. And thank you, and also I want to know, the photos here I approved by patients, families, and also there's a live patients in the audience I will introduce all of you to. And the learning objectives you will see from my slide. There are briefly introduced how I started. I know my name being mentioned, but I want everyone to wear my hat from China originally, how I believed this medicine can be carried out over almost a quarter century later. And all of you have been supported, and I hope you will continue to carry the torch. We go to the finish line. So you can see how humbling many years ago, and you can see the 9 physicians, some of them in the US, some of them still in China, on the top left. So that's my, all right, thank you. Okay, so you can see on the top left, so this is my medical school, 9 physicians, women physicians in my class. If you can find where I am, great. If it's not, I can point you later. And fast forward, okay. George Sousa is my personal coach. If you don't know him. Oh, can you see the picture? Oh, in the first row. But mostly importantly, you can see the second on the top in the middle. That's where my Western medicine training. Actually, Highland Hospital is really where my life begins. You can see in the front, Dr. Finney, and also you will meet Dr. Barry, who recognized me, interviewed me, and took me in as an intern at Highland Hospital. At the time I applied for the hospital, I didn't realize how competitive for a foreign graduate to get into a residency. I only had 2 interviews among, I think, 30 programs I applied. one of the wise advisor told me, if you don't like the other one, don't even apply, or don't even, I interviewed, so I didn't submit it for the rank. I only did with Highland, and I got accepted. I believe Dr. Finney will tell you how tough that program is. So you can see I become who I am as all the mentors all the way along. And also you can see below, is right there, that's I started in the cancer center. Dr. Check is in the back, who saw the value, the training I have, but I didn't realize at the time, he has no clue. He invited me, join the cancer center, said, I don't know what my patients are doing with the tree barks, leaves. So you come in, you can do the touch feeling and watch their safety. So that's how I get recruited to the Comprehensive Cancer Center. Can see my colleagues here, and especially Ron Seidman and Dr. Joanna Zhou, the 5 branches of university. The residency program, without them, we won't start this program here. So there's a lot of partnership, and especially you can see there's a pairs below dress the gown. So my husband and I, we graduated, Dr. Feng delivered the keynote speech. And also I want to see my parents is always there watch me, and I want to give the thanks to all of each one of you here and also my family. So the following slide, I will go really fast.
My organization, America First League.
Oh, that's great.
And she doesn't follow directions.
Okay, so this is where we said how this integrative medicine in this country. That's where I see in the training with Western Medicine Hospital on your left side, that's the patients it looks like. And that's not even a stage 4 cancer patients. On the right side, you can see all those smiling face. There's 3 stage 4 cancer patients. Everyone in China, if you are in the hospital for cancer, most of you are stage 4. And when we take this picture, they were asked why. I said, I want to show the Westerns why integrative medicines work. So over there, oncology patients, in the morning, you can see they get infusion chemo. One of the arm get chemo, another arm maybe get the herbs infusion. And in the afternoon, they will go to acupuncture, massage, qigong, learning nutrition, various program, very comprehensive. And early, you heard about the partnership. And Craig Brandt is one of the patients. And also, I want to see early days, I have many of the patients supported the program. They become my champion to speak and negotiate with the hospital. And here you can see with the Chevy, also is one of the young patients really worked very hard from the news. This is the Auckland Tribune, published his story. And also on the left corner is one of my patients, Mr. Don Hart. And I promised him in my talk, I will put him in my slide because that's what he requested, metastatic lung cancer, lived over 7 years. He is a rocket scientist. He will calculate his tumor growth and the size, everything. So one part of why he's here, when initially we started integrative medicine, the oncologists really didn't think they would like this voodoo medicine in the Berkeley Comprehensive Cancer Center. So he asked, he said, do you eat spinach? He asked his oncologist. Oncologist said, what kind of question is that? He said, show me the evidence-based study the spinach is not a toxin. Think about that. And also you will meet one of the patients here, Joanne Hopper, who is the attorney and also helped change the lymphedema practice in this country, the guideline. And you will see there's a poster in the back also. Lymphedema, which means the swelling of the arm, you're supposed not to needling the arms. And when the time we started, that was contraindicated. But she said, you know, you can treat this, and I would like you to treat my arm. We have to rewrite the consent form and also change the guideline, and Memorial Sloan Kettering use our data, published 1139 cases actually is safe, and Memorial Sloan Kettering use our data to publish the further study. And also you can see there's a case report. We published one of the case. You will meet the families here tonight too, is one of the case we reported, also put it together. Masscape news reporter reported this also. You can still Google. The topic is a Chinese medicine enhanced therapy for rare disease. What's the significant with this patients? When I started seeing him, he become living in the cancer center, either get a blood draw, transfusion, infusion, and it's pretty much 3-4 times per day, per week in the hospital. No quality of life. I started him on acupuncture, I started him on the herbal medicine, and in a short 3.5 years, in 6 months, he went back to chemo, decreased blood transfusion. From someone come to the cancer center almost every day, come to the cancer center every 2 months. He was traveling and all over the world, very complete, very satisfied at the end of his life. And in this report, you can see the transfusion, how much from 62 platelets transfusion at the end down to like a 2 per year. And also, I just want to especially give the thanks to the ICIM board members. Physically went to China several times, and Dr. Finney and Craig and Roger, many of the board members, Alex and Dr. Osler, they all went to China many times. And this is where the communication we see how to work, how we bring the authentic integrative medicine together. And also you can see Dr. Finney in the intensive care units with the chief of the China chief ICU intensivist. You can see the patients in the ICU will receive the herbs through the NG tube and to help for prophylaxis, GI prophylaxis, and various treatment. It's very integrated. And also, Dr. Finney will talk more about how we started this intensive care patients acupuncture for pain and nausea in the ICU feasibility study. And also in your pamphlet, you can see there's many of the scientific papers. Throughout the years, we will deliver the talk, and if you can see many of them, Google it or on the PubMed, include our own research. And also the protocol for the acupuncture treatment. And finally, Miss Bui in the audience, if you don't mind standing up, you guys can talk to her. She is a stage 4 cancer patient. She has been supported for the 14 years. So just to let you know, she doesn't look like a cancer patient. And thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Matecki. Okay, I forgot to mention, but I think everyone knows, ICIM now has a YouTube channel. Coming right into the 21st century. But there are about, I don't know how many people, I know we had about 40 people signing up for online, but we have a large number of people online. I want to recognize them and thank them for being part of us, and again acknowledge the tech team for making this hybrid session work for us. It's really been wonderful. Oh, and you have 800 on the WeChat. Yeah, thank you, Bill Zhao. That's great. Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Colin Feeney, and you see his bona fides in the speaker pamphlet. He almost walks on water, but I got to talk to his wife and see if that's true.
Not.
Dr. Feeney, I think you can see what an illustrious career he had when you see his bio. But the big thing about him is his heart. Dr. Feeney has spent his whole life devoted to a community hospital when that probably wasn't quite the thing to do if you're going to be famous and wealthy and all that good stuff.
None of the above.
None of the above. He has recently retired from the Alameda Health Systems, where he was the division chief of the intensive care unit, as well as all those other things. He's been absolutely pivotal and critical to our program, and I appreciate that he can come and speak to us. So this is the slide that shows,
Okay.
not that one. That's just telling you what's coming up.
Okay.
And it's the big button.
Well, thank you very much. This format's a little difficult for me. I'm used to having a pointer and being able to point at the screen, but they tell me pointer's not going to work on this, and then I have to look at this tiny little screen myself, so forgive me. So this is really the story of how we started acupuncture treatment in a public hospital at Highland Hospital, and how ICIM started. So I have no financial conflicts of interest in this. I am on the board of directors, as mentioned, for ICIM, but I have no other financial conflicts. So we're going to talk about the development of this program and describe some of the barriers that existed to creating it, and also talk about a little bit of clinical research that we did in terms of using acupuncture in the ICU. So a few words about me. I was a physician at Highland Hospital for 42 years, director of the ICU there for most of that time, and for some of the last few years also the director of the ICU at San Leandro Hospital, Alameda Hospital, until I retired in 2022. I met Dr. Mateki in 2000. I knew nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. I still know very little, but she started her residency in 2000 and sort of introduced me to this concept. And as you can tell from everybody that's spoken so far, she's very infectious and persuasive, and the rest is history. So I sort of prepared a little review of her CV here, but she's sort of already been through this, so I don't need to, I think, spend more time on this, just that she's eminently qualified in both Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine. She was a resident at Highland from 2000 to 2003, and we were so impressed with her abilities that she was the chief medical resident from 2003 to 2004. Go back a slide here for a second. Whoops, going the wrong way here, sorry. She introduced the concept to me of bringing traditional Chinese medicine to Highland in 2009. She founded, along with Craig, ICIM in 2010, and then we started clinical services at Highland in 2011. There were a lot of barriers to starting this service. First of all, how do you pay for it? How do you talk the hospital into this? They said, well, we don't have any money. We're the county. We never have any money. In the beginning, this was a free service, and it was an expansion of pain management. So a lot of pain management is done under the Department of Anesthesia, and we could have done that, but Amy's an internist, as am I, and so we said, let's do this under the Department of Internal Medicine, since that's where we have more control. How about space? Where are you going to do this? And Dr. Lynn Berry was critical in helping us get set up in the K6 medical clinics. We already had a primary care medicine clinic, and there was a few open rooms on Thursday morning. And so she said, okay, you can use those rooms, and you can use the existing nursing staff, the MAs, et cetera, and handle this just like we handle the regular patients, but you can use that time. So that was extremely helpful. We had to change the bylaws to be able to credential TCM practitioners. So that was a big step, took a long time. And how do you peer review when none of us did acupuncture? How do you do peer review on acupuncturists? Well, thankfully, there was already a credentialed acupuncturist who was there for treating drug addiction. And so we were able to use that individual to peer review the rest of the acupuncturists. Had he not been there, we would have had to hire somebody from the outside to come in and do peer review. We had to overcome physician reluctance. Again, everybody at Highland is Western trained, and so they, like me, were sort of ignorant about traditional Chinese medicine. So we had to train them, and Dr. Matecki came and gave grand rounds and presented some of the scientific evidence of the efficacy, the safety of doing acupuncture, and sort of made it plain that this was a viable alternative. And especially, as Western doctors, we're basically drug pushers, right? I mean, all we do is, here, you got a problem, here's a drug for it. And especially, there's a lot of side effects, a lot of problems with that. And so I think everybody's looking for something else, some other possibilities. And so this was an attractive possibility, I think, for a lot of physicians at Highland. How do you overcome patient reluctance? So this, again, was a matter of education. We put up posters around the hospital, both to advertise the service to the physicians, but also to the patients, that this was available. And that's how we overcame some of these obstacles. Our inpatient care began in 2011. This was one morning a week. We covered basically all the units, the wards, the ICU, the step-down unit, the emergency department, the cancer infusion center, and OBGYN. And this was an amazing service because just like you could call a cardiology consult to an inpatient in the hospital, and the cardiologist would come to the bedside, examine the patient, review the EKGs, the echoes, et cetera, and make recommendations, you could call an acupuncture consult, and the acupuncture team would come to the bedside, examine a patient, review the history, et cetera, make a diagnosis, and deliver acupuncture on the spot. And so it was just incredibly versatile service available to all the patients. And we had a patient with renal failure one time who came in, and during his hospitalization, he developed flank pain, and we were like, what's this all about? It didn't appear to be musculoskeletal. We did a CAT scan. We couldn't find anything. And the acupuncturist service came up and consulted on the patient, gave him acupuncture treatment, relieved the pain completely. It never recurred. And it was like, wow, here's a way that we can we're treating the renal failure. They're treating the pain. And so working together to solve this patient's problem was a very powerful experience and something that was a great resource for anywhere in the hospital. And as I'll talk about in a little bit, we're even able to do this in the ICU. So outpatient service began in 2012, one morning a week, again, as I mentioned, in the K6 clinic. And generally saw about 10 to 12 patients per Thursday, approximately 600 patients a year. These are the diseases and pain symptoms that were treated on the inpatient service. So on the right are the symptoms, and on the left are the diseases. And you can see that most of it was pain. Usually, I can't even read this. The slide is so small, but you can, the big bar. Yeah, pain in various locations. And you can see on the green bars the diseases these patients had. It was anywhere from AIDS to heart failure, just a wide variety of medical illnesses that also concomitantly got acupuncture treatment. This is the outpatient clinic, and what the chief complaint was there was almost always neck pain and back pain, but there was also a scattering of other pains in the extremities and abdomen, various other locations. So in 2014, the Division of Integrative Medicine was created within the Department of Medicine. So this was a division. Amy was a division chief, and she came to all the division chief meetings along with the chief of the Division of Pulmonary and Renal and Hematology, Oncology, Pulmonary Critical Care, et cetera. And in 2016, she started the TCM internship program to bring students into the program as well. And because of this, she expanded the faculty, there were 8 volunteers originally, to 18 licensed acupuncturists practicing at Highland. In this residency program, we recruited TCM students from the local accredited schools in the Bay Area. It was a 2-year program with a very close relationship with the medicine team. There were didactics, but the acupuncture team rounded with the medicine teams. And at the time, I think we had 6 different medical teams taking care of the inpatients, in addition to a team on neurology, a team on nephrology, a team on cardiology, et cetera. And the students would rotate with each of these teams and round together. And so they would hear what the Western point of view was, what the Western diagnosis was, what we were doing for the patient from the Western point of view, and then They would make suggestions of what potentially acupuncture service could add to the service to care for these patients. So it was a very integrated program, and I think both sides benefited in terms of learning during this process. The faculty qualifications, you had to have a master's degree or higher in Oriental medicine from an accredited university, had to have a minimum of 5 years of experience, be licensed and credentialed, and of course demonstrate competency in HIPAA, bloodborne pathogens, et cetera, the usual requirements for inpatient practitioners. The training methods, as I mentioned, there was an integrated team approach for everyone, but they also took part in morning reports. So every morning, go with the other residents, interns, medical students, et cetera, hear about the cases that came in the night before and the medicine point of view, the Western medicine point of view. Go to noon conference to hear didactic presentations on various subjects that was being discussed. Grand rounds weekly, morbidity and mortality conference monthly, journal club monthly, and as I mentioned, inpatient consultation with all of the different subspecialties. So this was a great program. The picture here shows some of the students. We have a lot of classrooms, so the students are in the classroom getting a didactic presentation, oftentimes from one of the subspecialists. We'll talk about acute renal failure, for example, and then they would read articles from the Chinese approach, the traditional Chinese medicine approach to the same problem, and so again, sort of get evidence-based background on both sides of the equation. So we also wanted to do some clinical research, and this was a real head scratcher in the beginning because traditional Chinese medicine is very individualized, and each treatment is highly individualized to each patient. So how do you do research on something that's so individualized? So this was very difficult. I'm an ICU doctor primarily, and so I want to do research in the ICU. And in the beginning, I thought, geez, these patients are so sick, nobody's going to be a candidate for acupuncture. I mean, these patients are struggling to live. So at first we did a Medline review to see, has anybody done any kind of acupuncture research in the United States in the ICU? And I found one article, and this was in 2012 when we were contemplating doing this, one article which basically mostly looked at the percentage of patients who offered acupuncture who accepted treatment. That was sort of the primary endpoint of this study. That was 41%. Remember that number. On this, they did 64 treatments on 22 patients. They had one side effect. Somebody got dizzy, but no major changes in their vital signs. So we said, okay, can we do this? And we chose pain and nausea and vomiting to be the symptoms that we wanted to treat, because these were sort of the most common symptoms in patients in the ICU, and these were things that acupuncture had been proven to be effective in terms of treating. So could we do that? Would the average American patient be receptive to this idea? Could it actually lower the requirement for pain medication? In other words, would it help them with the pain so that they didn't use so much morphine? And again, how do you standardize research in something so individualized? So our goal is to explore the feasibility of performing 3 acupuncture treatments over 3 consecutive days as adjunctive treatment for pain and or nausea and vomiting within the last 24 hours. All patients received standard care, so everybody got the usual care they got, but if they if they agreed to participate in this study, they would also get acupuncture. What were our inclusion and exclusion criteria? Well, our inclusion criteria, you had to be an ICU patient. You had to have nausea or pain within the last 24 hours. You had to be likely to stay in the ICU, stay in the hospital at least 3 days, because we were planning 3 consecutive days of acupuncture treatment. You had to be alert and oriented because you had to give consent, so that was a big item. What were our exclusion criteria? We did not treat anyone who was pregnant, any kids, anybody who had low white blood cell count, low platelets, or coagulopathy, so if they had a bleeding risk, we wouldn't do that. If they were on therapeutic anticoagulation, we wouldn't treat them. If they had a major active psychiatric disorder, we did not treat them. And if they were immunocompromised, we would not treat them. So how did we evaluate this? Well, we did a pain and nausea survey. So we did a pain assessment before treatment, and we used both a numerical pain score and a visual pain score, the little smiley faces, right? And we assessed nausea by using the Rhodes Index, which is a validated 8-point tool for a patient's assessment of nausea. And we did a pre-survey, which was administered by the acupuncturist before treatment. And then after treatment, the RN did a survey immediately after treatment, unaware of the results of the survey that had been done by the acupuncturist previously. And then finally, at the end of the treatments, the end of the 3 days, the RN did a final survey, again, not aware of the previous 2 surveys. What did the acupuncturists do? Well, they came to the bedside and did their traditional Chinese medicine thing. So they started with the 10 questions, which were the patient's perception of body temperature, sweat, sleep, energy, memory concentration, appetite digestion, thirst, urination, bowel movements, and mood. Then they would do a general physical exam, including the vital signs. They felt the radial pulse in both arms, examined the tongue, and then they identified the excesses or deficiencies based on traditional Chinese medicine diagnoses. We did not individualize the acupuncture treatment for each patient. We used the same points for everyone. And basically we used 4 points in the ear, the Shenmen, sympathetic, stomach, and thalamus. And then we used 4 points in the extremity, the large intestine 4, the liver 3, the pericardium 6, and the stomach 36 in the most accessible extremity. What were the outcomes that we looked for? The primary outcomes were the proportion of patients who were offered acupuncture who accepted it. Remember, that was 40% in that previous study done by Ye. Patient perception of the effects of acupuncture treatment, and the incidence of adverse effects related to acupuncture. Our secondary outcomes were the dosage and quantity of analgesics and antiemetics used before and after acupuncture treatments, the TCM diagnoses, frequency and patterns, and the effect of treatment on vital signs. So this was a feasibility study. So between November of 2014 and April of 2015, all patients in the ICU were eligible. So this included medical patients, surgical patients, trauma patients, neurosurgical patients. Everybody was eligible. This was sort of the study design. So the acupuncturists and the nurses would get together between 7 and 8 a.m. in the morning. And they would identify who they thought was potentially a candidate for acupuncture. We would then contact the attending physician of record and ask them, are you okay with this? Okay, and nobody refused. And then we would ask the patient for consent. And if they declined consent, they would get the usual care. And if they agreed to treatment, then they would get usual care plus all the things that I mentioned, which I can't read from this slide, but they would look at the vital signs, the TCM diagnoses, the patient's perception. The patient had to have pain at the time to be eligible for the study. And then we would do a chart review of the medications the patient had received, the vital signs, et cetera. So what were the results of this? Well, 46 patients agreed to have acupuncture, day 1. Day 2, 8 patients had dropped out, 4 were discharged, 2 declined, and 2 had altered mental status, so they were too out of it to be able to agree to the treatment at that time. Day 3, 30 patients received acupuncture. Again, 8 dropped out, 4 were discharged, 2 declined. 1 had altered mental status, and 1 got so sick he was no longer a candidate. Overall, the average self-reported pain level immediately following acupuncture decreased by a mean of 2.36 points on the numerical pain scale over all 3 days. And this was statistically significant. Anything over 2 points is considered an appropriate positive response to any analgesic given. 77% of the patients reported that acupuncture helped them, and 84% would recommend it to other hospitalized patients. This is sort of a look at the pain scores before and after acupuncture. on day 1, day 2, and day 3. This is the morphine dosage. So we looked through the medication administration record and recorded all of the opiates that the patient had received over the 4 hours before each treatment and the 4 hours after each treatment. And this included oral opiates, IV drips, and boluses. And everything was converted to morphine equivalents and then averaged over the 4-hour period. And after each acupuncture treatment, the dosage of morphine decreased, and this was significant. And I'll talk about some of the limitations in a minute, but this was significant. The patients with nausea also mostly had a decrease, not on day 2, but on day 1 and day 3. Acupuncture seemed to relieve the symptoms of nausea as well. These were the TCM diagnosis results, and again, I'm going to need my glasses on this one. It was the excess pathologies were mostly blood and Qi stagnation, and the deficiencies were mostly Qi deficiency. But you can see there was a widespread of other TCM pathologies that were found. All in all, 933 needles were inserted, so a pretty big number. Only 7 fell out. Again, the needles were put in and kept there for 20 minutes. If they fell out, they were not reinserted, and so only 7 fell out. I think this is the most important slide, the most important finding of our study. Most acupuncture recipients in the United States are female, highly educated, and Asian. 77% of our patients were male. 60% were African American or Hispanic. 50% had a high school education or less, and 68% were acupuncture naive. So this was incredible that a wide variety of patients were very accepted and appreciative of acupuncture treatment. And I think future research really needs to use a much broader patient population to make people understand that this is applicable to a very large group of patients. It's applicable to everybody. It's not just people that are highly educated and have private insurance, et cetera. So I think this was probably the most important thing that we found. Limitations of the studies for the pilot study only. There was no control group. There was no randomization, no blinding. Only 40, it says 47, should be 46 patients. So you can't draw any conclusions regarding effectiveness. It was single center. And although we were looking for a decrease in pain and the use of analgesics and antiemetics, patients presumably get better spontaneously over time, right? So maybe they just got better on their own. And we tried to mitigate against this by looking at the 4 hours before and the 4 hours afterwards, so sort of a limited time period, so hopefully patients wouldn't recover that quickly, and that therefore we could assume that the beneficial effect was due to the acupuncture. So conclusions, it is feasible to provide acupuncture treatment in the ICU. Almost a third of all the ICU patients in this study were felt to be appropriate candidates by the ICU nurses. This was astonishing. Like I said, when we thought of doing this study, I walked around the ICU and said, my God, these patients are sick. And at Highland Hospital, let me tell you, they are sick. And we do acuity scoring using Apache 4, which is a thing that looks at acuity. It's the best scoring system in the world for that. And the patients at Highland are sicker than patients in ICU in other ICUs nationwide. So I thought, this is no way we're going to find enough patients to be eligible for acupuncture. But that did not turn out to be the case. 30% of people were. Almost 10% ended up receiving it, and 97% of the needles were retained. Most patients found their acupuncture experience positive, and over half self-reported an anxiolytic effect, which is not something that we were looking for, but the patient spontaneously reported it, and this has been described in other studies of acupuncture. And so this is something, an extra beneficial effect, and anxiety, as you might imagine, contributes to discomfort and poor outcomes in the ICU. There were no significant adverse effects. Vital signs, I didn't mention that, but we did look at the change in vital signs. The pulse and blood pressure went down like one point or so, but it was not statistically significant, though it certainly didn't go up. So acupuncture appears to be a valuable adjunctive therapy in the ICU and merits further study, particularly in a broad population, as I mentioned. So in 2019, Alameda Health System faced a multi-million-dollar deficit, and every department was required to cut services. Unfortunately, the Department of Medicine elected to eliminate the Division of Integrative Medicine. This was a horrible decision, very short-sighted. I did my best to prevent this from happening, but unfortunately I was unable to. And so Dr. Matecki had to start all over again and move all of this to the private sector, to Alta Bates Hospital, and deprive all our Medicare patients and patients without insurance and people who don't speak English and, et cetera, and go to the private sector. So again, I think this was a very short-sighted and very poor decision. But unfortunately, the county is limited by finances, and a lot of times decisions are made by people who are not on the front lines of patient care, and so this is what happened. So Amy's going to talk about her experiences from there, where she's gone from there, but that's what happened at Highland. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Yes? So, when you do acupuncture, you leave the needles in for 20 minutes, but if the patient moves around or gets agitated or whatever, sometimes the needles fall out. And I guess, I don't know, I'm not an acupuncturist, as I mentioned. Maybe somebody can help me here. Sometimes people reinsert them. Amy, can somebody help me here? Yes, Talbert, thank you.
I knew Colin when we both had black hair.
Yes. that was 3 years ago.
Chinese have done a lot of research in acupuncture.
Yeah.
They've proven that, one, you increase the alpha wave, which is the slow wave, 8 to 12, which causes relaxation.
Yeah.
They did a study in a cat where they did the needles in the cat, and the cat started going to sleep. So they've done a lot of research, like acupuncture will increase 5-hydroxytryptamine, which increases serotonin, and they did studies that showed that it worked through the nerves. For instance, if you did the acupuncture on a patient with hemiplegia, it wouldn't work. They also did studies that proved that it did not work through the blood flow, because if you tied off the blood arteries, the acupuncture did work. They did studies that proved that it works in the deeper muscles and not the superficial muscles. I got involved with acupuncture. I'll talk later when I went to China with the Black Panther Party. But there was a lot of research done which Western doctors were not interested. They're still discriminating against acupuncture. Mr. Barty Lynch had to sue the government to get them to pay Medi-Cal. So what they do, they give you 2 treatments a month, and they don't pay you enough to meet your overhead. I used to be the first acupuncturist at Hill Physicians. Hill Physicians didn't want to do acupuncture. Okay, I'm told to shut up. So
Okay. So,
Please get the mic so that the people on the YouTube can hear your question.
I do want to get an answer to the question. So some of the acupuncturists here, can you tell me if the needles fall out during a session, do you reinsert them or not? No. No. But would you reinsert a needle to the same site if one fell out normally?
Would you answer to the microphone, please?
It would be great if you stand up, and I'll hand you a microphone if you're answering a question.
Here's Dr. Joe.
Yeah, my name is Joanna Chow, and acupuncturist. Yeah, for the needle insertion, you have to see if the points is very important. After the needle fell off, it's not often. Just like Dr. Finney just talked about, sometimes you move around. And also, sometimes the points, you have to talk about the qi. The energy is already enough. The needle, the body will push the needle out. That's, you will see it, yeah. So that time, you don't need a reinsertion. Yeah, you don't need it. If it's a dropped, if you put too superficial dropped, and you have to change another needle. You can't use the original needle to insert. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for answering that. Yes, in the back. Yes,
Let's
sir.
get you a microphone. Stand up.
You, sir.
Hand up.
This is Philip Yang. I'm a practitioner of acupuncture for 25 more years. I was one of the initial participates in Helen Hospital for some time in this program. For the falling needles, yeah, just like Dr. Joanna said, it depends how important the point is. For some of the points, like I also counted the time, like after 10 minutes, if the needle falls, I won't need to reinsert. But if it is very, very important, need a more repeated stimulation, I need to reinsert. Like for insomnia patients, I insert the needles for the auricular needles for shaman, and that need more stimulation, so I'll reinsert the needles. It's very, very easy to fall because it's very, very superficial. But for the other points, like the body needles, I may not re-enter. So long as I have the substitute needles to take the qi and effect. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, this is part of the individualized treatment that acupuncture is so famous for. But in this study, we had to standardize it. So basically, we decided ahead of time that the protocol was going to be if the needles fell out, we would not reinsert them. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm a physician from California North State University, and I'd like your comments on a hypothesis I have. It's not mine. It's not new. It's not original. But I'm thinking the people drawn to healing are different. And in the interaction with patients, there's that human factor that we all know about. They call it the placebo response. I call it the healing response. How much of that do you think plays into these wonderful positive results from your research?
Again, one can't, that's one of the limitations of potentially of the study. And again, the acupuncturist spent on average 30 to 45 minutes with each patient taking the history, examining the patient, and performing the acupuncture. So was that extra time spent with the patient? Did that contribute to the salutary effects? Was it that so that could have been part of it too. Again, this is the problem with a non-blinded, non-randomized study. This was a feasibility study, not an efficacy study. There certainly could have been that component may have played a role. So I don't know the answer to that question.
But in your experience, do you find the same thing? I'm thinking the nurses that were all acupuncturists, they're different from other nurses, perhaps.
Well,
from their way of being present in the world.
Well, the acupuncturists weren't nurses, right? So that we had the regular ICU nurses, but they were whoever was assigned to the patient. So they weren't necessarily either pro acupuncture or against acupuncture. They were assigned to the patients, and usually often be the charge nurse that would go around and ask who is anybody potentially a candidate. Mostly we're looking for people that were awake, alert, and again that's not a big number in the ICU. Yes.
Okay, I just want to add during that acupuncture research, so when initially our acupuncturists do the intake, like check their scores, like nutrition, the pain scores, but when finish the treatment, they are not the one assess the patients. Actually, it's the nurse stepping in to assess. We just try to remove the biases.
Right.
But we do the best that we can. Of course, this is not placebo-controlled. There is definitely some kind of possibility bias into it.
Yeah, the nurses did all the post-treatment surveys, and they did not know the results of the pre-treatment surveys.
I just wanted to point out, I think there's a cool study led by Ted Kapchuk on this concept about like the placebo effect and how that affects healing, or is a possible the interaction with the acupuncturist or the doctor, how long they spend time with them, like the healing effect versus placebo effect. It's pretty cool. And I think I read it a long time ago. It's based out of Harvard. Ted Kapchuk, he's a pretty cool acupuncture guy. So worth looking
I just wanted to mention that for anyone that's really serious about understanding placebo, the placebo, I just wanted to suggest that some research is done in veterinary hospitals. If you've ever witnessed a dog or a cat receiving acupuncture, the immediate both relief and relaxation that they experience is not happening because the dog or the cat believes that the acupuncture will work.
Yeah. My roommate had a St. Bernard who had terrible arthritis and couldn't walk, and he got acupuncture and walked well after that, so I'm with you on that.
Hi, Doc. Thank you so much for your excellent speech. I'm Dr. Hong Mei Ni, represent California Acupuncture United Association. I'm a president of CAWA. My question was, in ICU, when you treat patient, do you use any herbs for ICU patient, please? Thank you.
Not yet.
I would just like to say that I am a veterinarian who's been doing acupuncture with animals for 45 years. And the placebo effect is quite minimal. You can look at the animal, and very often we do, and say, okay, this will help you. And the animal will say, okay. But a lot of times they don't. So it's not so much a placebo effect as a neurological effect, as well as the traditional reasons that acupuncture helps humans.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney. That was perfect. In my previous life in academia and business, one of the first lessons I learned when you come into a big organization is that you identify people with power who will be allies. And then you bring them to your side, or you go to their side, however that works. And we call those people champions. And Dr. Feeney was certainly a champion within Highland for our program. Thank you. So just a little bit of housekeeping. If you are going to ask a question from the floor or answer it, remember that we have almost an equivalent number of people on YouTube, and they want to hear what you have to say too. And if you do it into the mic, then that keeps us all happy. And so there are people around. If you just raise your hand, and then we can bring the mic to you. This is the time where I get to tell you, you're welcome to help support ICIM. We have QR codes placed around if you would like to donate to the mission. It's a nonprofit that, especially since I've become the executive director, I understand what running on a shoestring is. So we would like to have, what's the next step up from a shoestring? A lanyard, maybe? But any support, or if you have ideas for us as we move forward and end up with our course evaluation on how we can continue to grow our community, our resources to support our community and our residents. After the break, we're going to be moving into a very special presentation by Dr. John Chen, who we're very fortunate to have join us. And we're going to then, as I said, let him do some Q&A, and then Dr. Bert Small will come. I thought it was interesting, and I know Dr. Small will speak to this. Dr. Small practiced at Highland, yes?
That's correct. In 1974, I did acupuncture at the medical clinic at Highland Hospital, mostly for pain reduction.
Right, that's what I thought. So 1974, we actually did have acupuncture at Highland by someone who took a lot of risk to do that and was very innovative about it. And then you heard Dr. Feeney say that there was a licensed acupuncturist who did acupuncture for addiction. Do you hear a little silo there? That's what Dr. Mateki, Dr. Fang, Dr. Feeney, and the rest of the crew brought to Highland, was breaking down that silo. I think a lot of people within Highland might not even have known that Dr. Small's history was there, or that Greg Ross, the acupuncturist, had a program. And it certainly could have been expanded, and that's essentially what has happened. So it's time for a break. We have food for you outside in the courtyard, a snack. The beverages remain at the back. And since we're paying per head, drink it up, because that would be great. We'll see you back here at 10:45.
All cultures have healing, all cultures have medicine, and to have the resources of Eastern and Western combined, it's a tremendous, wonderful tool as healers that we can use to help people.
This center is to provide Eastern and Western medicine. So it's a bridge, the ancient medicine with the modern medicine. Patients come in with the Western medicine for diagnostic, for acute care. With the Eastern medicine, we can help minimize the side effect.
Traditional Chinese medicine is a holistic approach, and there's a tremendous amount of information that's been gathered for the last 4,000 or 5,000 years that we can tap into.
Our physicians here are board certified in internal medicine and licensed acupuncturist, and also integrative medicine education. We try to provide evidence-based practice. So for cancer patients, we can help with decrease the side effect of chemo radiation. For rehab patients, we can help them to improve their functionalities and increase the mobility. We offer inpatient care and outpatients. This is a healing, wellness for the whole person care. We get many of the specialty physicians and also primary care physicians refer to us, their patients. Those patients are looking for comprehensive, integrative services.
The patient love the service. They love receiving that treatment. The doctors actually come to our unit and are able to see the patients in the room. The acupuncture helps significantly in decreasing the pain. So we decrease the number of the narcotic medication we use, and it benefits everybody.
I refer my patients for a variety of reasons. The treatments are effective. It's very much a collaborative approach.
So many people are on my team to help me to make decisions. The oncologist suggested maybe try the acupuncture and to see if that'll help with some of the side effects. Everybody's been giving me wonderful, wonderful, outstanding care.
It's very rewarding to be able to help somebody in pain.
My mission is to bring the best East and West medicine modalities together to provide patient-centered care.
to start in about 3 minutes, so if you grab your food and finish your conversations and take your seats, we're going to start right on time in about 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please take your seats so we can begin the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's get seated so we can begin the next session.
Thank you for being timely. Maybe my avocation should be the ministry, because we got everybody in the front rows and we're on time, and you did quiet meditation to start. I think we're good. Would someone find Dr. Fang for me, please? Okay, we're going to go ahead with our program with a really amazing speaker, and everyone was very impressed that we were able to get John Chen to come to Berkeley. Dr. Chen is very well known for his work in traditional Chinese medicine and herbology as both a TCM practitioner and as a pharmacist. So another example of integration. I asked him last night, where did he begin? And he started with the medicine practice and then went to pharmacy school. So he brings a wealth of information to us. You see in his bio all the work that he's done, and is currently founded the Evergreen Herb Company down in Southern California. So we're very fortunate to have him, and I hope to keep him as part of our partnership as we go forward. Dr. Chen. It's this, and whatever is here is what's on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Charlene. Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Emmy Mateki and Alex Fang for inviting me to the conference. I'm having a great time, meeting new friends, catching up with old friends, and also learning quite a bit from our speakers this morning. So again, thank you for having me. My topic today for today's presentation is safety of herb-drug interactions. And this is a topic that I have actually been teaching for quite some time, probably going back 30 years or so. So if you would let me tell you a little story before I begin. So what happened was I went to acupuncture school in the 80s and then pharmacy school in the 90s. And when I first started practicing, it was quite interesting because I remember practicing in retail pharmacy. Back then it was Payless and Thrifty Pharmacy. The patients that come in to pick up the drugs or patients that come to the pharmacy actually ask me about herb questions. They would ask me about St. John's wort, about valerian root and whether it's the same or different with Valium, and all other supplement questions. And in the beginning, I wasn't sure why. Why were they asking me about all these supplement questions? And as it turned out, what happened was my coworkers, the other pharmacists and technicians, knew that I was also an acupuncturist. So whenever there were questions about all these other supplements, they would automatically direct the patient's questions to me. Okay, and the reason, of course, is because when I went through pharmacy school, we basically got 1 hour of education on dietary supplement, and that was it. Okay, so as I work as a pharmacist, I find myself answering more questions about herbs than I do about drugs. And then every once in a while, I will have a get-together with my acupuncture friends, TCM practitioners. And what I found out was they have a big dilemma. And the dilemma is 30 years ago, Chinese medicine was quite literally the alternative medicine. So most of the patients have gone to medical doctors, got their diagnosis, take the drugs. And if they were not very happy with it, they would seek out second opinion. And a lot of time it could be the acupuncturist or the herbalist. And inevitably, then what happened is, as the TCM practitioners see the patient, evaluate the signs and symptoms, determine a diagnosis, and then the final step, of course, is to give the patient the herbal prescription. The question then came, well, are these herbs compatible with the drugs? And none of my colleagues know what to do. They don't know how to answer this question. So they asked me to give them a little talk about herb-drug interaction. So 30 years ago, that's how this class was originally started. And back then, what happened was I did a lot of research, but at the time, there was really very little information. So there was a lot of theories, there was a lot of hypothetical situations, but really no case studies or there's no organized information. So then, as time goes on, I find myself doing more research and more teaching. And what I found myself doing was I ended up teaching Western pharmacology at many of the TCM schools. And I find myself teaching herbology at some of the pharmacy schools and also medical schools. And that was quite interesting. Okay, and I remember when I teach at pharmacy school or some of the medical school, I had to purposely restrain myself not to use terms like yin and yang and qi, because whenever I do that, I would lose the audience. They would roll their eyes and they wouldn't pay attention to any more things I say. And then 30 years later, here I am listening to Dr. Freeney this morning talking about using acupuncture to treat qi and blood stagnation. So that was quite an OMG moment for me. All right, so here we are, learning and talking about herb-drug interactions. And I think this is important because obviously the most important thing we want to do is to help the patient, and we don't want them to have any adverse reactions or side effects as much as possible. So while herb-drug interaction is still a relatively new science, there is actually quite a bit of material that we can go through, and that's what I'll do today. Go through some of the fundamentals of herb-drug interaction, as well as giving you some specific examples, or perhaps times when drug and herb should not be used together, or general precautions that we can use to recognize and also prevent the herb-drug interactions. Okay. This is a general statistics that about 80% of the world population uses some type of complementary and alternative medicine. Okay, so patients are out there, trying to find out what is best for their own personal care. Obviously, Western medicine plays a big role, but complementary and alternative medicine also play a big role. So a lot of people are taking herbs, taking supplements, and so on. Unfortunately, even though both sides, Western medicine and complementary medicine, are coming together, I think there is still a big gap, probably the size of Grand Canyon, that we had to fill, okay, before we can really work together side by side to help the patients. Okay, so I think today is one of the first steps. And this is another article that I found, which is quite suitable for today's theme, and that is the understanding of the relevance of herb-drug interaction. And this is what they call a prerequisite for integrated medicine. So that's what we are trying to do. So as we prescribe herb, as we prescribe drugs, we need to find out how to use both of them so we get the most effect and minimal side effect, if at all possible. Okay. Overall, the concept of herb-drug interaction is really based on these two main concepts. One is pharmacokinetic interaction, and the other one is pharmacodynamic interactions. So anyone who has had pharmacology should be familiar with these two principles. So pharmacokinetic is obviously how the medicine, or molecules, go into and out of our body as they travel through with absorption, then metabolism, distribution, and finally elimination. So within this natural pathway, if any interaction were to occur to affect the absorption, to speed up or slow down the metabolism or elimination, then this would be considered a pharmacokinetic interaction. So within the drug world, this is generally fairly well documented. But within the drug and herb world, you have some information, but not a lot. Okay. Same with pharmacodynamic. So this is basically the mechanism of action for the drugs and also for the herbs. How do they work? Do they work on the cardiovascular system or respiratory system? Are they agonists? Are they antagonists? Do they work the same way, or do they cancel out the effect of each other's? So once again, drugs is well established. Herb and herb is also well established. So within the traditional Chinese medicine, they are examples of herb that can be added together for synergy. So this is called a pair herb, or yao dui. So we purposely put the herbs together because the idea is it's 1 + 1 = 3 or 4. You get much more bang for the buck. Okay, and they are also examples of antagonism. So antagonism can be used to the benefit if it's a case of using one herb to cancel out the side effect of another herb. So we do that quite a bit as well. So as the two sides come together, we also want to try to maximize this as well, where we can perhaps use herb as a complement to alleviate the side effect of drugs, okay, but not to use herbs that cancel out the therapeutic effect of the drugs. Okay, so if you have a basic understanding of pharmacokinetic and also pharmacodynamic, and then if you go one step further, where if you are a Western medicine practitioner, start to learn a little bit more about the herbs, then this concept of herb-drug interaction won't be so foreign. And similarly, if you are a TCM practitioner, obviously we learn about herbs, and in TCM, about 1/3 of our curriculum, 1/3 of our education is actually in Western medicine. So TCM practitioners do have one course in Western pharmacology and then internal medicine as well. As TCM practitioners learn more in depth about the drugs, this concept of drug interaction is also not that difficult. Okay, so basically, you just need to break the initial barrier, start learning one herb at a time, one drug at a time, and then before you know it, you'll know some of the most important interactions to recognize and also to avoid. All right, so here are some specific examples. The first one is going to be with absorption. What happened with absorption is because most of the patients take their drugs by mouth, take their medicine by mouth, whether it's drug or herb. So this is an area where most of the interaction will likely occur, but then fortunately, most of the interactions are going to be relatively minor. Okay, so theoretically they will interact, but clinically you will probably not see too much significance. How absorption interact is basically through these four main pathways. One is binding in the GI tract, one is change of the stomach pH, one is change of intestinal motility, and last is change in the enzymes or normal floras. So basically, if the normal digestive system is affected in some way, then the patient may not be able to absorb the drug or the herb in a same predictable pattern. And here are some examples. The first one is with binding in the GI tract. So these are 4 drugs: cholestyramine, cholestyramine, estemabide, and also orlistat. These are drugs primarily prescribed for patients who have high cholesterol, obesity. And the idea or the mechanism of action is that these drugs will bind to the food, decrease the absorption of the food, the fat, the grease and stuff, and therefore to reduce the cholesterol and reduce the obesity. And I remember as a pharmacist, we are required to consult with the patient on what drug they take. I would joke around with some of the patients that I know a little bit better. And what I would tell them is, do you realize what you're actually doing? You're eating spending money on these foods, and you're spending money on these drugs. And in essence, they bind to each other, and all you end up with is expensive feces, and you're literally flushing money down the toilet. And I say that because a lot of patients, unfortunately, have the mentality or the attitude that they just want to take a pill that magically solves their problem. They don't want to change their diet. They don't want to change their exercise habits. They don't want to change their lifestyle. They want to do everything that they have been doing and have a pill solve all their problems. So I joke around this with the patient, hoping that they will see what they are doing and perhaps take a step toward changing their diet and their lifestyle. And here is an example of orlistat, basically binding to other drugs and affecting the absorption. So orlistat interferes with the absorption of many drugs, including warfarin, amiodarone, cyclosporin, thyroxines, and so on, and also as well as fat-soluble vitamins. So as a pharmacist, what I would tell the patient is, if the patient is taking any of those 4 drugs, I tell them to take it at least 2 hours apart from any of their other medications, but take the drugs right after meals, because the idea is these drugs are supposed to bind to the fatty component of the food, but you don't want them to bind to the drugs. And then at the same time, obviously, the patient is also taking herbal medicine. You want them to take these binding drugs, once again, at least 2 hours away from any other things that you want them to have normal absorption. Okay? And this concept of binding is also true in Chinese herbal medicine. The history of China is that it has always been a country with too many people and not enough food to feed all the people. So what happened is we grew up with the idea that any food that's fatty or greasy is good. It tastes good, it's good for you, because it's a rare treat to be able to eat meat, even when I was growing up. So Chinese food, Chinese restaurants tend to be more greasy in nature. So what happened as we eat the greasy food, of course, is you feel very tired and heavy after meals. So in the process, we also drink a lot of tea, whether that's green tea, black tea, or oolong tea. And what happened is tea also has a very strong binding effect. So all the fat that's in the mouth, in the tongue, in the throat, and so in the digestive system, by drinking tea after a heavy, oily, greasy meal, it helps to bind it, scrape it, and flush it out of the digestive tract. So it makes you feel more refreshed. But what we also realize is tea has side effect. So if the patient historically is taking herbal medicine, we tell them to take it with water, and we tell them not to take it with tea, because tea would also bind to the herbal medicine and therefore decrease the absorption of the herbal medicine. Okay, so similarly, if you have a patient that take prescription drugs, you should also tell them to not take the prescription drug with tea as well, because that would also have a chance of binding to the drug and decreasing the absorption of the drugs. Okay, and in this case, we are referring basically to the Camellia sinensis tea, which is green tea, oolong tea, black tea, and also pu'er tea. If you have other tea, if it's chamomile, if it's ginger, those are perfectly fine. Those tea do not have binding effect. It's specifically these 4 types. Okay, and here's an example of tea binding to the drug Naldolol to reduce the Cmax, which is the maximum concentration, and AUC, which is the area under the curve. So this is an example of the tea binding to the drug and reducing the absorption of the drugs. Okay, so overall, like I mentioned, absorption interaction is something that's quite common, but generally speaking, not very significant. But nonetheless, if the patient is going to go through the trouble of seeing a doctor, getting the medicine, we want it to be absorbed in the normal fashion as much as possible. Okay, so don't take it at the same time with tea, and don't take it at the same time with a binding type of cholesterol or obesity drugs. Okay, and then as the medicine is absorbed from the digestive system into the blood, they are then distributed to many different parts of the body, or specifically the disease area, to carry out their therapeutic effect. Okay, fortunately, there are very few examples of distribution interaction. And the reason is because for distribution interaction to be a clinical concern, you need 2 factors to occur together. One is the drug needs to have a very narrow safety index. So maybe drugs like Coumadin, it's a very significant, serious drug that has to be within a very narrow safety index. And the other one is it has to have a very high protein binding. So as far as drug is concerned, really the 2 drugs that have distribution interaction is Coumadin and maybe phenytoin. As far as herb, I'm not aware of any herbs that will cause distribution interaction with Coumadin or phenytoin. Interaction may occur, but it's going to be through other mechanism. Primarily, it's going to be pharmacodynamic interaction, where some Chinese herbs, in fact, have effect to move the blood. They have anticoagulant or antiplatelet effect. So if anything is going to interact with Coumadin, it will be those herbs with similar pharmacological effect, but not through distribution itself. Okay. Metabolism interaction is going to be more common, and this is where the cytochrome P450 enzyme take place. So in the body, cytochrome P450 is the primary pathway in which the drug and herb are metabolized. And there are some drugs, and there are also some herbs that will affect this metabolic rate. So as some of these drug and herb increase the metabolic rate, you will then have a lower concentration of these other drugs and lower concentration of herbs. And then beyond that, the effect will be decreased, so you're not going to get the desired therapeutic effect. Some of the examples of drugs that increase the metabolic rate include anticonvulsants, phenytoin, carbamazepine, and barbiturates, steroids like dexamethasone, prednisone, antibiotics, and also others, alcohol, nicotine, cigarette smoking, and also St. John's wort. Okay, so what that means is if the patient is on any of these substances, it's possible that they will increase the metabolism of other drugs and herbs, and therefore decrease their concentration and effectiveness. And from an herb perspective, once again, St. John's wort is listed first, and St. John's wort is both a Western herb and also a Chinese herb. As a Chinese herb, the origin is generally used to clear heat, and by heat, it's generally referring to some type of infection or inflammation. And St. John's wort in Europe, its origin is actually also to treat infection as well. It's more recently that most of the use is focused on use of the herb as antidepressants. All right, so what they have found is that St. John's wort has also been shown to induce the cytochrome 450 system to increase the metabolism, reduce the plasma concentration, and the effect of many drugs, including cyclosporin, birth control hormones, theophylline, digoxin, and others, right? So obviously, these drugs are quite significant. If they are going to be prescribed, you want them to do what they are intended to do. So this would be a case where it's important as pharmacists, as CCM practitioner, to ask the patient, what other drugs are you taking? What other supplements are you taking? Because if they are taking St. John's wort from over the counter, and remember, a lot of patients take supplements and they are afraid to tell their physicians because some physicians may be more open, others may or may not be. So it's important to make sure we have a complete record of all the things they are taking, whether it's drugs, supplement, Chinese herbs, and so on. Because in this case, the interaction between St. John's wort, and let's say the patient is taking birth control pills, you could make the birth control pills less effective, and they could end up getting pregnant instead. So that's obviously a situation we want to avoid. Okay, the opposite to the enzyme induction is the enzyme inhibition. So once again, there are a list of drug and herb that will inhibit the cytochrome P450, therefore decrease the metabolism of drugs, increase the concentration, and therefore increase the effect of these other drugs and herbs. These drugs include antifungal drugs, antibiotic drugs, anti-ulcer drugs, okay, and also grapefruit, and also grapefruit juice, okay? And from the herb perspective, there are also quite a few Chinese herbs. There's jianghuang, which is curcuma. There's xinyi magnolia flower, and so on, okay? And out of this list, the one you're gonna see the most is probably curcuma, or its main active ingredient, which is curcumin. And curcumin is actually used quite a bit OTC. If you go online, if you go on Amazon or any other websites, you actually see quite a bit of curcumin products over the counter. It comes from curcuma, it comes from turmeric. So basically, curcumin is used as a supplement primarily for its anti-inflammatory and also its antioxidant effect. What also happens is when a supplement is sold over the counter, usually the approach is they take one active compound, they isolate it, they extract it to the maximum concentration, and they put it into a product. My personal philosophy is that once you do that, you're actually moving away from herbal medicine, and this is more similar to a pharmaceutical medicine. Because in herbal medicine, generally speaking, you use either one herb or use one herbal formula. So you really have many ingredients in play, many different compounds. And once you isolate and make it into one compound, it's more similar to the pharmaceutical approach. And there are obviously pros and cons to both. If you identify the right compound and use it at a very large concentration, obviously the effect and potential side effect will be stronger. So you are not necessarily able to extrapolate what you see in one compound back to the herbs or vice versa, okay, because it's really not the same. Anyways, what they have found is that co-administration of curcumin in animal subjects have been shown to inhibit the liver metabolism. And once the liver metabolism slows down, you will then have higher concentration, higher area under the curve for three main drugs. One is rosuvastatin, so that's a statin cholesterol medication, docetaxel, and also tacrolimus. Okay, so once again, this could be a significant interaction because the use of curcumin will then contribute to higher concentration, higher effect of these drugs. And higher effect doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. It could then increase the side effect of these drugs. And that's obviously not what we want. Okay, so once again, it's important to recognize these interactions and take steps toward preventing them or avoiding them altogether. Okay, and like I mentioned, these are studies done in one compound at a high dose in animal studies, not necessarily something you can extrapolate to the humans. So this is something we need to keep an eye on carefully, and then basically continue to see as new information becomes available. Okay, and the last step of the pharmacokinetic is kinetic interaction is elimination. So as the medicine is absorbed, distributed, carry out their therapeutic effect, finally metabolized and eliminated, that sometimes it depends on whether the renal function is proper, whether interaction would occur. And fortunately, our renal function is quite robust. Okay, so in most cases, there is not going to be an issue with drug-herb interaction. With probably the exception, if the patient has one kidney, if the patient is renal compromised, if they're on dialysis, then what happens is whatever they take in will likely accumulate and sit in their body for an extended period of time. So usually under those circumstances, the TCM practitioner or CAM practitioner needs to be aware of that and avoid using herbs that may have a more narrow safety index or more likely to cause adverse reactions. All right, so that's the first part about the pharmacokinetic interaction. Pharmacodynamic interaction is going to require a little bit more in-depth understanding on both sides. So Western medicine practitioners need to learn a little bit more about the herb, what they do historically, and also what their pharmacological effects are. And TCM practitioners also need to do the same thing. So as far as TCM practitioner is concerned, it's not enough to learn, whether a drug is a drug for hypertension or diabetes. They need to learn, what category it's in and how it works, right? So what I usually tell them is, well, if the patient is taking an antihypertensive drugs, you need to go one step further and see whether this is a calcium channel blocker, a diuretic, an alpha blocker, beta blocker, ACE inhibitors, and so on, because some may interact with Chinese herb, but not others, okay? So if the TCM practitioner is going to prescribe a formula that regulates the flow of water, okay, then they have to be careful if the patient is on diuretic, but not so much if they are on alpha blocker or beta blockers, even though they are under the umbrella of antihypertensive drugs. So like I said, this is where we have to pay attention to synergy, antagonism, and also potentially complementary interactions. Okay, I think one of the more common and also one of the more potentially serious interaction is the one for treating blood clots. So in Western medicine, these drugs are generally considered as thrombolytics, anticoagulant, or antiplatelet type of drugs. Okay, so the mechanism obviously are quite different, but in the end, they help to prevent or treat the blood clots. And in Chinese medicine, these herbs are generally described as herbs that promote blood circulation, that eliminate blood stasis. And most of the interactions that have been documented are ones that focus on two main things. One is either Dansen, which is Radix or Rhizoma salvia, or Dangui, which is Radix angelica sinensis. So Dansen salvia historically has not been used a lot, but these days have been used quite a bit. I think one of the main reasons is we all have a more sedentary lifestyle. Okay, so we are all at higher risk of having some type of cardiovascular disease. So what happened in China now is this herb is used quite a bit, mostly to help to improve blood circulation, to thin out the blood, and also to prevent and treat coronary artery disease. Okay, they use this herb as oral decoction or oral pills, but they also use this quite a bit as IV drips. And in fact, I was quite surprised. The first time I went to China was after I finished my TCM study, and that was in probably 1988 or 89. And I went to China, I went to Beijing, and I studied at Guang'anmen Hospital. And I remember I was seeing patients in outpatient settings and also in the hospitals. And that was the first time I saw a doctor's note that says Huang Qi astragalus via IV drip. And I just about fell off my chair because I never thought those two words would come together. So anyways, they do that quite a bit now, not just for treating cardiovascular disorder, but also for many other things as well. So like I said, Dansen is a very important herb in Chinese pharmacopoeia, and it's used quite a bit today, but not in the past. But Dangui angelica sinensis, in contrast, has always been an herb that's used a lot, regardless of how far back you go. And Dangui angelica sinensis is an herb primarily used to tonify blood or nourish blood. So basically to increase the production of blood. And at the same time, it has a mild effect to also help with circulation of blood as well. Because we want to produce the blood, we also want it to move. That way, it doesn't cause stagnation type of problem. It's like the flow of water in the river. You don't want the river to become stagnant because then it creates problem. You want it to flow properly. So then what happened is in the last no less than 10 or 15 years, most of the interaction focus on if you put these two herbs, Dansen, Salvia, or Dangui angelica sinensis with Coumadin, what happens, or warfarin. And what they generally are able to show is that when you combine those two together, you have an increase in Cmax, which is maximum concentration. You have increase in concentration throughout the life of the drugs, and also total area under the curve. So there is definitely some synergy that occur when warfarin is taken with salvia or with angelica sinensis. Okay, I want to go one step further, and this is the example I will use is hirudo or suizhi. I grew up in Taiwan, and many of my uncles and relatives, they were farmers. So I remember on weekends I would go play in the farm, and every once in a while I would come back with this black thing that are on my feet. And when I was a kid, I didn't know what it was, but I remember my uncle would get a lighter and burn the leech so it would fall off. And later on, I learned that obviously leech suck the blood out of the hose, and that's how they feed, that's how they survive. And in the process, even though we try our best to stop bleeding, whatever we as humans do basically is no match for the leech, because while they are sucking out the blood, they simultaneously produce saliva that is probably the most powerful anticoagulant in the whole world. So as much as we try to have clotting cascade or platelets to stop bleeding, none of it work against the leech saliva. And I remember about 10, 15 years ago, as I went to a pharmacy CEU, I learned there was a new drug called Reflutin. Oops. And guess what? Reflutin. Are you able to see the picture of Reflutin and Hirutin? Oh, I did? Okay. So I learned that there was a new drug at the time called Reflutin, and basically, if you read the history of the drug, it in fact came from natural sources. So it actually came from leech. And there's also another version that's an oral medication called Hirutin, and that's in Japan. Okay, so both Reflutin and Hirutin are anticoagulant drugs that came from an herb called, or animal called suizhi or leech. Okay, so if you read further, then basically what it tells you is that be very careful using these drugs along with other anticoagulant, antiplatelet drugs. And then, obviously, if we are integrative medicine practitioner, we need to exercise the same caution, because leech in Chinese medicine is generally regarded as the most potent herb that, and the term we use is to break the blood stasis. Okay, so break, you can imagine, is to resolve, to dissolve. And blood stasis in Chinese medicine is most likely thrombus or embolus. Okay, so in Western medicine, you need to be careful if you combine the two. Basically, leech would be the strongest. Dangui angelica sinensis would probably be the mildest. And everything else you saw there is somewhere in between. Okay, so there is some documented risk with Coumadin, with warfarin. But with everything else, even though there is not documented cases that I have seen, but pharmacodynamically speaking, there's a chance that based on how the herb work and how the drug work, they can have synergy with each others. Okay, so this is an area where I think practitioners and patients all have to be very careful, so you don't have patient end up with profuse bleeding, and we don't know why that happened. Okay, this next is an example of possible synergy or antagonism. It depends on how you interpret it. All right, so these are some examples of drugs that are commonly prescribed for asthmatic patients. So you have the bronchodilators, such as beta agonists, albuterol, epinephrine, and so on. And obviously a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs, corticosteroids, mast cell stabilizer, leukotriene inhibitors, and so on. Okay, so these are used for acute chronic treatment of asthmas. And in Chinese medicine, one of the most important herbs for treating asthma is an herb called ma huang, or Herba ephedra. Okay, so this is an herb that is described in Chinese medicine to direct the lung qi downwards. All right, so instead of having wheezing and dyspnea and shortness of breath, this herb will dilate the lung and bring qi or enable the patient to breathe in downwards. Unfortunately, what happened is this herb has been abused quite a bit as a weight loss because of its stimulant effect. So the legal status of this herb depends on who you ask. Some will say it's no longer available, others still find a way to use it. In any case, many of the main active ingredients of ephedra are the ephedrine alkaloids. So you have ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, norepinephrine, and so on. And obviously, these active ingredients are used in both prescription drug and over-the-counter drugs. Okay, and if you were to look up interaction, it will tell you pseudoephedrine will interact with quite a few other medications, including 181 medications, 1 alcohol, and disease interactions. Okay, so if you are a TCM practitioner, assuming if you still have ma huang available, then when these herbs are prescribed, TCM practitioner needs to be very careful using it, especially for patients with hypertension, patients with metabolic disorder, patients have seizure and epilepsy disorders, patients that may have insomnia, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's not enough as a TCM practitioner to just know that ma huang directs lung qi downwards. You need to know that it's a very strong stimulant herb for the cardiovascular system, for the central nervous system, for the metabolic system, and so on, in order to recognize and prevent such interactions. Okay, so obviously, if the patient is taking beta blockers or alpha blockers, ma huang should not be prescribed because they are antagonizing each other and they cancel out the effect of each other's. All right, and then this one last example that I will share with you, I will call it as a complementary interaction. Okay, meaning we are able to get the best out of both worlds. You know, the drug is able to do what it's supposed to do, and the herb is able to help in the same process. Okay, this is a Chinese herbal formula called Huang Qin Tang, and that translates to Scutellaria decoction. So Huang Qin, the first ingredient, is also the name of the formula. And this formula has 4 main ingredients. The first one is Huang Qin Scutellaria, and this is an herb in Chinese medicine we describe to clear damp heat. So think of damp as, you know, hot summer days in New York. You feel very heavy and bogged down and not wanting to move. So damp, in a way, in Chinese medicine, describe a more localized problem. Okay, and then heat generally describes the hotness of the disease. So a lot of time, the infectious disease, inflammatory disease, metabolic disease are all characterized as a hot disease. So in this case, Huang Qin is a great herb to treat damp heat, especially in the lung, so for lung infection and inflammation, and also in the digestive tract. Okay, so patients that have traveler's diarrhea, dysentery, and so on, this is a great herbal antibiotic for treating digestive infections and inflammations. And then you have 3 other herbs. One is Bai Sao, Radix peony, commonly known as white peony, Gan Cao, glycyrrhiza or licorice, and Da Cao, jujube or dates. These 3 herbs are what we call as nourishing herb or tonic herbs. So white peony is a herb that nourishes the yin, and then Gan Cao and Da Cao, licorice and jujube are the ones that tonify the qi. And I'll come back to this a little bit later as we put all this information together. But overall, it's a great formula for treating damp heat dysentery, so basically infection and inflammation conditions affecting the digestive tract. And what's interesting about this formula is actually quite old. You know, the history goes back about 1,800 years. And honestly, if you are a TCM practitioner, you study about this formula at school, but you don't necessarily use it a lot. But somehow I believe this formula is going to be the most famous Chinese herbal formula in the US, if not the world. And the reason is because how often do you read about Chinese herbal formula in Wall Street Journal? Probably not very often. So I remember when I first saw this, I was quite shocked. Oh my God, why is Wall Street Journal reporting about Chinese herbal medicine? Obviously, you have to take a deeper look. And as it turned out, what happened is, this picture is Dr. Cheng at Yale, and he was doing a clinical study on this formula, Huang Qin Tang Scutellaria decoction, basically to see how well the herbal formula will work to treat adverse reactions associated with chemotherapy, because obviously chemotherapy are very powerful, but they also have a lot of adverse reactions. And some of the most common are going to be the gastrointestinal adverse reactions: nausea, vomiting, lack of appetite, inflammation, and so on. Okay, so that was the original aim of this formula and this study. Okay, so they were able to get it off the starting block and begin to do phase 1 and later on phase 2 studies. And I'm going to show you some studies that have been published, but the main idea is, number one, they want to see if the herbal formula is going to be effective to reduce the adverse reaction associated with chemotherapy, mainly GI. But what they also found is that not only does it reduce the side effect of the GI associated with chemotherapy, they have also found that the herb, in fact, will have at least an additive effect, if not a synergistic anti-cancer effect, along with the drugs. Okay, so these are some of the highlights. That the code name or the abbreviated name for this is PHY-906, right? PHY-906 protected against weight loss associated with irinotecan treatment. In the presence of this formula, mice were able to tolerate otherwise lethal doses of the drug, significantly improve anti-tumor effect and the overall survival. Okay, and there's no increased toxicity when the drug and herb were used together. Okay, so they observed something even better in that the herbs help to reduce the side effect, improve the drug effect, and with no increase in toxicity or side effect. And then they were able to proceed to a phase 2 study. And they are, in this case, once again, using the herb to help to alleviate the side effect of drugs for treating hepatocellular carcinoma, and also for drug sorafenib. Okay, so once again, they found this herbal formula to enhance the body's immune response to fight cancer and increase the anti-tumor effect of the drug, to protect and repair the gastrointestinal tract by reducing inflammation and promoting cell tissue regeneration. Okay, so basically they are able to narrow down the pharmacological effect of this formula into two main things. The first is the anti-inflammatory effect. They found the compounds in the herb to inhibit the nuclear factor kappa B, cyclooxygenase, nitric oxide, and so on. And at the same time, the formula helped to restore the intestinal epithelium by promoting the regeneration of the intestinal stem cells. Okay, so if you were to go back to how this formula is constructed, right? So Huang Qintang Scutellaria decoction uses the first herb, Scutellaria, to clear DAMP. So once again, this is similar to a Western description of having anti-infective and also anti-inflammatory effect. The next herb is white peony or baisao, and this herb is described as an herb that nourishes yin. And I would say in this case, think of yin and yang this way. Okay, so think of yin as the anatomy, as the form of the body, and think of yang and qi as the function or physiology of the body. So yin and yang basically is not that different from the anatomy and physiology, the form and functions of the body. So when we use herb that tonify blood or nourish yin, basically was trying to rebuild the organs, the tissues of the body, the actual substance, the actual form. So maybe if the patient has some type of disease, let's say autoimmune disease, in which the immune system actually start to damage, to eat away certain tissues or organs of the body. So that in TCM is interpreted as yin deficiency. So if we are using herb to treat these type of conditions, we would have some herb that tonify yin and nourish blood. But at the same time, the immune system is hyperactive. It's acting, it's destroying many parts of the body. So that function would then be described as yang, too much yang qi, too much heat. Okay, so the last part of here is that you have two other herbs, gancao and dacao, which is licorice and jujube. So these are literally just food-grade type of herbs. We consume them quite a bit as food. We also use them as Chinese herbs, so they tonify qi. So in this case, what they do is once we use herb to nourish in, to restore the form, we also use herb to help to improve the function of these organs. So ideally, we want our anatomy and physiology to be balanced so they can carry out their normal functions. Okay, so another way to think of this, and I'll use this to sum up the talk, is that I think in Western medicine, we do a great job to treat the disease by using the drugs that have great effect as antagonists, as inhibitors, as suppressors. But in Chinese medicine, we focus on treating the patient that has a disease by using herbs that tonify, that nourish, that strengthen. So we help the body to help itself. Okay, I think both are very important. And as we treat patients, there are times when we need to treat the disease first. There are times when we need to help with the patient so they can help themselves. So in the end, Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine at one point may be separated by Grand Canyon, okay? But we are here helping to build a bridge so we can communicate with each other better, and in the process, helping the patients better. And if you're interested, this is some of the main places where I get information from. NIH, US Pharmacopoeia, and also PubMed.
So we have a few minutes. We'll entertain some questions if there are any online or any in the room for Dr. Chen. Emma.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Chen, for your wonderful lecture. I have 3 questions. I hope it's not too much for you. Okay. So the first question is how did you carry out experiments or simulations to verify or test these interactions?
Most of the information that I present today start out as theoretical. And if you go back 30 years ago, that's all there was. And today, most of it is going to be through medical literatures. So textbooks, articles that are published, or articles that are in Medline. Okay, so if you do a deep dive, there are actually a lot of information that are available today for you to learn and study from. Okay, so they are basically reported by practitioners, by doctors, and so on, or there are organizations that do these type of studies. And when they do these type of studies, generally speaking, a lot of it is going to be in laboratory animals, but in some cases, you also have some human volunteers that will do these studies.
And my second question is, since there are so many almost endless, countless ingredients of drugs and Chinese medicines, so herbs. So, do you know, is there a way to carry out high throughput, like experiments or researches to test these herb and drug interactions? To make the research more fast and efficient.
The research in this area, I think, is going to be quite tough, and it's not so much the medical part. I think it's the incentive part, because this is something that, unfortunately, you're going to have a very difficult time finding funds to do such research, and also finding volunteers who will be willing to participate in this type of research. Because generally speaking, for people to do these studies, they want to have some type of financial incentive, so maybe for approval of the drug and so on. But interaction, there's really no financial incentive. So unless you have government fund or donation, you're not going to have enough money to do research. And at the same time, would you like to volunteer yourself for research on drug and herb if there's a serious consequence? So you're also going to have a very hard time. So like I said, most of the time, you have laboratory studies, that's one, or maybe you have case reports. So maybe you have, let's say, one patient that was taken warfarin and is stabilized on warfarin, okay, which is a blood thinner. And then sometime later, this patient started to take some supplements or some herbs or some other thing, and all of a sudden they notice that the coumadin level is off and the patient starts to bleed a lot more, or vice versa. So it could be a case study like that. that they start to look into, and there's no other factor, no other variable other than this one. So that could potentially be an interaction. So unfortunately, that's how we will mostly learn how interactions occur, what herb, what drug, and so on. And the complexity, I agree, is very challenging. If you have a patient that comes in with 15 drugs and is taking 2 or 3 herbal formula, that adds up to be 25 or 30 herbs. There is no way to say with significant certainty whether interaction will or will not occur. So this is a very early stage of the study of herb-drug interaction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So my third question, sorry, the last one. My third question is, since I think this kind of research is quite important and very helpful for the safety of the patients in clinical practice. So I wonder if there has already been a kind of nationwide or worldwide database of these herb-drug interactions, especially so it can share the knowledge, existing knowledge in, concerning the already verified and evidence-based discoveries in these areas, so that the doctors or other researchers can easily transform these, like scientific discoveries into clinical medication practice.
There are some database. Most of the database I'm aware of at this time focus on drugs and supplements or drugs and vitamins. There are some that also attempt to organize drugs and Chinese herbs. But when I saw the list of websites or database, unfortunately, they are not quite kept up to date, because this is something that requires a lot of work to compile, to keep up to date. So when I looked at it, I think they have great intention, but perhaps not enough funding or not enough people to carry it through. Because imagine, if you have curcumin that's listed to interact with certain drugs, which is one compound, and later on you might have quercetin or you may have some glycoside, then what happens is somebody needs to then go in and see, well, what are all the herbs that contain curcumin? What are all the herbs that contain this glycoside or that compound? And pretty soon it becomes a full-time job for at least one department group of people in order to make this a useful database. Okay, so I know there are a lot of people that are interested in doing this, but for me, I haven't come across one that I'm happy with, that I would recommend.
Hi, I'm Anita Marshall. I'm a long-term friend with Dr. Chen. And for answer, comment on your question there, actually Dr. John Chen's clinical manual, if you look at that, each individual drug explanation, that I tell my students to go there and look for drug and herb interactions. Every single herbal formula is an explanation of what are the ingredients, and there's cautions and side effects. That's where you go look for interactions. Excellent book, Dr. John Chen.
Oh, thank you.
And also his clinical, his books, his 2 textbooks. Excellent place.
Thank you for Thank you for a very excellent and clear presentation. Really appreciate it. Just like to emphasize the potency of Hirudin or leech spit when patients are clotting off their fingers in the ICU. We actually apply live leeches to their fingers because of the anticoagulant effect of the leech spit, the Hirudin, and that helps dissolve the clots and save the digits. So just to emphasize.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Chen.
Oh, yes.
We have one question online.
Okay.
Kimberly is asking, she says, great talk, Dr. Chen. Where can we get more information about drug-herb interaction since there are so many potential reactions?
Well, like I said, these are 3 sources that I use quite a bit. PubMed is probably the most useful. And once you go to PubMed and you type in the heading of herb-drug interaction, you will then have probably no less than 50 or 100 articles. So I would say information right now at this point in time is sort of scattered everywhere. Some of the article will focus on drug interaction with one substance. Some will focus on with one herbal formula. And there will be some that try to summarize everything. But I think at this time, there is not a single database, that enables you to put in all the drug in patient's profile and put in all the supplements and herbs in patient's profile, and then voila, magically tell you, whether there are interactions or not and how severe they are. But I think we will get to that point. We will definitely get to that point because I've been doing this for about 30 years, and when I first started, there was basically no article. There's no research on Chinese herb and their pharmacology and research and so on. And I think in the last five or 10 years, there's a significant change. You type in a Chinese herb. If you type in, for example, Huang Qin Tang Scutularia decoction, you will see many links, to learn additional information. So at some point in time, this database, I'm sure, will be compiled and maintained up to date. And then instead of giving you 500 interactions, we'll give you some that are actually clinically relevant, so you don't end up with paralysis by analysis, but end up with something that's actually useful. So I see that happening, I would say optimistically within the next 5 or 10 years max. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. That was great. Wonderful presentation, and certainly sets the foundation for one of ICM's future initiatives, which is to get herbal medicine into the hospital so that we can have some of the successes that we've had at in the Chinese hospitals. It's my deep pleasure right now to introduce our next speaker. And I'm in love with him because he let me move him all over the schedule, the agenda, several times. And he has remained, although he might not call himself a Taoist, I think. Move the slides. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Small is a treasure. And as you heard, he's a physician, wandered to Oakland, California from Detroit, did his residency at Highland Hospital, and he was with the first group of American physicians who went to China in 1972 and brought back a passion for really integrative medicine. And one of the things Dr. Fang didn't say when he talked about his work with Dr. Ellis and Dr. Small is that not only did they translate the Chinese classics into English and teach each other, they practiced acupuncture on each other, and that's how they learned. So a very innovative man, a very rich man in his heart, has always given to the community. And you can see by the organizations he's founded and his community clinics, he gives his all, but in an integrative way. For that reason, the board would like to give you this little memento, Dr. Small, in recognition of distinguished lifetime service, Talbert Small, MD, integrative medicine pioneer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So you just push this one, or do you want someone to push for you?
I'll push.
Okay. And then the one you're speaking to on the left is what's on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. People ask, how did I, a kid from Mississippi, get involved in going to China and doing acupuncture? This is a poem I wrote in 1974 to combat medical imperialism. Western doctors told me that acupuncture was due to the Chinese, they could stand pain more than we could, or that it was due to hypnotism. And when I came back from China, I remember talking to a bunch of doctors, and I had them all do Hoku, and they all felt the qi, the numbness, the tension, and swelling, and the soreness. Then I showed them a picture of an animal getting acupuncture. And I said, I guess the animal is being hypnotized. Anyway, this is a poem I wrote to combat medical imperialism, which we still have today. Phantom horse, winging its path through the sky, showering light upon the east, though masked from the west by cultural clouds of doubt. Yes, Westerners, cut away your cultural shrouds. Investigate the new changes. Don't ignore them. Now, how did I happen to go to China? Well, I worked with the Black Panthers. This is a picture of us, our group on our group at the Great Wall. There were actually 20 of us. 10 of us were members of the Black Panther Party. 10 of us were community organizers, like Ed Sue, who designed the Pacific Asian building in Chinatown, was with us. Ellen Brodsky, who was one of Charles Gary's law partners, was with us. Marion Cherry was a teacher who was with us. Marie Branch, who was a nurse RN who designed the community clinic in Venice and ran the Los Angeles Black Panther chapter, was with us. Without being a member of the Black Panther Party, I would have never got, well, I wasn't a member actually, but about working with the Black Panther Party, I never got involved with acupuncture. In 1970, David Hilliard asked me, do you want to go to China? I said, yeah, I want to go to China. Apparently, when Huey Newton was over there, he met Sharon Lau and Mao's wife and asked them to send a delegation to China. And that's how we got involved. We were actually supposed to go before Nixon, but our government didn't want us there at the same time. When Elaine Brown and Masai Hewitt went to Canada to get our visas, they wouldn't let her into Canada. And we had arranged to fly through Vancouver and not go through customs. Of course, when we arrived in Vancouver, they told us that we had to go through customs, that we had no rights in Canada, and they were going to kick us all out. Ellen Brodsky threatened to sue the airlines, so the airlines said, okay, we'll take you back to Seattle and we'll fly you to Hong Kong. Fortunately, we couldn't get to Hong Kong after 12, so they put us up at the Hilton Hotel at night. This is another picture of us at the Forbidden City. You see Marie Branch to the right of me. You see Mr. Gao, who is one of our translators. I get actually standing next to Marie Branch. Acupuncture has been around for over 3,000 years. You know, integrative medicine is the people's medicine. It's organized by the people. And like the Mayans, they did acupuncture. They used the needles from cactus, and they used fish bones, and they actually had a form of looking at the pulse and the tongue. So so acupuncture was unique. This statue I'm showing is a bronze figure from 1443 AD. Acupuncture, as most of you know, has been around for 3,000 years. In the ancient tombs, one would find stone acupuncture needles, which of course gave way to bone, bamboo, and final copper, iron, and silver needles. In a dictionary of characters compiled during the Han Dynasty, 206 BC to 220 BC, defines peen as the curing of disease by prickling with a stone. The earliest record of an effective acupuncture cure is found in the biographies of Peen Chu and Sung Kang in historical records written 2,000 years ago. This book recorded that Peen Church of the Warrens period used acupuncture to revive a dying patient. This is interesting. You see, the blue one is an acupuncture textbook published in China. The yellow one is a translation. I was working at the George Jackson Free Clinic, and David Bacon asked me to review this book, and then he asked me to write the introduction for this book. This was actually the first book in Western language published on acupuncture. Unfortunately, it was never published. At the bottom you see a card. Acupuncture was illegal in China. I mean, in the United States. I traveled throughout West Oakland and North Oakland doing house calls on people, poor people, and doing acupuncture. This was thoroughly against the law. The law said you had to be a research acupuncturist. So when I was in Mexico, I had a student design these cards for me saying, physician, research acupuncture. My Mexican trip was quite interesting. I was doing acupuncture on the knee of Lola Cueto, who's a very famous artist. Her husband won the Abstract Sculpture Award in the Mexican Olympics in 1968. She was a friend of Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo. Anyway, there was a research scientist from Sweden there, and we were talking about the acupuncture. I showed him my articles. He said, oh, the people at the University of Mexico Medical School want to know about this. So actually, in 1974, I gave a lecture at the University of Mexico Medical School on the neurophysiological basis of acupuncture. These are two articles I wrote in 1974. When I came back from China, I really wanted to know how acupuncture worked. So I started reviewing all the literature of China. And when we were in China, we saw these operations at the Worker, Peasants, and Soldiers Hospital. We saw a patient getting a thoracotomy who was talking. We saw a patient getting a thyroidectomy who was talking, and they could make sure they wouldn't cut the recurrent nerve. And we saw a third operation. So we were all interested in acupuncture. When we got to Shanghai, we all bought these needles and machines. And the Chinese were afraid that we were going to hurt ourselves. So they had Dr. Wu, who was a traditional medical doctor, gave us several formal lectures on acupuncture, which is how I initially got involved. I don't want you to try to read this. I'll just explain it to you. I did some research on the neurophysiological base of acupuncture. They found out that there was actually blockage in the substantia gelatinosa of the spinal cord of inhibiting the pain fibers. You'll be stimulating the myelinated non-pain fibers, why the patient would feel numbness, distension, and swelling. And it would actually block the pain fibers. It would be like Jim Brown trying to run through the line and Butker stopping and blocking him. And they did some form of a dissecting electron microscopy. And they traced the nerves going from L5 to T1, and they found out that there were inhibitory synapses there. They used a form called dissecting microscope, which is basically like if you cut off the head of a snake, the tail would die, and that's how they dissected it. And they found it was not only going up and down the spinal cord, but was going across to the other side. And also, they found out that it was going to the trigeminal nerve in the face, which is why when you stimulate Hoku, it relieve a tension headache. They also found that it worked through the nervous system. If you tied off a blood vessel, it would still work. But if you block the area with lidocaine, it would not work. They also found that it did things like increasing alpha kappa tryptophan, which is a precursor of serotonin. And they found out that when they did acupuncture, this was elevated. They also found that bradykinin was increased. An interesting story. 25 years ago, I was doing acupuncture on a lady at Summit Hospital having a baby. I had to leave at 3 o'clock in the morning because I had to work the next day. So the nurses said, when I left, took the needles out. The minute they took the needles off, her blood pressure went up. Acupuncture can dilate the blood vessels, which it can lower the blood pressure. They also did studies that found out that it worked in the deeper muscles rather than superficial muscles. And they did studies using EEG. They found that the alpha wave, which is a slow wave, 8 to 12 cycles, which is used for relaxation sedation, they would do a study, and it was boom, boom, pain. Then they would do the acupuncture, and the alpha waves would come out. And they found out that certain frequencies would do it. If you did a lower frequency, it would work. If you did a higher frequency, it would not work. So they had done a lot of research on acupuncture, which I published in this article, The Neurophysiological Basis of Acupuncture. Then we had seen these operations in China, so I was curious about acupuncture anesthesia. They had told me that between 1966 and 1972, they had done 400,000 operations. It started off in 1958 where they were doing operations on the breast. And it's not really anesthesia, it's actually analgesia. I found out that they use lidocaine when they sometimes going through the skin, or I remember they were pulling up the stomach and they used lidocaine. So it's incomplete anesthesia. They told us at the Workers' Peck and Soldiers Hospital that it was 90% successful. When the AMA reviewed it, they said it was 30% effective. It has some advantages and disadvantages. Advantages, obviously, the patient is awake. If you're doing an operator on the thyroid, you can talk to the patient, it won't recur the recurrent nerve. If you're operating on an acoustic neuroma, you can talk, you're not damaging the facial nerve. It also has lots of disadvantages. It's incomplete analgesia. It doesn't have the muscle relaxants that you do with regular acupuncture. It actually works above this diaphragm better than lower diaphragm. And they found out that you had to stimulate the patient electrically for 15 to 20 minutes before you could do the acupuncture. You have to realize in 1972, China was a very, very poor country. It's not like that they could have anesthesiologists go out throughout the rural areas. So they had 1 million barefoot doctors, and they trained them in acupuncture. Now China has the second most powerful economy in the world. They say the United States has 21 trillion economy. China has 17 trillion economy. Give an example, the Soviet Union had 1.5 trillion. So there's really no need for them to do acupuncture anesthesia now, since they have the hospitals and anesthesiologists to use regular acupuncture. This is an interesting slide. They did acupuncture. They took a patient who was a rabbit who was getting pain, and you could see the pain fibers. Then they did acupuncture, and you could see the slow alpha waves coming, and the slides of 3, 20, and 3, right after 3 and 20 minutes after. And they did it doesn't show it on this slide, but they did it using, this was done at 60 cycles. They did it at a higher frequency of 1,680, and it didn't work. They found that higher frequencies didn't work, but lower frequency did work. As I said, we were guests of, somebody doesn't want me to give this talk. As I said, we were guests of the Chinese government. We went to, at that time we called it Peking, Shanghai, Yan'an, and Nanking. And this is a picture of us at the Forbidden City, which had about 5,000 rooms. They said the emperor never went in one room twice. We visited the Forbidden City. Most of the jewels are in Taiwan, because Chiang Kai-shek took them when he went to Taiwan. You see Marie Branch in the gray, the nurse. And you see Marion Cherry standing next to me. She was a teacher. And we actually had wined and dined at the Great Hall of the People. Gang Biao, who was in charge of the foreign minister, actually lectured to us. He lectured us about why they let Nixon go to China. He told us that they were going to join the Olympics. They told us that they were going to eventually recognize Bangladesh, because they thought the Bangladesh people were persecuted. As I said, we visited hospitals, schools, factories, and this is a children's palace, which is like a daycare for children. What astonished me was we saw kids doing acupuncture on themselves at Hoku and Susan Lee. And that was very incredible. See, Alex and I go back a long way. In 1972, we would meet once a week at the West Oakland Health Center, and using the book Basic Acupuncture Techniques, we did acupuncture on ourselves and on each other. And that's how he and I both got involved in acupuncture. I actually have slides of people getting thoracotomy. This one's called the China reconstructs of a patient having thoracic surgery during acupuncture. Here's another picture of me in the Forbidden City. One of my things when I was at a pain conference just a few years ago where the pain expert says, we believe that the seductive power plays a factor in acupuncture. Acupuncture is done in horses, donkeys, cows, cats. And I would always show this slide and said, this is a hypnotized horse who, because the horse is very stoic, he's able to have acupuncture. And I used to show this slide when I talked to doctors about the stoic horse. Like I said, we visited University of Peking, we visited all the hospitals, we were guests of the Chinese government. You see Emory Douglas, who's Minister of Culture there, and Masai Hood, who's Minister of Education, is the head of our delegation. In fact, one of our translators was one of Nixon's translators who joked that Mrs. Nixon tried to go up the Great Hall of the People with her high heel shoes on. Okay. I used acupuncture in delivering, and basically when people were having babies, I did acupuncture on them. This is a picture of my wife 50 years ago when I did acupuncture on her during labor. I did acupuncture on her for my 50-year-old daughter and our 41-year-old daughter. She's agreed to have this picture taken, by the way. It's another picture of me at the Harriet Tubman Medical Office doing acupuncture on a patient. She also has agreed to have a picture taken. Oh, this is an interesting picture. Okay. To the right is Matullah Shakir. He was like a Robin Hood. He robbed from the rich to give to the poor. He used to rob Brinks and banks, stealing millions of dollars. He took the money, he gave it to poor people in Mississippi, and he created a free acupuncture clinic in Harlem. In 1972 at the Lenox Hospital, when he had two of his children who were having some neurological problems, and Yuri, who was a friend of Malcolm X, Kochiyama, told him, why don't you go to Chinatown? So he took his kids to Chinatown, and they were treated with acupuncture and got well. So he said, something's wrong with this, something's right with this. So he went to Montreal and got trained as an acupuncturist. One of the first, his group was one of the first licensed African-American acupuncturists in China. And he was teaching, he was aware that neurosurgeons in Hong Kong found that they used acupuncture, patients needed less methadone. So he developed these points to do acupuncture on people with drug addicts, which was a big problem in the Bronx. I asked him, how did you develop these 5 points? And he said by trial and error. Anyway, he was teaching acupuncture, and he said they were treating around 300 people a day. And in 1972, he offered classes in acupuncture. One of his students was Michael Smith. Dr. Michael Smith published a paper in 1985, and the world gives him credit for creating the treatment of using air acupuncture to treat patients. He did not mention that he sat on a seat and was taught by Matullah to do this procedure. Matullah got caught, spent 30 years in prison. They were supposed to let him out after 30 years, but he signed his letter, stiff resistance, so they said he was not sorry for his sins. They refused to let him out. When he was dying of multiple myeloma, they didn't want to pay for his funeral expenses, so they let him out of prison. He fortunately got was able to spend at least 6 months with his family. I got a chance to meet with him and talk to him about his early work in acupuncture. And but no one knows that he developed this ear treatment, which is used in 2,000 clinics throughout the country. I mean, throughout the world. In fact, it's used in a lot of prisons in England, where they actually train the prisoners to use the beads and ear acupuncture on themselves. I'd like to close with this poem I wrote called "The Healers." To the healers and their people who have the right to be healed. We are healers. We toil for years to learn the mystery of the human body. We nourish spirits from birth to the grave. We mend the bones. We sew the cuts. We kill the pain. We cool the fevers. We soothe the spirits. We are healers. We bring new life. We close old life. We pick the herbs. We needle away the pain. We cut out the cancer. We poison the germs. We calm the troubled minds. We are healers. We treat the whole body as one universe. We also treat each part of this universe. We keep the hearts pumping. We keep the lungs breathing. We know as long as life exists, we will be healers. We must all think of us as healers. And we must not have the imperialistic medical thing that looks down on anything other than Western medicine. When I was in China, they told me to go to Mississippi, where I was born, and study herbal medicine. You know, I would like to thank Dr. Osler, Dr. Fang, Dr. Matuki for scheduling this, and I think we should all give them a round of applause. And hopefully this will be an annual event, and hopefully will be done at the universities and the major hospitals. And we'll be down to knock down the walls of some medical imperialism. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Small. That
Thank
was
you
a
for
very,
listening.
very moving story. And I just wanted to mention that, thank you for bringing up Dr. Mutulu Shakur. There is a movie that was made about his work. It's called Dope is Death. And I think it's available on YouTube.
It is.
Yeah, it's a very
There's
fascinating
also
story.
one called Revolutionists in Acupuncture on YouTube, which is about Matula and myself.
Thank you.
And speaking of YouTube, a lot of people don't know that the Center for Independent Living went on their sit-in, that one of the leaders was a person by the name of Glenn Lomax, who had multiple sclerosis. And he was one of the leaders, and he had the Black Panthers feed the people when they were sitting in San Francisco, and they went to Washington and had to sit in, and that led to the government reluctantly passing the laws for people who are dependent. I think they want me off the stage. Someone just showed me 5 minutes, so I think I'd better go.
Thank you, Dr. Small. As we celebrate 15 years of ICIM, it pales in comparison to Dr. Small and other pioneers' decades of work. And I have to remind all of us, each one of you stand on the shoulders of the ancestors. And it's very important to recognize that. I know a lot of us, I remember when I was 20, I thought I was the one going to discover all the new realms of public health in the world, right? It starts with our elders and our ancestors and the people that are willing to be pioneers, and then we can generate new pioneers. So thank you. That was perfect, Dr. Small. You are a great audience. I am so impressed with the people assembled in this room. I feel like we could do anything, including those who are online. And I so appreciate both Abby Wong and Kevin Tai, who are monitoring and being able to communicate with them as we move to today's program. I'd like to now recognize our partners, which we've talked about, and to give a chance for our sponsors to come forward. I told you that Dr. Mateki and I did this in 4 months. So for most people that have money to do exhibits, they need a little bit more advance time. But I would like to call up Eva Zhang from Yifeng Herbs, because she was the first one. Come on up. And I know she was approached by Dr. Rona Ma, who is one of our faculty members and one of the people whose shoulders we stand on. Come on up, Eva. We're so appreciative of your financial support and your being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very glad here, and thank you for give us the opportunity for the introduce our products. And our company is start 1999, and we supply the herbs and the acupuncture needle. And for the herbs, our manufacturing is the biggest in China, and start 1993. So right now, the manufacturing all the products exported to the over 60 country. And in United States, we come in the 1999. And so the products used in the hospital over 80% in China. So very good quality, you can trust. And if you want the sample, just take the booth to take. And also we have the second part is for the acupuncture needle. This manufacturer is Germany investment in China. Yeah, this manufacturer is also very good the quality. The material use the Germany steel, and the technology also from Germany. So the needle is smooth and painless. We have a sample also in the booth. If the doctor interested the acupuncture, you can take a free the sample. And any question, go to our booth. We can give the answer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then I would like to recognize Five Branches University, which isn't obviously commercial per se, but they're here with an exhibit. Would you like to say anything, Ron or Joanna? Ron Zaidman.
So I have a small pin here. It's our 40th anniversary this year. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, integrative medicine really is everything. A weekend or a week in Hawaii, the touch of a friend, it's everything. And it's wonderful that the great traditions of modern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine and the famous medicines in all of the traditions in South America, in Europe, in Asia, are all available to us. So It's wonderful that we have the International Center of Integrative Medicine available and working for all of us. For the university, you know, we're very lucky that China organized its 3,000 years of history into universities. That's recent, by the way. It's not that old. They've had apprenticeship for a long time, but the universities is recent. So they created textbooks, and of course they brought in the best medicine that was available to them, and those were translated by both Chinese and American scholars. So that makes the education of this old tradition available to us. So we have a great debt to thank for the Chinese people, number one, to develop the medicine over so many millions, thousands of years, and then for the Chinese government to create Chinese universities. So, any case, we're a partner for our future together, and thank you, Dr. Mateki and the ICIM for, you know, building this wonderful bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron and Joanna. And now Peter Greenlaw from the New Health Conversation.
Well, thank you all very much. It's hard to follow those people, but it's really sort of ironic that I started this movement called the New Health Conversation. I think that's what we've been having today, from what I've seen anyway. And I'm a huge proponent in preventative intervention. Okay, I've written 4 best-selling books. I've done over 1,500 lectures all over the world, even in China, about the obesity crisis around the world. The latest statistics are that we have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, and 50% pre-diabetic. In the United States, 50% of Americans are pre-diabetic. Johns Hopkins just came out with a study and said that by 2030, 86% of America is going to be overweight or obese. The Lancet came out with a study and said worldwide, we have 1 billion people worldwide clinically obese, making obesity the leading form of malnutrition in the world. So what we're doing is we're educating people about these amazing breakthroughs, preventative intervention like acupuncture and things like that, that we definitely support. And I want to thank Dr. Mateki and you, Dr. Arsler, for inviting me and being part of this now. I think this is my 4th time I've been with you, so I guess I didn't suck and they invited me back. So, you know, but I totally support, and I really think we need a different solution than just relying totally on drugs. And not that they're not effective, but do we really need to be on them for the rest of our lives? So anyway, I want to thank all of you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anybody else on my list here that would like to come up? Peter, oh, Philip, I'm sorry. We just had Peter. Dr. Philip Young from California University, Silicon Valley.
Thank you, Charlene. And thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about today's event. Today's event is very, very wonderful. You know, integrative medicine has been a topic by many people, and many organizations are trying to organize the events for integrative medicine. This is a wonderful trend, wonderful topic. But there are 2 ways to perform the integrative medicine. One is verbal, one is clinical. And for verbal, just talk. And clinical is really performed, integrated by real Eastern practitioners and also Western practitioners. Then who can do that? Like our school, California University, Silicon Valley, we teach acupuncture, herbal medicine. And also we have the acupuncture Eastern medicine instructors and also Western medicine doctors, but also just by talk. We want to do the research, we want to do the practice, but we don't have MDs to join together. ICM can really perform this program, not only performance, apply both Eastern and Western medicine practice in clinical, but also the research. Like today, Dr. Finn's presentations are really, really amazing. This presentation and also the publishing of the data is really the reference for all the acupuncture practitioners and the consumers. It's really beneficial to the public. We really need more of this research. That's why our school really sponsored this program and also powerful support for the future events. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. We hope that you will visit the exhibits, and we also have some poster presentations. I am most proud of our IM TCM residents who put together a poster presentation on a recently completed study, which is a case study. I hope you'll stop and ask them good questions, because that's what it's all about. Explore what they're doing and what can be learned from that. We also have the Korean Association of Acupuncturists and Oriental Medicine, something like that. I forgot to write it down here, but Dr. Francisco Kim is there with a presentation, a research presentation. So I hope you'll take some time to look at that. And I again want to thank our generous donors for supporting us over the years. And at that, see that word in white? It's lunchtime. So what we've prepared for you through the hotel is a boxed lunch, which is outside in the courtyard. And I understand you can get some vitamin D and fresh air. And we'll expect you back here at 1:30. A reminder that the drinks remain at the back of the room. Enjoy your lunch. of our session, which is a panel of patients who have benefited from integrative medicine. So these are people who are speaking from their own experience with the facilitation of George Souza, who is from VIA Consulting and has been a major supporter of ICIM over the years, developing organizational skills, working with the board, and working with Dr. Matecki. This is an important part of integrative medicine. The partnership has to have the patient at the center. And so it's important for us to hear from them. It was interesting for me when we first announced the agenda and invited everybody, a number of patients said to me, am I going to understand what the doctors are talking about? Am I allowed to come to the doctor's sessions? And I understand that because in our world, those things are often siloed. And yet we want and we expect there to be a patient-centric focus to the practice. And to do that, the patient needs to feel comfortable. And I think our speakers have done a great job of including patients and families as part of the conversation. So I'd like to welcome to the stage right now George Souza as the moderator and Joe Hopper. Joe is an attorney with international law experience and served as the chief deputy trial attorney for the city and county? City of San Francisco. And Dr. Kim Washington, who is both a chiropractor and a physician, a PMR physician. And Dr. Washington obviously has both experienced and delivered integrative medicine, so we're very happy to have her here with us. And Craig Brandt, who's going to leap the stage. Someone's always testing my boundaries here, I don't know. Craig, as you know, is a board member of ICIM and one of the co-founders of ICIM. He's also an amazing attorney, representing often, you and I might call them lost causes, environmental justice, and helping people who might not otherwise have access to legal. But he's here today as a patient, so don't ask him any legal questions, and I'll turn this over to George.
Hello, everyone. First off, I'm humbled to be with these great people, and also from the context that people talked about. Part of it is obviously education, integrative medicine, but there's always different sides of perception. From my standpoint, I'm honored and excited to be here. I came from the side of, briefly, I met Dr. Matecki in a training I was given in San Francisco when I lived in Hawaii, and it was 12 years ago. And at the end of it, she walked up to me and asked me, hey, would you be willing to do some business coaching or anything like that? And I said, no, I'm contracted with the company, and it would be not appropriate or legal for me to work with their clients. And so she said, well, I'll call you later on based on a certain time period where then I could talk to her. And of course, if you know Amy Matecki, she is a pit bull, and she did follow up. And ever since then, we've been close. And the thing that I wanted to say that was amazing, though, you could call it a coincidence, but there's many scientific minds that say coincidence is just the name we use for something that seems interconnected. The reality was she came up to me and said, your last name is Souza. And I said, yes. She said, do you know somebody named Mary Souza? And I said, yes, Mary Souza is my aunt. And my aunt had lymphoma at the time, 6 months to live, bald, had a cane. And all I want to say is that was coincidental, maybe, But I talked to my aunt about it, and my aunt was one of those people on the other side of the equation, much like these people, that was open-minded enough, Harvard graduate, very educated, and went after looking at alternative medicine when she was told she had 6 months. She had a 5-year-old daughter she adopted, and she lived on College Avenue, my aunt and her daughter. And she said, basically, when I asked her about integrating the medicine and the ways that she was looking at things, I said, I would have figured with 6 months left to live that you would have been pretty disappointed and pretty depressed and all that. She said, no, I look at it as if I have 6 months to live, why wouldn't I do everything I can? And she ended up living 30 years. And yeah. Dr. Matecki knows some of the ins and outs, but she had different kinds of cancer. I was just the nephew who went through it and watched it, and I watched her challenge herself, work with Susan Komen Foundation, a lot of things, and that's what kind of brings me connected, plus losing my father to prostate cancer, taking care of my uncle who had liver cancer till he died, taking care of my mom 2 years ago when she passed. So I have that side of it. They have the side of I haven't walked a mile in these people's shoes. But from the context, it's all about healing, it's all about solutions, and unfortunately it's about cancer too, but it's about the people that brought themselves to the situation, much like that gentleman's question about how much does the mindset matter. And I believe I've seen it in my family, I've seen it in some of the patients, I've certainly seen it in Amy, and now we're going to hear from these wonderful people about what they've experienced from their own personal journey. So I am going to use my phone only because referring to questions. So, first question, and I'm going to refer to Craig, Joe, and Dr. Kim Washington in that way. I've asked permission of how they want to be referred to. Let's start with Dr. Kim Washington. And the first question, and again, Charlene had mentioned from both sides, she has multiple perspectives from a practitioner as well as a patient. What was the situation going on in your life at the time and the impetus that drew you to an integrative medicine approach? And if you want to share professionally and personally, that's fine, however you'd like to answer that.
Thank you, George.
Sure.
Thank you, George. Is this working?
It is now.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you all. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Dr. Matecki, for the invitation, being part of this panel. It's with the permission, I'll start out that I had a non-traditional pathway, and this is even amongst folks who have non-traditional pathways. My career in healthcare started as a chiropractor, and I practiced for 10 years as a chiropractor. So my start was as a provider. Chiropractic offered me, first of all, the training offered me tremendous intellectual stimulation, the knowledge, the challenges, learning, and then the relationships with the patients. So the patient care, the opportunity to be a part of someone's path towards healing. As a practitioner of integrative medicine, or as a chiropractor, it was really being able to treat the whole person, seeing the person, being able to engage them. Medicine, Western medicine, allopathic medicine is not very subtle, and the chiropractic allowed me to help work to optimize the patient's healing capacity. That was very important, and it's something that I took into medicine. I subsequently went into medicine, was pleased that I was welcomed, open arms, to become a physician. Long story short, went to the University of Rochester for medical school, and worked at a VA in Arizona. I worked at the Osher Center for Integrative Medicine at UCSF. I worked at the county with Dr. Freely, and now I'm at Summit Hospital. And then I subsequently, so I took care of people with pain and all number of disorders as a rehab physician. I think I got on this panel because then I recently had my own injury with gardening, with back pain, and I discovered immobility and an inability to take care of just basic day-to-day activities. As we say, the activities of daily living required assistive devices simply to get dressed, to get on and off of the toilet. I started out with a CT scan and the whole traditional medicine approach, lots of medications, which were important and helpful, but it really was the work of acupuncture and Dr. Mateki that brought me back to work, an ability to take care of people. I got back on my yoga mat, which happens to be my main medicine, and able to get back and feel whole again.
Great. We'll hold the applause till everyone's gone through so we can keep moving. Excuse me, hold the applause so we can move through for time. Thank you very much. Moving on to you, Craig. Same question.
Craig, you have a mic right where you're sitting. Inside.
You're sitting on it. There we go. That would have been a good instruction. Your mic's under your rear end.
Yeah.
Okay. So same question. I'll repeat it just so that we can hear it. But basically what was going on at the time in your life that drew you, or how you got drawn to integrative medicine, and then also kind of your disposition, however you felt getting involved in that, your journey to start.
Okay. Well, it all started actually with cancer. I was 49 years old, and I don't smoke and I don't drink, and I'm pretty healthy. And I, for a long time, was not I had seen a doctor, and I had this pain in my throat and in my jaw, and it turns out it was cancer in my tonsils and in my lymph nodes on my left side of my neck, and then all the way down my throat. And so it was stage 4, and it was pretty advanced. And at the time, I went through all the various treatments that Western medicine has to offer, and I'm very grateful for that. You know, chemotherapy and surgery and radiation treatment. And it pretty much wiped me out. It almost killed me, but that's what Western medicine does to try and kill the cancer. In the process, you slowly die, and it becomes a race of, can you outrun the cancer? And after I finished all my treatments, I had been in and out of the hospital a couple times, and the last time I was in the hospital, I was in it for 10 days, and I still think about this. They literally put me in palliative care and didn't mention it to me, and they called up my wife and said, bring down the 2 kids, you know, it would help Dad to see them, cheer them up. And what they're really saying is they couldn't do any more for me. And when I figured out that that was the case, I got myself out of the hospital. And I got home, and I was on a feeding tube, and I would go in every day for extra fluids and whatnot. And it was at that point when I was at home that my brother-in-law said to me, you know, you should try acupuncture. I have a colleague who did it with Dr. Mateki, and it might help. So I did. You know, at that point in your life, it's like, well, I've tried everything. Why not try something new and exciting? And I was down to 138 pounds and not doing well. And I dragged myself to see Dr. Mateki. And the first time I had acupuncture treatment in my life, I thought, well, okay, it's, you know, I didn't really actually, it didn't do a whole heck of a lot the very first treatment because I was so sick. And on the way home, I remember I had to pull over, or the driver had to pull over, and I had to throw up on the side of the road. But that was on a Tuesday. Then on a Thursday, I came back, second round of treatment, Dr. Mateki. And I remember thinking, God, there must be 50 needles in me at this point. and you know, Dr. Macheki's like, yeah, we're going to really load them up. And so she did. And after that treatment on the way home, again, it's like, what the heck? A whole door opened up for me. I wasn't nauseous, and I had been nauseous since day 1 with chemotherapy, so it had been months that every day I was sick to my stomach, throwing up every 2 hours. That's why I was on a feeding tube. And now this is the first time that the nausea just went away. And I can tell you, I can take a lot of pain, but the nausea was something that was really, don't want to go through that ever. And all of you who've ever been, car sick or on a boat sick, imagine that, 24/7. So the acupuncture stopped that. And that was the first thing I noticed. And I thought, oh, okay, something's going on here. I don't understand this. How can it be you stick needles in me all over these different places and it's healing me? And it was. And so that was the start of my journey with Dr. Machecki. I remember soon thereafter telling Amy that, okay, this stuff works. Why isn't it in every hospital? Why doesn't every clinic have it? And, I got to do something about this because that's the personality I am. And so here I am today.
No, it's yours. You get to sit on it in between. All right. So, same question. Sorry about the feedback. To Joe.
Hello, everyone. And Amy, thank you very much for inviting me. My story, thankfully, is not nearly so harrowing as the one we just heard. But I was, as was mentioned, a trial lawyer for the city of San Francisco. And in 2007, I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. And did the then conventional series of treatments, chemotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, radiation. And somewhere early in that process, my then oncologist, Martha Tracy, said, there's this program here at Alta Bates, and maybe you want to go see Dr. Machecki. And so I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And so I started seeing Dr. Machecki, and I don't want to say I cruised through through chemo and radiation, but it was close to it. I was working pretty much full time during chemotherapy. Never was nauseated, and I attribute a lot of that to Dr. Machecki. And then part way through my conventional treatment, I developed very severe lymphedema in the side that had the surgery, and started a series of conventional treatments for that too, which involved at that point, heavy compression sleeves, a heavy glove. I was told not to use my left arm, and it was challenging. And I kept seeing Dr. Machecki for acupuncture, as I had been doing, and Chinese herbs throughout my treatment. And she was frustrated and kept telling me that in China, the normal course, the typical treatment for lymphedema is acupuncture. But that was a big no-no here, because God forbid that you would actually stick a needle in a limb with lymphedema. And so this conversation went on for a couple of weeks, and my hand was immobilized. I had this huge sleeve, I had this glove, and was getting more and more frustrated. And she kept saying, I wish I could treat you, but it's against the standard of care here in the United States. And I finally turned to her and I said, look, I'm a lawyer, I understand the standard of care, but I trust you and I think you trust me, and so essentially to hell with the standard of care. Would you please treat me with acupuncture, because it's been so successful in all the other, in dealing with my other symptoms, I want you to fix my arm. And so she did. And that started a series of studies and further development and research by Dr. Machecki into the use of acupuncture to treat lymphedema, and I can talk a little bit more about that. But essentially, if you ask me today to list, what health issues I have, I'm not sure that I would come up with lymphedema as something that I have until I went through a whole list of other things that I could whine about. And now my understanding is that acupuncture is widely used here as a treatment for lymphedema. And again, I can talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, I'm going to transition and leave you with the next question, and a different mic, I guess. And the next question, continuing on, Joe, would be pretty loud. Okay, let's really loud. What has been your experience? You talked about some of those, the challenges and your results. I think you've already talked about mostly by making that decision, but if you want to continue on and take the rest of the time and complete what you'd like to about that whole situation.
Sure. So I don't remember doing this, but Dr. Matecki says that I basically drafted basically a permission slip for her to go ahead and violate the standard of care and treat me with acupuncture. And that resulted in sort of a first phase study of, first of all, whether it was safe. And so I would go in for acupuncture and get a whole ton of needles in my arm, and my arm would be measured before and after, and I could see, I could see it in my own arm, and I could also see it from the measurement, a difference every time that I received acupuncture, that study, also established that it was, perfectly safe to use acupuncture needles in a limb with lymphedema. And based on the safety study, then Dr. Matecki went on to develop more research to show that it actually was effective. At the same time, I was also violating all of the other rules for treatment of lymphedema, which is that you're supposed to immobilize the affected limb and not use it. And that didn't make any sense to me because in my non-medical world, it seemed to me that contracting your muscles and using the limb would help to move fluid out of that limb. And so I proceeded to ignore all that advice and, went to the gym, lifted weights, rode my bike, did, one of the things I noticed was when I did a spin class and was drenched with sweat, the affected arm, my left, was much wetter. I could see more surface fluid on my left arm, and I could see, can you hear me? Am I going in and out? Okay. I could see a difference just from my naked eye that exercise was also benefiting my lymphedema. And so I learned, that was a really good example of advocating for myself. Now, I do understand that lymphedema is an observable condition, and I could see cause and effect and experiment without doing a lot of permanent damage. And I think that's different for other conditions, but it was something that I could see, advocate for myself, and see cause and effect from using acupuncture and also ignoring all of the other advice.
Thank you. So obviously there were experiences and challenges, both in the legal.
If you just put it up to your mic, he'll adjust.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So obviously you shared about those. So if we could go to you, maybe from both sides of the coin, I don't know what experiences and challenges and also results you've talked about it, but maybe fill in any of the blanks from a practitioner side and then also from a patient.
Thank you, George.
Sure.
Yeah, I would say starting out with from my current work as a rehab physician, so taking care of patients in the hospital when the unimaginable has happened. Multiple traumas, so lots of fractures, spinal brain injuries, acute stress response, lots in care of people with cancer, strokes, amputees, a full range. If you don't want to have me be your doctor because it means something terrible happened, if you need to see me in the hospital as a rehab doctor. So I was absolutely thrilled to have integrative medicine be one of the consult services that I could use, right? In addition to the neurologist and the pulmonologist, the cardiologist, integrative medicine. And any one of these folks who come through will tell you every day I'm sending referrals. Why wouldn't I? The stories of what's happening up here. It is a daily observation of efficacy. I once said Western medicine isn't very subtle. And one of the things the integrative medicine services do is they really reach in and help. They allow the individual to participate in the healing process. We optimize the body's capacity for healing and take into that full consideration. So, so I use, as a practitioner every day, I observe the lack of any adverse effects. So from integrative medicine happening, there's not adverse effects. And there's very little medicine that I can use that doesn't have some GI, cardiovascular, hypotension, some kind of adverse effects on the outcomes for the patients that then often we may have to use another medication to address that. So integrative medicine doesn't have those side effects, which is fantastic. The other thing is, it gets in and addresses the quality of life. It's the whole person. It's not just a reductionist biomedical treating, and the outcomes. We haven't yet defined. We haven't yet identified the breadth and the depth of the healing that happens with integrative medicine. I often will say, lack of evidence is not the same as evidence of lack of efficacy, right? So we're not going to do any harm, and I'm observing on a regular basis, thank you very much, I'm observing on a regular basis the decrease in analgesic medicine use, the improved ability to participate. My patients participate in 3 hours of therapy, 6 days a week, capacity to maximize the use of what the therapists are doing. And to myself, I was able to get back to work. I was able to get back on my yoga mat. Of all things, I was able to reintegrate my own life when I was immobilized with pain, a back injury. So I think that's.
Thank you, Dr. Gimlocks. And Craig, I'll repeat it. Fill in the blanks as to maybe the challenges that you've experienced as a patient, perhaps, also maybe in terms of moving forward in the legal field, and challenges and results that you could fill in that didn't answer in the first question.
Okay, so before I answer that question, I want to actually thank everyone who's here today. I appreciate you being here. Everyone in this room and everyone who's online listening right now, you're all healers. And that needs to be praised and thanked, and I am doing that now. My hope is that others will hear this and see this conference and open up their hearts and their minds to integrated medicine. Because all we're asking for is that we use every available option out there to help the patient. And that's what I'm grateful for. And the challenge is that we don't have that bridge yet. We don't have that connection between East and West medicine and all medicines out there for the patient. And it wasn't until after I had gone through all my Western medicine that I started my acupuncture and my Chinese herbs, and I felt much better. And you're all practitioners. I mean, it's not a surprise to you that the pain went away, that the nausea went away, that my immune system got better, that I put on weight, and my appetite increased. All those things, you know, your doctors, your physicians, your healers out there, you know that. But the challenge now that we all face is a much bigger one, and it's one of trying to integrate Western and Eastern medicine together. And so, you know, ICIM, that's been one of our main missions throughout. And when I first sat down and got to know Amy, and I realized that Amy had, you know, was internal medicine and an acupuncturist, I thought, oh, this is so great, because I want to push this out there in the world. And my challenge has been, how do I get this idea of integrated medicine out there in the world? And here's this perfect person I ran into, Amy. And all the people now that have been attracted to Amy into ICIM, everyone in this room has been touched. And you don't know it, but you've been there behind me and helping me to heal. And I greatly appreciate that. And I thank you all for that deeply. But the challenge is for all of us now to find a bridge to bring all these modalities together. And so that's why you're here today. It's not just to earn your credits. It's not just to have praise and thanks, but it's also you got homework to do. And I'm challenging each one of you in here and everyone online that can hear me that, you know, this is the future, integrated medicine. And it's going to take people like you that are brave enough to stick your neck out there and do something about it. And so I really applaud you for doing that. Thank you so much.
So back to you, Joe. The question is, with it being personal, the story, also the health conditions and challenges that you've gone through and your own health journey, I want to praise everyone for being willing to share what's intimate and what's close and what was probably very scary that I've never experienced, only from the other side, looking into my family's eyes. But why be here, and why are you willing to share this personal story and this information with people?
Well, I think the easiest way to answer that is to say I agree with everything that Craig just said. I mean, the people in this room and the folks that aren't here but are doing the same work are the reason that I'm here, happy and healthy now, and we all just need, I think, to take a role in trying to promote the availability of integrative medicine to others. I've had a number of family and friends go through, eventually fatal cancer fairly recently, and it's not easy to, first of all, talk to them in a way that will have them consider other options, and second, knowing what's out there, and who's out there that's good and trained and qualified, as opposed to someone out there sort of going woo-woo, doing woo-woo medicine. And so I think it's just, so by the more that I feel like I talk about my personal situation, then the more that maybe other folks might consider trying, integrative medicine. And I can also, as Dr. Matecki, as Amy keeps saying to me, because she and I sort of entered into this conspiracy to violate the standard of care. Sorry. Back, I guess this is now, more than 15 years ago, there has actually been a shift in the treatment of lymphedema with acupuncture. And so to the extent that there are other patients out there who've benefited by me putting myself out there and sort of being a pain in the butt and pushing it, that just reinforces everything that Craig just said, and reinforces the need for all of us to speak out. And I'll just stop by also echoing what Craig said and thanking everybody in this room for all of your work, both with patients and in changing the way that integrative medicine is perceived here in this country.
Yeah, that's good. So again, the same question to you on a personal note or professional as well. You're willing to share your personal story here, and it makes a difference for sure, impacts a lot of people, myself included. Why do you do it, and what do you want to leave people with if you want to say your last words and close?
Okay,
However you'd like to.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Smalls earlier this morning said that on one of his trips to China, he identified that acupuncture is the people's medicine, and I would expand it that integrative medicine is the people's medicine, right? I do this because I'm committed to the care of people, the responsibility, the privilege that I have as a physician, the privilege that I had as a chiropractor. I'm still a chiropractor. I'm also a physician now, and that I'm practicing in the hospital, traditional as a physician. The tools are that, as I think I said this earlier, we reach in to take care of the whole person. It is. I went to the University of Rochester where the term the biopsychosocial approach to medicine was coined in the 1970s, and they walked their talk that medicine had become narrowly focused, enamored by our brilliance and our technology, and busy treating imaging and lab results. And in the center of this is a person. And I think integrative medicine, that is integral to what we do, right? That it's who are you, what are your goals, and how do we advance that, and using all the tools that we have. And that doesn't just include the physiology or the pathology, it's also your psyche, it's your community. In fact, at Rochester, they're trying to expand biopsychosocial to also include an ecology, because it's our ecology that affects our well-being as well. I do this work because of the great privilege that I have to be able to care for folks, the commitment to optimizing people's outcome. They define what's best, and we work to take all the tools that are available to optimize outcomes. So I think that integrative medicine also, it helps people find their equilibrium, right? Find that homeostatic balance that gets shifted, and it's in all realms. I was speaking with a psychiatrist earlier. I'm not a mental health specialist, but I most certainly listen and engage on the psyche, on the mental component of illness and well-being. There's a physiologic component. There's the social, the family, right? Our support systems, our loved ones, that is also a part of getting well, right? So this helps people find their equilibrium. That was something that my mother said, and I lost her last year. Thank you.
And I'm going to allow Craig, if you want to, you said a lot, and maybe you said what you need to say, not in a bad way, but if you want to, any final remarks, and we'll wrap up on this, because time. Whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you again, everyone, for being here. I appreciate it. ICM appreciates it. And I look forward to working with you in the future. All right. Thank you so much.
So if we would, thank all our illustrious, authentic, real people up here that shared their stories. Joe, Dr. Kim Washington, and Craig. Give them a round of applause one more time, please. And we'll exit the stage. You're a lawyer, be a rebel, whatever you want to do. Liability insurance optional. So I want to just say a few quick words that I had on the structure that I was asked to speak about by Dr. Matecki. I said a few at the beginning, but one of the things that I've experienced in the last 4 years was I lost my Aunt Mary Souza, and after the 30-year battle. And the other thing that I learned from her was, at one point my father and I met with her, and she saw how happy we were and excited. And then she decided after she met with us, because my father was in psychology and his background was in psychiatry, he was a medic in the Army, he mentioned that we had done some work in terms of counseling and things together to not hate my father who left my mother and to reconcile and be his best friend when he died in 2010. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he said this to me one day when I was in Hong Kong. I was asking him how his treatments were going, and I was working. He said, I don't want to talk about cancer anymore. I want to talk about moving forward. I want to talk about your life. I want to talk about the grandkids. He said, from my standpoint, you know, when they tell you they're going to go in Hawaii, 99.9% we're going to get it, and it won't be a problem. He says, I want to tell you, it really sucks when you're that 0.001 that it spreads, and he died. And when he died, he had at least 30 bottles of Oxycontin in his condo that I picked up. He also had a revolver with a bullet in it, and he had it hadn't drank in 15 years, half bottle of rum and half a joint. And I know that was his way of saying, I don't want to hurt anymore. And he left his oxygen machine in the other room. His stepson is still a chair at Stanford University. And I'm not going to perjure myself, but basically told him, here's the easiest way to die. And so I got there to my father, and I know this, that when we were going there, he was already gone, and he made me swear as a child, not a child, I'm sorry, a young man, you will never wipe my rear end. You will never take care of me like that, because he had done it in the Army for so many people. And I said, Dad, I'd do anything for you. He said, no, I mean it. And so when he knew people were coming to get him from the Bay Area, Berkeley, his sister and my sister, that's what he chose to do. And so I just want to share as a layman, from taking care of my uncle with liver cancer with a bag outside of his body, taking care of my mother as she passed away 2.5 years ago, being the one that decided to do hospice and not knowing what that entailed. What I wanted to honor is what they looked me in the eye and said they wanted, and they wanted to go home. And so I'm not knocking anything about hospitals, but I know my uncle had the choice to stay in the hospital in Sacramento, not go out and see the sunshine because that wasn't something he could do, not smoke a cigar even though he had some time, a little cigar if he wanted to, and not listen to music too late. He ended up coming home because that was how he wanted to go out. And from my mother's experience and also from Dr. Kim Washington sharing, my mother was somebody that when she came home, we had 20 people in the family all come in, and she must have had the most joyous day I've ever seen on her face, that the community and the people that are trying to care for people, and I'll just do real quick, how many have been touched by somebody with cancer in their family? Okay. And if you haven't, you probably will if you're around long enough. So I just want to say from my part, I love the work they're doing, and I wish I would have had a way to communicate to my father, to my uncle, and to my mom, who are very closed-minded, that there were things that could ease their pain other than Oxycontin. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, George, Joe, Craig, and Dr. Kim Washington. That was just what we wanted. I would like to remind everyone here in the room and online, though, you've just heard from three people who are highly educated, people who know how to advocate for themselves. That's not our typical patient. And that is why ICIM is geared to really producing the practitioners that think differently, but also reaching out through clinical services. You'll hear a little later about how ICAM is now doing traditional Chinese medicine, integrative medicine with the primary care at home folks, which have essentially mobile clinics moving around to address the underserved and the people who are more vulnerable and don't have the resources like you've just heard. But it'll happen because people like this speak out. It'll happen when the force of the people push forward this whole notion. Dr. Matecki asked me to clarify that she didn't volunteer to George that his aunt was her patient because that would be a HIPAA violation. So she wants everyone to know, especially the recording, that she violated other things that sounded like standard of care. But there we go. So I appreciate the contributions that the panel made. I think you've heard from the people who have experienced it and can tell you about the difference. We're going to move on now then with back in Ohio where I grew up, we call that do-si-do. We're going to move on with Dr. Dolly Fawn. I don't see the clicker. One issue of having eye surgeries a few months ago is that I can't always quite see what blends in. I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Dolly Fawn, an oncologist with his MD from Beijing University and a PhD in the neuroscience department from Albert Einstein College of Medicine. He's currently professor at UC Davis. He has spoken and is on the faculty for our residents. And he's going to speak with us about management of cardiotoxicities related to conventional oncology treatment. Thank you, Dr. Fawn. That's the big button. And this is the slide that's currently up.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the invitation. This is my first time to speak in the ICIM forum, but the first thing that I saw ICIM, the first thing that came to my mind was ICBM. You know what that is? Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. So it's very intimidating. So when you have integrated medicine, it's very intimidating because you just have many things you can integrate. You can put it in this pot. So I am a cardiologist. For cancer patient care, I'm in a supportive role. So what I want to do today, first of all, I have no financial disclosure pertinent to this topic. So I wanted to at least get a touch of what traditional medicine, cardiac care for cancer patients. In traditional medicine, that our care is based on evidence, at least in 2024. So we want to describe what are the traditional concept of cancer care, cardiac care in cancer patients, and then more importantly, what are the guidelines say about cancer care, about cardiac care in cancer patients. So my talk evolves around this article that came in 2022. This is the first one from the European Society of Cardiology that has not only a statement, but also a statement in guideline format. What does that mean? What that means, a bunch of experts sit down in a dark room, smoke-filled, and then discuss about current available evidence and what we should do based on the scientific data. So I said this is the first guideline format. So the one before that was 2016, about 6 years prior to 2022. That was just a simple statement. It says, these are the things that we know, and then this is what we think it should be done. But once it's formatted to a guideline, it is supposed to provide us evidence, clinical trial data, in combination with experts' interpretation of data and hypothesis behind the data. So that is where we stand. This is a young field or an evolving field, needs to be integrated with other fields. Because the fact that we do not have a lot of clinical evidence, we do not have a lot of well-conducted, double-blind, longitudinal follow-up stories of these patients. A lot of these recommendations from this guideline are from expert opinions. They're important, but evidence, evidence, evidence is the word of the day in 2024. So let's first talk about, let's talk about what cardiac toxicity is. So the word cardiac toxicity is less used, but CTRCD, I'll explain that in a few minutes. Cardiac cancer treatment-related cardiac dysfunction is more used. So I'm going to use that word a little more let the word toxicity less in the subsequent talk of my talk. It refers to cardiac dysfunction as a result of cancer and as a result of a treatment of cancer. So if you don't remember any of the things I just said before, just remember that once you have cancer or a patient has cancer and successfully treated, it is as if they become an active smoker, meaning the risk continues to be with them. Your cancer's gone, but somehow you continue to smoke, risk-wise for the cardiac system. You can't quit. That risk has been with you forever, even if you survived cancer. Well, in a way that I learned during COVID is that COVID is similar, but it is as if you had COVID, it is as if that you smoked for 2 years and you quit. So your cardiovascular risk goes up? Yes, a little bit. But cancer, your treatment makes you at a higher risk of that. So in order to get ready for that, knowing that even if you successfully get rid of cancer, or you can successfully get rid of cancer, you want to take care of the patient long term, and you want to get ready before they start smoking in the way. So you want to have a baseline assessment of the patient, what cancer they have, what are the cardiovascular history prior to that, what are the cardiovascular risk factors around that, what is the physical examination look like, and including the blood pressure, the heart rate. That is before cancer treatment, not only for cancer treatment, but also for subsequent cardiovascular care. And then certainly you want some objective data to go with that as well, such as the BNP level, which is a serum marker for the stress level of the heart, and you want cardiac troponin, another serum marker for the heart. You certainly want an EKG, and you want glucose and kidney function. You want to have the patient lipid profile as a baseline, and you want an echocardiogram. So those are the setup tests. Those are the preparations you have. Part of standard care, get ready for cancer treatment, but also long-term care for post-cancer care. If you're not sure, get a cardiologist. We offer not only those tests and how to interpret those tests, but also to integrate the various data that you obtained objectively so that we can paint a basic picture of the patient before all these things start. And then multidiscipline team approach is important. This not only involves the oncologist, but also family medicine, psychiatrist, emergency room doctors, radiologists, and cardiac surgeons. So the goal for all the preparation that I just mentioned is to minimize cancer treatment interruption. You don't want to start in the middle of the 6-cycle treatment. You don't want to stop in the middle of the 3 treatment. And you don't want to interrupt any radiation therapy that you can prevent. So what are the most important tests, the objective tests that a cardiologist thinks that you should have? For me, It is an EKG and biomarkers, troponin and BNP, echo for every cancer patient that is ready to be treated, and then it's a good idea to get a fitness test. I mean, in other words, to have the patient run on a treadmill, to have the patient walk for 6 minutes to see how far they can go as a baseline, because that's what you want to get to afterwards, after you completion of chemotherapy, cardiac radiation therapy, or cancer surgery. And then before cancer surgery, you want to evaluate the patient for thromboembolic risk. That's also part of cardiovascular risk. These patients, in combination with the cancer and the treatment of the cancer therapy, they can get thromboembolic event. You don't want to treat the patient successfully with cancer and then died of pulmonary embolism or stroke. So what are the things that you need to worry about in the middle of treating a cancer patient? There's some objective evidence. Some people just have mild disease, others have moderate, others have severe. So the object data is that normal people's measurement of heart function includes the left ventricular ejection fraction. If it's greater than 50, you're okay. If it drops below 50, 45, you start to pay attention. Global longitudinal strain is another way to measure the heart contractile function. Normally it's above 15 to 20. If it's below that, 10 to 15% drop, and then you're in trouble. Blood pressure, we all know normal is 120 over 80. Hypertensive is about 140 to 80. If during treatment the blood pressure rises above 140 to 140 over 80, start treatment. The last one is QTC. That's a measurement on electrocardiogram. Certain cancer treatment drugs can make your heart more susceptible to arrhythmia, ventricular arrhythmia. That could be very dangerous. And before that electrical disturbance hits the patient, on EKG you have a QT prolongation. You want to pay attention to that before you proceed. Prevention is more important than treatment. It applies certainly to cardio-oncology. There's primary prevention, there is secondary prevention. So primary prevention is you get everything ready before it happens. And second thing is, if it happens to you, let's say if the heart function starts to deteriorate, arrhythmia started to bother you, you want to get rid of it and you want to stop that from happening again. So GDMT stands for Guideline Directed Medical Treatment. Everybody should have that. In other words, if the patient is supposed to get statins for their cholesterol, put that on. If they're supposed to have blood pressure medicine to make sure before cancer treatment or during cancer treatment their blood pressure is optimally controlled, do that. And then if there are some medications in cancer therapy that is particularly damaging to the heart, you want to start protective agents beforehand. I don't use dextrosensin because that's just not something that clinically we use very often, but ACE inhibitors and ARBs and beta blockers are commonly used, especially for cancer patients who you know is going to get anthracycline, HER2 treatment, and target therapy. Obviously, most of these patients are older patients, so lipid treatment with statins is for everybody. So during treatment, you want to monitor echocardiogram, EKGs, and biomarkers. And then you want to make sure that you talk to everybody involved in the treatment. The guideline has, as I said before, the guideline was put out by the European Society of Cardiology. It is a very European-style document. In other words, it is a document that tells you what to do, as opposed to when NIH in America started to, when they were writing the guideline was a summary of science. Well, we come to think about it, if it's what to do, you need to cover all the bases. Even little details every little details you want to cover because you want to give people the clinician guidance of what to do in specific situations. However, when you go into details, and then it's very opinionated, very subjective, less evidence-based, less objective. But just like you don't want a theoretical engineers to write your to-do menu, you want the engineers to write the to-do menu. For the NIH style of summary, it has very limited coverage. So I said that is this 130-page document covers all the details, when, where, and what to do when you see, let's say, anthracycline or doxorubicin, and then you can look it up in this document. So in principle, 3 things are the most important one. What cancers are involved in this, and at what stage of the cancer is, and then what cancer treatment medicine is, and how many doses have we gotten, how many doses we need to go. And then are there any comorbidities? What's the number one comorbidity? It's age. And then were there any bypass surgery in the past? Was there any atrial fibrillation in the past? Does the patient take any hypertensive medicine prior to the cancer treatment? Those are the important things. Sorry, I advanced it the wrong way. So here are some specific list of each cancer medicine or cancer treatment that can potentially cause specific heart issue. For example, anthracycline, HER2, and stem cell therapies can get you mostly heart failure. Not that it can't cause everything else, but association between a heart condition and the treatment of cancer with anthracycline, HER2, and stem cells is heart failure. Immunocheckpoints, inhibitors, it's myocarditis. CAR T cell treatment is arrhythmia, it's atrial fibrillation, ventricular tachycardia. And then some cancers by themselves or the treatment of cancers such as 5FU, immunocheckpoint inhibitors, VEGF inhibitors, they cause stress-induced cardiomyopathy, or it's called Takotsubo syndrome. Just be reminded that these are elderly patients with a lot of comorbidities. They do have traditional non-cancer treatment or cancer-related cardiac conditions, such as acute heart attack, such as atrial fibrillation, such as hypertensive emergencies, such as aortic valve stenosis. So after the cancer is treated successfully, hopefully, that you eliminate the cancer risk, like I said, the smoking part of the risk continues. Well, the patient didn't smoke, but the cancer treatment made them at the same risk level of cancer treatment of smokers. So beyond that, they should be checked up to 12 months or even beyond. And then the continued monitoring criteria for them are serum biomarkers, NT-proBNP, troponin. Like I said, these cardio markers says what stress level the heart is at. The lower the level, the better off it is. So it is God blessed if these serum markers of the heart returns to more normality a certain time after the cancer treatment. That means the stress level of the heart is down to baseline. The pediatric cancer patient is a special group, and these people have a much longer life expectancy than adult patients. So radiation therapy, doxorubicin combination therapy, they can be particularly damaging a few years or a few decades away from the elimination of the cancer. So that needs to be paid attention to. So if the patient is in high risk, you want to check them at the end of therapy. You want to check them at 1 year, 3-year and 5-year mark. If they're moderate risk, check at 2-year mark. If they're low risk, you can skip the 1 and 3 and 2, and you can check at 5-year mark. Strangely, for unknown reason, that there are very rare primary malignancies of the heart. Most of the tumors involves the heart are metastatic. They come from somewhere else. Another special population that we need to pay attention to is when they have pregnancy in combination with a malignancy in the same patient. So OBGYN specialty is particularly important to be integrated into multidiscipline team. Another special cancer population pertinent to the heart is something called calcinoid. And these disease process involves the heart valves. You can eliminate the cancer, but the permanent damage of the valves need to be addressed together with the cardiac surgery team. It is not unheard of that they need cardiac valve surgery, not because they have an infection, not because they have a thrombus, not because they have rheumatic heart disease, is their heart valve is damaged because of the cancer. And then cardiac surgery needs to be involved. The last one, the malignancy act by itself affects both the hematological system, but as well as the cardiovascular system. That's called AL amyloidosis. In that diagnosis, you want to get radiology involved in that, who is specialized in cardiac MRI. This is a special population, is when people have cancer, but they also have an implantable cardiac electronic device, a pacemaker or ICD, internal cardiac defibrillator. So chemotherapy, hormonal therapy, or immunocheckpoint therapy has less effect to these electronic gadgets, but radiation therapy is particularly important, not only during the radiation therapy itself. It may interfere with the signals, and then it may interfere with the electronic device, electronic circuitry inside the device, but also it can cause permanent damage, and you may have to replace it. In addition to that, this population of patients needs special cardiac electrophysiology counseling before, during, and after the treatment, so that the device can be ensured to be functional afterwards. It is important not only for you to communicate with the specialist. The cardiologist needs to be talked to the oncologist and other specialties, but the most important thing is the patient needs to be aware that we're treating the cancer and we're not killing them with their cardiovascular issues. In summary, what do we need to do, right? So before the patient goes to a cancer therapy, if you're worried about their cardiovascular health, you should get a cardiologist to talk to. Get an EKG as a cardiologist. The first thing, and if I want one thing, of course I want more than one thing, but if I want one thing, I want a 12-lead EKG. And then I want some baseline serum markers, and I want an echo. So in a 2024 level of care, these are the must-haves of mine. So the risk factors, whether they're smokers, whether they're family history, whether they had a heart attack in the past, whether they have a pacemaker, these are the risk factors that I need to have. So some special medicine in cardiology, in cancer treatment, that's a hot button words for cardiovascular complications. Number one is anthracycline. If you do anthracycline, get your echo, not only at the baseline and 12 months, but every 2 cycles or after treatment if it's a high-risk patient. Again, in addition to the echo serum markers, I want my BMP and troponin in every cycle. If it's high risk, get it more frequently. Second drug is the HER2 targeted therapies. Similarly, get an echo and then get it at good intervals and get my cardiac markers. So echoes, markers, echoes and markers. And then the fluoropyrimidine therapy, pay attention to blood pressure. It is not unheard of that these patients have ended up in the emergency room, systolic blood pressure is 200, and that is because of the treatment. You want to get the BP, you want to get the EKG and lipid profiles, and hemoglobin A1Cs. You want to get those markers before they start. Here, there's a scoring system, it's called SCORE2. It's nothing really fancy. You can look it up on the internet. That's a baseline assessment of where the patient stands risk-wise for the cardiac system. Their age, their gender, their comorbidities, and then what kind of cancer, at what stage of the cancer it is, what therapies that needs to be get, and how long have we been in there. It's not a fancy system, but just to make sure that all the bases are covered. So for VEGF inhibitors, pay attention to blood pressure and EKG. And for multiple myeloma, get serum markers. And these are the things that I don't want to bore you with details, but each item is listed in the guideline. Again, we're not going to read through the whole thing, just to get a taste of what the principle is, what special attention you need to pay to each individual therapy. When the radiation is involving the heart, for lymphoma, for breast cancer, or lung cancer, the long-term effect, not only to the inflammatory change immediately or during the treatment, but also afterwards, 5 years, 10 years, these people can get aortic valve stenosis, mitral valve stenosis as the result of that. Get a specialist, get a cardiology consult if that's suspected to be a problem. Whenever you talk about immunocheckpoint inhibitors, it is always the word myocarditis. And that can be fulminant. That will end the patient up in the ICU, which I have a case to go over at the end. But immunocheckpoint inhibitors can make the patient have fulminant myocarditis. The patient will end up in the ICU. Not unheard of. So you need to pay attention to that. Stress-induced cardiomyopathy can come from the cancer itself or the treatment of cancer. The heart just balloons out as the result of a stress. At that point, you need a cardiac cath, you need a cardiac MRI, and you need QTc prolongation of 12 lead EKG. People with cancer also get heart attacks, particularly during treatment when the inflammatory change in the patient, the whole body is severe, and that can trigger heart attacks. The rule is whenever the patient gets a heart attack, even if we have cancer, the 6-month rule applies. If the patient's life expectancy is greater than 6 months, you do cancer care, you do post-myocardial infarction care the same way as you do to everybody else. They get a stent. The reason that I even put it that way is that whenever you get a stent, you need platelet inhibitors. You definitely need an aspirin, or you need a Plavix, or you need something stronger like a ticagrelor. But with cancer on board, the process of stenting and the post-stenting antiplatelet blood thinning can make them bleed further. So pay attention to that and be aware of that. If you're not a cardiologist, get a cardiology consult. So interestingly, that when you talk about general cardiology, what are the cardiovascular diseases that are most pertinent, are prevalent? That is atherosclerosis, angina, heart attack, high blood pressure, atrial fibrillation, valvular diseases. Interestingly, these are not too related to cancer. In other words, when you talk about cardio-oncology, myocarditis, QT prolongation, ventricular arrhythmia, these are rare entities in cardiology, but more common in cardio-oncology. But the common bread and butter cardiology, they are prevalent in cancer patients, but they are something that you see more often, but not specific to cancer cardiology or cardio-oncology. So, and like I said, every time you're giving a patient, they started a new chemotherapy, you talk about long QT. So what is that? That is a heart condition that is affected electrically to the heart because of the cancer treatment medicine. So the severe case of long QT will result you in ventricular tachycardia. It's called Torsades-de-Pointes. So once you have that, unfortunately, that minimal interruption of chemotherapy is gone. You have to stop it because that is fatal. When QTc is greater than 500 milliseconds, watch out. Even if they don't have ventricular tachycardia yet, you probably want to temporarily stop that and watch the EKG to go back to normal, because greater than 500 milliseconds of QT put you in danger of ventricular arrhythmia, which is fatal. And then if the QTc is 480 to 500, you should repeat your EKG, but you can continue the medicine. You want to talk to cardiologists when you have that. And then the discussion is on the table whether that chemotherapy medicine should be stopped permanently and an alternative chemo regimen should be implemented. When people with cancer treatment ended up in emergency room for hypertensive crisis, remember the first line and second line therapy are ACE inhibitors and calcium channel blockers. If they have a thromboembolic risk, you want to use novel oral anticoagulant, and you want to use low molecular weight heparin. And then if they use immunocheck inhibitors and get acutely ended up in the emergency room with shortness of breath, watch out. These medications can trigger pericardial effusion and get the patient in tamponade. So I already went over the follow-ups. You want to do immediate care, post-cancer care follow-up for their cardiovascular risk. You want to do intermediate term, 3 to 5 years, and then you want to do long-term care for 5 years or later if the patient is at higher risk. Pregnancy is a particular thing, is a particular situation that we need to pay attention to. And then OBGYN team should be involved. Because of the restraint of time, I don't want to drag on for too long, but these are the 10 key points that we need to pay attention to cancer care. So one is we want to be aware of the existence of cardiovascular risk when we focus on cancer care. And then our goal is to have an interdisciplinary team to care for the patient. That is to ensure that cancer treatment is not interrupted. And then the guideline from the European paper emphasized on echocardiography and serum markers, LVEF, BNPs, and troponins, but they did not emphasize too much on EKGs, which is a disappointment to me. I pay attention to EKGs as well. So for cardioprotective therapy, you just have to remember that ACE inhibitors and ARBs and beta blockers are the ones, the bread and butter protective agents that we use. And then the take-home message for the take-home points is that many of the recommendations I just mentioned, they are from expert opinions. They're not based on evidence because, as I stated in the past, that high-grade well-conducted clinical research data in this field is very scarce. So just to re-emphasize, the 5 class 1 indication, meaning that something that you want to do if you encounter situations like that. These are clinical trial proven evidence. So if they have patient have myeloma, they have a thrombus thrown in somewhere, it's in the legs or a stroke, you want to use low molecular weight heparin. If the patient is on ribociclib, you want to watch their QT interval. If it's too long, you want to stop that. You want to use novel anticoagulant with patients with, let's say, a PE or a DVT. You want to use them for any cancer. Low molecular weight heparin should be used in people who have low platelets as well. And if you suspect the patient have amyloidosis, you want to consider cardiac MRI as your first imaging test. So there are 5 class 3 recommendation letters, meaning that these recommendations are for people that you should avoid. The first 5 are for people that you should use, and these are the 5 you should avoid. If patients who have Takotsubo stress-induced cardiomyopathy as a result of cancer treatment, you should avoid QT prolongation medicine, such as certain antibiotics. Just ask a cardiologist if you're not sure. These are the medications you're supposed to avoid. And if patients have low platelet as a result of cancer treatment, you should try to avoid platelet inhibitors. They are aspirin, clopidogrel, or prasugrel. And then in situations like that, if you want to prevent stroke, low molecular weight or low dose heparin are the ones that you're supposed to use as a primary line of therapy. And the last one is if there is diltiazem or verapamil in the patient already for high blood pressure treatment, these are not recommended. You should probably look for alternative treatment for high blood pressure if the patient is about to get chemotherapy, because there are drug-drug interactions. So we still have a few minutes to go over some cases. Case 1 is a 79-year-old male. This is a personal patient of mine. I was a CCU attending, and I got this patient on Saturday night. Had an acute onset of bradycardia. And he was 3 days after the last dose of immunocheckpoint cancer therapy. And then he was transferred to CCU because of the bradycardia and confusion. This is this EKG before the treatment. Is a little bit of a tachycardia, but it is sinus rhythm with narrow complex, normal QT interval. It's a nice EKG. This is, at the time that he was evaluated, his heart rate is slower and his QRS complex is wider, and then there is 2-to-1 AV block. Clearly his heart was not in shape that he was in before. And then blood pressure is borderline low, and he was somewhat confused. And then a few hours later, maybe an hour or two later, when he was actually ended up in the ICU, his sinus rate is still high, but now his QRS complex is even wider, and they look differently. There's multifocal escape rhythm. So this is a normal sinus rhythm, complete heart block with multifocal ventricular arrest or ventricular escape. It's a bad-looking EKG for a specialist eyes. So there's inflammatory changes in his heart. This is 3 days after his immunocheckpoint. So he got a cardiac MRI later, but at this point, when I saw him, I recognized that this is the point where I probably need to put in a temporary pacemaker. And then we did, but he did not need a permanent pacemaker because this is 2 days after that, when all the inflammatory change induced by the immunocheckpoint inhibitors subsides, His heart returned back to normal sinus rhythm, good tachycardia response, but his QRS complex did not return to baseline. So although it is subsiding significantly, it is not completely resolved. So he ended up going home with a normal looking EKG. So the inflammatory happened 3 days after the immunocheckpoint therapy and subsided in about 7 days. So case 2 is about a 37-year-old sarcoma patient who is also ended up in the emergency room about a week after chemotherapy with this EKG. This EKG was beforehand. It was, again, tachycardia, but narrow complex with a normal QRS complex. But when he was in the emergency room, the heart rate was still high, but the QRS complex is wide with a different axis, so this is ventricular tachycardia. Again, like the first patient, the inflammation must be crazy in there. And then this is a scary looking EKG a few hours later. This is multifocal ventricular escape rhythm, so the heart is really in trouble. But after supportive care, his rhythm gets better. This is accelerated ventricular rhythm, accelerated junctional rhythm with retrograde. And then after that, his QRS complex gets narrower and the conduction resumed. I want you to take a look at that. So if you don't know any of the numbers, that you know that there are peaks and valleys of these curves. One is green, one is blue, and one is pink. And then around the time of October 30th or November 5th or 6th, there is an acute surge of the serum markers. And that is when those EKGs showed you various ventricular arrhythmia. So that correlated well with the serum marker elevation. So at that time, the inflammatory change as a result of chemotherapy not only produced the elevation of the serum markers of the heart, but also ventricular arrhythmia of the heart. So this is a gentleman that had chemotherapy. About a week later, was admitted to the hospital with tamponade. This is echocardiography. Top left is the green line. On the bottom shows the pericardial effusion. The pericardial effusion was large at that time. He ended up in the cath lab. They have to put a drain. But after the drain, we did need a cardiac window to ensure that he doesn't have tamponade anymore. About a week later, the inflammatory change subsides and the pericardial effusion did not reaccumulate. He was successfully discharged home. The last case is a 54-year-old female. She has stage 1 cancer, but one chemotherapy triggered her immune system to get crazy, and then she gets pericarditis. It becomes a very sticky issue. For the next 2 years, I struggled with her, tried to treat her pericarditis, make sure that she continued to finish her chemotherapy while the inflammatory change induced pericarditis with chest pain and shortness of breath. That did not interfere with her quality of life too much. So we tried various things and tried to taper her down in the next 2.5 years from 20 milligrams of high-dose steroids to low dose of steroids. She's currently right now on 5 milligrams of prednisone, and I'm having a tough time tapering down. So once your immunotherapy or chemotherapy triggers your immune system, it is very hard to control. So this is her echocardiogram. I actually just read her echo yesterday. Her echo looks good now. So I know I don't have a lot of more time left, but hopefully you get a taste of what our attention is paid to people with cancer, therapy of cancer, and what their cardiovascular risk is. And then these are the references. So we may have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Hi, Dr. Feng. Thank you very much for your excellent speech. My question was about your 15, the slides, 15 question, what to do and what not to do message from the guidelines. So we have a patient who is 51 years old, male with atrial fibrillation. And he gave us a call and asked whether can see acupuncture physician. Do you think this patient will see the acupuncture physician or need to go to see cardiologist or emergency room? Thank you.
So a 51-year-old patient, because of atrial fibrillation, called acupuncture doctor to say whether he should go to the emergency room or he should go to see a cardiologist or stay with the acupuncturist. Is that what the question is?
Yes.
I think atrial fibrillation management in general can be done by cardiologist or family medicine or acupuncturist. They do not need to go to the emergency room, as long as their blood pressure is fine. But if you remember anything about atrial fibrillation that I said today, anticoagulation, 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 that is the one that normalizes their lifespan. Just to remind everybody that we're all gonna die. You want them with AFib to die with AFib, not because of the AFib. There's only one medicine in atrial fibrillation management that can normalize your lifespan. That is anticoagulation.
Okay.
Everything else, you can do anything you want.
Thank you so much.
Depending on the heart rate.
Sorry, I would say that would also depend on the heart rate.
Yes.
Right, so if the patient heart rate was extremely elevated, and by the way, you can't just take the pulse at the radial artery when feeling for the pulse in someone with atrial fibrillation, because if it's very rapid, it won't fill and you won't feel it. So you take a radial pulse and you think the pulse rate is 60, you listen to the heart rate, it's 180. Right, so you need to take an apical pulse and atrial fibrillation. If the patient has a fast ventricular response, I would say that that acupuncturists would need to refer that patient to somebody else.
Great advice. Actually, this patient come to my office and get an acupuncture treatment.
Yeah,
we give him pulse diagnosis, use Changshangjun pulse method, and use 人因寸口 pulse diagnosis and give him treatment, and he got very good results. That's why, but there is risk because and the second question was whether if the patient has atrial fibrillation, whether they can become to ventricular
rapid ventricular response.
Yes.
I missed the question part. Can you ask the question one more time?
Because this patient has atrial fibrillation diagnosed 2 days ago with his cardiologist. And now he got some medication and take at home, but he had atrial fibrillation again. And the pulse heart rate is 126. We use the machine to give him diagnosis. And at the same time, his pulse is 126 per minute. Her respiratory is 21. Her pulse is 脉照. Now we use 人因气口脉法 give him diagnosis, and follow the pulse diagnosis, give him acupuncture treatment. And then he got very good results. Next day, he called us, his heart rate got back to normal.
Okay, I think if I can make a recommendation is probably he should sit down with the cardiologist to talk about different options. There are modern treatment for atrial fibrillation. I think a sit-down discussion with a cardiologist would be prudent.
Thank you so much for your advice. Thank you.
So I want to follow that question and answers as an integrative medicine. I'm an internist also. I do have patients coming in with the AFib. And I agree with Dr. Fang, also agree with Dr. Feeney. So sometimes in the office, as an acupuncturist, so I wear both hats. And I do want to watch this patient. The second time when she described that pulse rate 120s, and also the patient's respiration rate 21, and I tell you what, I would not take the risk. So this is the part. It's not like I'm not brave. Do I put the needles in the patients? There's a P6. Sometimes you put in, the rate can drop. But you do use your clinical judgment. You know, you don't want to take the risk. I send a patient to the ER all the time. So of course, cardiologists won't agree, oh, you call the primary care, because I am the primary care. Also in the clinic, when you check their blood pressure, they come in, their heart rate maybe in the normal, and the pulse rate, the blood pressure is normal. For someone with the AFib, normal blood pressure, 90/70 or 90/60, actually is not normal. So I just wanted to reiterate, don't take the chance. If you're not sure, call the PCP and ask the primary care what to do, okay? So I just, as an internist, and I would not put in my license to try to be a cardiologist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fan, for a very useful and very cutting-edge presentation. Everybody, it's the afternoon. Let's wake up our Shan. Little Qigong, come on, everybody. Little tapping, wake up, wake up. Pinch your nose, pinch your top lip, pinch your bottom lip. Good, okay, now you're ready for a break. I just want to remind you before we do that, how critical Dr. Fan's presentation was. Because, and I don't know if everyone realizes this, when there is a new medical discovery, and that includes clinical guidelines, it takes 17 to 21 years to be adopted into medical practice. So the fact that the practitioners are here from across many different disciplines, you may not have understood all the EKG tracings and everything, but you heard his message, how the increased risk of cardiovascular events rises after chemotherapy. And I know that many of the practitioners, the oncologists, are aware of that. But guess what? Patients don't always stay with their oncologist. They don't always keep all their appointments. And so when they go to the TCM practitioner or the primary care practitioner, it's really incumbent for those people to know this kind of information so that they can follow up and refer the person back. So I really appreciate Dr. Fan's excellent presentation to move us in that direction. Okay, break time, 3:30, come back.
Video coming up here. Thanks so much for taking your seats.
Okay, we're ready to move on with Dr. Paul Arcerio's presentation on nutrition science and obesity medicine. And Dr. Arcerio is coming to us by video. He promises next year he'll be here live, which would be terrific. And Dr. Arcerio, as you can see by his bio, is eminently qualified to talk about his topic. He is currently professor in the School of Health Sciences in the Department of Nutrition at Sage Colleges in New York. And he is coming to us sort of live. Scott and his team videoed them. And so this has been prepared just for this audience. Roll it.
Hi, welcome everybody. Very excited to speak to all of you today on this topic of optimal health and performance. Dr. Paul Arciero, as you see from the I'm a professor of health and human physiological sciences and the director of the Human Nutrition and Metabolism Laboratory at Skidmore College. I want to first start because there's always so much interest, first of all, in anything related to our health. And sometimes that information is not as eloquent, is not as sophisticated, is not as valid as it should be. So I'd like to start with just defining what this research is that I'm presenting to you today. And it's human clinical trial intervention research. And it's derived from funding from multiple different sources. I think sometimes there's also a triaging of different types of funding that we all receive as scientists. Who are third-party independent scientists at universities. So it can come from the government, it can come from philanthropic organizations, or from private industry. There's also a set of ethical standards that we all have to abide by, and this places the science at the level of peer-reviewed, and it has to undergo much scrutiny and careful attention to its scientific integrity and ethical nature. And then there's the peer-reviewed process itself. So all of those things have to occur first, and then the peer-reviewed process, which is the gold standard of scientific research, where we conduct our research, we obtain the funding, we pass all the governing bodies. And then once we collect the data and analyze it and present it, and then write it up for publication, we need to have it reviewed by the experts from around the world. And that's the peer-reviewed process. And it goes through a number of different steps in order for it to be peer-reviewed. And then it's rank ordered depending upon the impact factor of the journal itself. And finally, I discussed this no first right of refusal because there's some research that's conducted that the grant funding agencies are allowed to refuse the publication of the data. That's the first right of refusal, the grant funding agency. And I want you to know that none of this research that I'm presenting today has allowed the grant funding agency to determine whether or not the data is able to be published. I have complete control over that, as well as the experts in the world. And that just elevates the validity and the ethical nature of the data. So here are a few of the journals where this data that I'm presenting to you today is published. And you see that here in front of you. So let's dive into the topic at hand today, and that's really longevity. It's the antithesis of aging. Longevity is not aging. When we think of longevity, we think of health span, we think of optimal health, vitality, we think of life lived at its highest potential. Aging, on the other hand, is the opposite of longevity. It's the opposite of health span. We sometimes define aging by the term lifespan. So lifespan is often associated with aging. So right now, in at least the United States, we have a fairly strong, large difference in our lifespan and health span. And what that means is that we're living a lifespan of many more years than we're actually living with health span or longevity. So we have to close that gap. And what that means is we're having a lot more people live longer that are living with much more disease. They're living with the diseases of aging. So we need to shorten that gap. We need to allow more people to live a lifespan with health. So we need their health span to increase and match their lifespan. So let's take a look at this a little bit closer, a little bit maybe deeper dive into what we are really talking about when it comes to aging. Well, there's 5 diseases of aging. One is metabolic disease, and we're maybe familiar with this. It's diabetes is the number one disease of metabolic disease. Many people are afflicted with it and suffer. Next would be heart disease. We hear a lot of headline news surrounding heart disease. It's the next disease of aging. So those are the 2 big ones. And then the other 3 that I'll discuss are also growing, unfortunately, in prevalence. And this next one, the 3rd one, is neurocognitive disease. That would be things where we are losing brain health, things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, dementia. And so more and more of us, and even psychological diseases and conditions of the brain, things that are more psychologically based, such as depression, anxiety, loneliness, and those types of things. And then we get into some of the inflammatory toxicity diseases, most notably, of course, which is cancer. And then finally, the 5th disease of aging is something we refer to as musculoskeletal diseases. That would be things like low back pain, osteoarthritis, normal weight obesity, osteoporosis, loss of bone mineral density, and osteosarcopenia, which is the loss of bone and muscle mass. So if you look at the screen right now, this pretty much captures just about every disease that we encounter as we age. There's not many that we've left out. And this is what we need to circumvent. This is what we need to begin to change so that we can address these diseases of aging that are shortening our lifespan, but at the same time, we're developing medical strategies and interventions to allow people to live longer with these diseases, but very unhealthy. So that's the research that I do. I try to bridge that gap. I try to provide people lifestyle strategies that allow them to optimize their health span. So that's what this talk is all about today. How can we optimize our health span to get us closer to our lifespan and avoid those 5 diseases of aging? So what I focus on is the concept of something called metabolism. You know, I think it's fairly well known what metabolism is. Most people would define it as, you know, how we burn calories, and that's true. And so here, what you have in front of you are really the 1, 2, 3, 4 components of our metabolism, the rate at which we burn calories. So very simply, it's comprised of these 4 components. One is resting. It's what I'm doing right now. I'm sitting in my chair, talking with all of you. It's what we do at night when we go to bed and sleep. It's what we do when we sit in a car, when we sit at our desk, when we sit just relaxing, watching TV. So all of these conditions of living that keep us at rest is our resting metabolism. It comprises our largest, despite how active you might think you are. There's no doubt that the vast majority of what we do during the day is resting. And then we have exercise metabolism, where we burn calories through movement. We also burn calories through consumption of various food substances, including drinks that are, in some cases, caffeinated. And then we have what's called non-exercise activity thermogenesis, NEAT, that we just abbreviate non-exercise activity. And that would be things like fidgeting. So when we fidget, when we get up and move around spontaneously, all those movements that we do that are somewhat unstructured during the day is what we call the non-exercise activity, and that's a component of our metabolism as well. So I focus on metabolism because it impacts nearly all aspects of the 5 diseases of aging. There's no debate about this. It's extremely well accepted that our metabolism determines our existence and prevalence for those diseases of aging. So what determines our metabolism? Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. It's our lean body mass. It's things like our vital organs, our heart, as you can imagine. That's a component of our lean body mass that determines our metabolism. Our muscles are another one. Our lungs, our respiratory system, the bones, the muscles. Our brain is a massive determinant of our metabolism as a component of our lean body mass. And then we have things like our age, our physical activity and exercise level, hormones that we have circulating, and then our sex, our gender, male, female. So the question that I hope all of you are now thinking about as I've discussed and presented what I have thus far is, what are the best lifestyle strategies? Well, let's dive into how we can optimize our lean body mass, which then determines our metabolism, which then determines our risk and our prevalence for those 5 diseases of aging. And how can we minimize, mitigate, blunt our risk for those 5 diseases of aging? I know you're all sitting on the edge of your seats because this is valuable information. This is what is going to allow all of you to bridge the gap between our health span and our lifespan. There's no greater gift that we can be given than reducing that gap between health span and lifespan, the diseases of aging. And here are the 4 guidelines. So if there's any slide that you take a screenshot of or a picture of, I'm encouraging you to do so. This is the slide right here. What me and my team have created through this 4 decades of scientific peer-reviewed research is perhaps the single most important lifestyle variable or factor that we can all engage in, that we have complete control over, to mitigate and blunt those 5 diseases of aging, and therefore reducing that gap between health span and lifespan. It's protein pacing. It consists of 4 protein-paced meals a day, every 4 hours, ranging between 25 and 50 grams per meal. First meal within an hour of waking in the morning, and the last one within 2 hours of bedtime. So it's really about optimizing the type of the protein, number one, and we'll get to what that means, the amount, and then the timing. And the second component of this concept of protein pacing is, as I said, the nutritional fasting. And I usually have our scientific study participants do it 1 to 2 days per week during the time period of the actual study. That can range from 4 weeks all the way to 12 weeks, sometimes 16 weeks. If it needs to go longer, we adapt it to maybe reducing it to once or twice a month. Not every week like we would during the scientific investigation. But it consists of a very similar pattern. It's 4 very nutritious, but very low calorie, but very nutrient dense feedings over the course of those 1 to 2 days of the nutritional fast. 2 days is better than 1 day. And so it's antioxidants, it's adaptogens, it's some collagen, it's some multivitamins that are very rich, again, in nutrient density, but very calorically low in calories. Okay. So what's happening to our body when we engage in this process of intermittent fasting? Just to go over this very quickly. Well, unfortunately, the majority of the population is what we would call sugar or carb burners, meaning they're burning primarily their carbohydrate stores. This is not ideal. We do not want to live in a state of sugar or carbohydrate burning, because that then preserves our body fat stores. So we need to transition from being a carb sugar burner into what I'm going to introduce next. So after we eat, we encompass this milieu inside of our blood, inside of our cells, that favors this carbohydrate burning, and fats are stored. During fasting, however, things begin to transition away from carbohydrates into burning more fats. And that's what we want to strive for, so that we can all become what are called fat burners. That's the ideal. So nutritional fasting allows us to do this. Now, this is a very complicated looking slide, so forget what's kind of around in the details. Let me just show you that if you were to consume a normal eating pattern, this upper bar of A that you see in front of you is showing that your glucose is constantly being perturbed and increased. That's not good. We don't want our glucose to keep being elevated throughout the day. So A is no good. Put a big X through that. B is what we want. B is where we begin to favorably change from that state of glucose into fat as our primary energy source. And you see that here, so that when people do go follow a 1 or 2 day nutritional fast, their body maintains and stabilizes with blood sugar at a very low level, as you see there in that middle graph here at B. Glucose is very flatlined, and the ketones, those are the things that we produce when our body transitions into burning more of our body fat stores, begin to increase. That's actually a very healthy state. That's when the body really undergoes very healthy metabolic change and reduces our risk for the diseases of aging. So the sweet spot seems to appear right at about the 36-hour time period. I know it sounds really daunting for people, but it's not a complete fast, as most fasts recommend you do. We have shown scientifically that when you nurture and nourish the body with these healthy substances periodically during that 24-hour, preferably 36 to 60-hour period, it produces some extremely favorable health response. So turning our attention back to the protein pacing, so we have the nutritional fasting locked in, but what is it about the protein pacing that results in such favorable health benefit? Well, it's the quality of the protein, and what our lab has demonstrated time and time again over the past 40 years is that when we nourish our body with high quality protein in the form of what we call undenatured whey protein, I'm showing you just a typical whey protein shake that some people might drink in the morning. That is what is providing the body with optimal nourishment because of the amino acids that are contained within that undenatured whey protein. So you see it over here. This undenatured whey protein concentrate is filled with all of these very, very healthy components and compounds and amino acids that allow our metabolism to stay at a very, very healthy and high level. And that's the goal of what we want to achieve. We want to make sure that our metabolism is focusing its attention on those vital organs, the lungs, the heart, the brain, the muscles, and the optimal nourishment to allow us to do that is undenatured whey protein. Now, it doesn't only need to come from undenatured whey protein. We can also have other healthy food sources like grass-fed beef, wild-caught fish, pasture-raised eggs and dairy of foods of those types, and then non-GMO, for example, plant sources. Those would be the optimal. All of those that I just listed would be the optimal sources of proteins of the highest quality. But at the highest quality, I know everyone always wants to know, Dr. Paul, what is the highest quality? It's undenatured whey protein concentrate. That takes the #1 spot. All right, so let's move on now that we know that. What is the real issue at hand that's contributing to this, these diseases of aging? Well, it's excess body weight for the most part, and especially excess body fat that's contributing to the greatest disease risk. And I know these figures and these statistics that I'm presenting are, again, a little bit overwhelming. We see these all the time, but it's really important to address this because the environment, the culture, the current way we have of doing things is not making it better. I know we have some really advanced medical and pharmaceutical technologies and interventions that we're now using to help combat this problem of the 5 diseases of aging, but they're not attacking the problem at its root cause. They're still offering what we would call an advanced Band-Aid approach. That's what these current pharmaceuticals are currently doing. I'm not suggesting that they're bad. I'm just suggesting that they're not addressing the root cause of what's contributing to the 5 diseases of aging, especially the metabolic and cardiovascular diseases of aging. So let's dive into this. Let's see where we are at. So the current pharmaceutical drug interventions, they're called GLP-1s, GLP, glucagon-like polypeptide 1 agonist drugs, GLP-1s, many of you are familiar with. They are somewhat of an alternative to intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating. And here's what we have. Here's what we know currently. These are 2 studies that were published in world-leading medical journals, by the way. And what they showed was that over 68 weeks and in 12 weeks, 68 weeks was the GLP-1 study, 12 weeks was the IF, time-restricted eating study. They showed that these were people with BMIs, that's a body mass index, that was placing them at increased risk for disease. So they needed an intervention. They lost a good amount of weight, at least in the GLP group, 30 pounds. They lost only 18 pounds, so only about half of what they lost of their weight was fat loss. Guess what? Well, the answer is right in front of you. The other remaining weight that they were losing was their lean body mass. Now, you should all be having a light bulb that's going off all around your head and saying, wow, you just told us, Dr. Paul, that's not good. We don't want to lose our lean body mass. You're exactly right. We do not. So we need to intervene with these GLP-1s that are massively being used right now to help circumvent these problems of these diseases of aging, and intervene and try to help assist them or provide another alternative, because they're not cutting it right now. They're not providing the optimal health response. This is a massive hit to our health, both of these. So what we've done is conducted our own studies using protein pacing and nutritional fasting. And as you can see, with the same BMI, as you see there in that second row going across, these were people that had the same disease risk, but look at this, their weight was 26 pounds, 21 of which was their fat mass. So a significantly larger of weight that they were losing was their fat mass. And guess what? That means that their lean body mass was being more preserved. And in terms of their overall percentage of lean body mass, it went up by 9%, 9% increase. So we followed that up with a second study of a slightly shorter duration, and that's the one I'm going to highlight for the remaining time period that I have here with you today. We did a shorter study using the protein pacing nutritional fasting. That was of 8 weeks, but we were looking at the effects that it had, not just on their body composition and their hormone levels, but also their gut microbiome. We wanted to see what was happening when people followed a protein pacing nutritional fasting protocol on what was happening with their gut microbiome. So before we get there, here's what happened with a 1-year follow-up. We were showing the dotted line that you see on both of these graphs is the protein pacing nutritional fasting. And when we followed these people up for a 1-year time period after, they had a continued increase in their lean body mass percentage. You see that in this first figure right here. That's an amazing finding that after 12 months, they continued to increase their percentage of lean body mass compared to a group that was following a heart-healthy Mediterranean style diet. So again, we need to make what we currently have as solutions better. And that's where protein pacing and nutritional fasting comes in. Here's the change in abdominal fat. Now, why that's so problematic is because it contributes to the 5 diseases of aging. We know that when we increase fat accumulation around our midsection, our waist, it increases our risk for the 5 diseases of aging significantly. So if there's one change that we can strive to change, it's not even loss of body weight, to be honest with you. I know we all focus on our body weight. It's more about what we lose around our midsection in terms of body fat mass. So maintaining weight and sometimes even increasing weight is not a bad thing when you are on a journey to increasing your health, as long as you're reducing the waist circumference. And if lean body mass is increasing, that's a bonus. So this one is showing significant continued after 1 year loss. But as you see here, the Heart Healthy group had a continued increase of the fat accumulation around their midsection. Same here with diabetes risk. So the visceral fat also decreased by 1/3. Glucose, that's the blood sugar, decreased. That means they were becoming less of a carb sugar burner. That's good. And then their insulin, that's the hormone that's responsible for shuttling the sugar into the cells, also decreased by 41%. That's an incredible reduction. All right, one of the other things that we measure is toxicity response. And so we measure toxins, and people look at this slide, that's the first bar graph that you see here. Toxins actually go up, but that's actually a good thing, because that means that's the first step of what we call mobilization of toxins in the body. You first need to mobilize them, and the first place that they get mobilized into is the blood. Now, if this was a dangerous response, we would see something called cellular stress or cellular damage increase, or oxidative damage. And actually, we showed a decrease of 25%. So not only were the toxins being mobilized, which is the first step, which is good, but the damage that was occurring inside the body and the cells of the body decreased by 25%. And the body's own defense system against those stressful toxins actually went up 5%. This slide I love because it paints the picture of absolute optimal health improvement when you follow protein pacing and nutritional fasting. So I want to just move into the gut microbiome. This study was published in Nature Communications. It's a world-leading journal in the world. And just to finish up the topic here. So we took a totally different group of 40 men and women, divided them into a protein pacing nutritional fasting group, 20. And then we had another group that followed the Heart Healthy Mediterranean. 19 of them followed that. And after 8 weeks, here's what we found. We found that their gut microbes, the gut microbes, increased in diversity by 25% compared to the group that was following the Heart Healthy Mediterranean. Both groups had an improvement in their diversity. And by the way, gut microbe diversity is healthy. We find that people who have the least diversity of their gut microbes are the least healthy. They're more at risk for diabetes, more at risk for heart disease, more at risk for toxin-related inflammatory conditions and cancers, neurocognitive decline, musculoskeletal issues. So whenever we reduce the diversity inside of our gut, diseases of aging skyrocket. When we increase the diversity, diseases of aging plummet. And what you're seeing in here in front of you is an absolute flourishing of gut microbes in both groups, but the greatest increase in the diversity. Think about a beautiful botanical garden. The greatest diversity occurred in the protein pacing nutritional fasting group, 25% more than the Heart Healthy Mediterranean. That's unbelievable. I mean, just so exciting. I'm so thrilled to be able to share that. These are a little bit more of the nuanced details of the specific gut microbe species that increased. And you can see by the illumination of the color. So if you look here, IFP stands for the nutritional fasting protein pacing. We called it intermittent fasting because that's what most people know it by. So if you look at 4 weeks and 8 weeks, look at the color. Look at these beautiful colors of orange and red and blue, pinks. Those all at 4 and 8 weeks were so much brighter than here. CR stands for the Mediterranean Heart Healthy diet group. Theirs are very bland, not much color going on there whatsoever. So the color variation in the protein pacing nutritional fasting was off the charts. They had a huge increase. Some of the inflammatory markers that also contribute to the diseases of aging flourished in some cases that were healthy and decreased in some cases in only the protein pacing nutritional fasting group compared to the Heart Healthy Mediterranean. So here again, these blood markers, not only did the gut microbiome markers improve drastically more in the protein pacing nutritional fasting, but also these blood markers of inflammatory response that are associated with diabetes, heart disease, inflammation, neurodegenerative decline, musculoskeletal inflammation, osteoarthritis, and things like that, changed for the better. They became more beneficial in the protein pacing nutritional fasting group. It was amazing when we saw the whole host of changes that were occurring favorably in the protein pacing nutritional fasting group at a higher level. Both groups have remarkable, benefit, but the degree to which they changed more favorably in the protein pacing nutritional fasting was significantly greater. So as I showed you with the previous study where we showed a significant 33% reduction in visceral fat over 12 weeks, we duplicated that in 8 weeks. That was what was so exciting. When we've had these individuals nutritional fast for 2 days a week compared to only 1 in the previous study, they were able to in a much shorter period of time, where the previous study, if they nutritionally fasted 1 day a week, it took them 12 weeks to get it to a 33% reduction in their visceral fat reduction. In this study, in 8 weeks, they achieved the same 33% reduction. And look at this, the Heart Healthy Mediterranean had a 16% reduction. So that's phenomenal. But when you compare it to the protein pacing nutritional fasting of 33%, it was a doubling, even better. So one of the things that we do is, not only do we like to have the really objective internal measures of improvement that were occurring in the gut microbiome, in the blood, in the body fat mass, but also their self-reported complaints. What we demonstrated is that the people that were following the protein pacing nutritional fasting had a 3 times greater reduction in stomach complaint reports. That's amazing. So incredible data. What we had was one study participant. We did a case study, and I'm going to finish up with this. So it's so incredible. We followed this individual because at the end of the 8-week time period, he had a 1 pound loss of body fat per day. So he had a massive reduction. In those 56 days, he had a 53-pound weight reduction. Now, most people would say, that can't be healthy. Well, it was, because every marker of health and disease of aging plummeted or improved in this case. So he had a massive increase, and you can see that here. His increase in his gut microbes increased drastically. Here's a graphic of it as well. You can see how the ones that we don't want to have increase all decrease, but the ones that we do want to have increase all increase. That's what the different colors mean and how they moved. I know it's a busy slide, but take my word for it. You can read it in the published paper. He had an incredibly drastic and significant improvement in his gut microbiome. And here's his statistics to finish up my presentation today. He started at 359 pounds. He finished at 255. His body fat plummeted downward. His waist circumference, he lost 14 inches. 14 inches, I'll say it again. You see the picture here. This is the day the week before he started, and this was the day he finished. Okay, this was in 4 months, because we followed him out for a couple of years, but these were his 4-month data. His blood sugar, he was a diabetic, went from 141 to 85. His blood pressure, he was hypertensive, went from 146 over 98 to 99 over 75. So these are the conclusions, or those were the conclusions, just as I said, but I want to just be sensitive to time. So I want to stop my screen share and thank you all for being here today. I hope that was lively, engaging, and educational and informative. And thanks again for joining me on my talk today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arcerio. We don't really have time for questions right at this minute because I want to get Dr. Abrams on stage. But I would ask you, if you have a question, if you'd hold up your hand, if one of the staff would bring one of those colored index cards, or we have some 5x7 colored cards. If you have a question, hold up your hand, and if you write it out, Dr. Arcerio is kind enough to be on the YouTube right now, so we can chat with him and send your question in, and then deal with those after Dr. Abrams speaks. So if you have a question, raise your hand and get a card, and then we'll chat with him. It's a whole different world. Okay, I'm really so excited and so pleased that we can have another pioneer in the field of integrative medicine speak with us today. Dr. Donald Abrams, as you know from his bio online, has a very distinguished career. Probably the most highlights for us are that formerly chief of the hematology oncology at Zuckerberg San Francisco General, 2003 to 2017, and integrative oncologist with the UCF Osher Center for Integrative Medicine, professor emeritus of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Abrams has done and been involved with a lot of clinical trials looking at both conventional and complementary integrative modalities, and co-authored the textbook on integrative oncology with Dr. Andrew Weil. Dr. Abrams, thank you for being with us. It's the big button.
Yeah.
That's the one that's on.
Yep. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Amy, for inviting me. What I would like to do today is sort of give you my trajectory of how I landed at being an integrative oncologist. I do have some disclosures. None of them are particularly relevant to what I'm going to discuss. So my learning objectives are here. What I want to do is really tell you my story. I was born in New York, and for some reason we moved to Cleveland, Ohio. Which slide is up now? Yeah, we moved to Cleveland, and I went to Brown University. And I was accepted at Brown into their 6-year Master of Medical Science program. The attractiveness of the program was that you could integrate liberal arts into your first 2 years of medical school, and then afterwards you went to Harvard to do your clinical work. I went to my 50th reunion recently, and that was my dorm room as a freshman. So I was in the 6-year Master of Medical Science program, but in my third year, I went to Amsterdam, and I was a hemodialysis nurse at St. Lucas Ziekenhuis in Amsterdam in the early 70s. And so you can imagine I spent a little bit of time at Club Paradiso down there in the left, which was a cannabis place. And at the end of my 2-month stint in Amsterdam, some of my high school friends and some of my college friends and I took a VW bus, and we drove from Amsterdam to Athens and back. And that gave me a little bit of pause. Do I really want to stay in Providence, Rhode Island for the rest of my training? As it happened, Brown decided that they were going to give their first MD degree in 150 years to my class. So instead of going to Harvard for the last 2 years, you were going to stay at Brown. And I said, you know what? I'm going to leave. Unfortunately, I was at Brown during Ira Magaziner's reign. Ira was in the Clinton administration, and he did away with all of our grades. So they told me, well, good luck getting into medical school. But I did. I got into Stanford. I can't complain. So I traveled across the country and repositioned myself for the first time in my life in California, and obviously I never left. Stanford encouraged people to stay longer than the traditional 4 years. And in fact, I got a 4-year scholarship after my first year. So I did another wanderlust, and I spent a year in London. When I went to London, I wanted to be a psychiatrist. I did before I went to London, a little stint at the Maudsley Hospital in Boston, Harvard's Psychiatric Institute, and I was more accepted by the patients on the borderline ward than I was by the staff. So I said, I don't know. And then when I got to the Maudsley Hospital in London, it was really bizarre because what we called depressed, they called schizophrenic, and what we called schizophrenic, they said was a situational adjustment reaction. So I said, I don't know. And so I did, Roger Bannister, one of the first people to break a 4-minute mile, was my attending at Queen Square, where I did neurology after psychiatry. And I also worked at the Hammersmith Hospital, where I ran into some incredible hematologists who probably shaped my career to some extent. At the bottom right-hand corner is a picture of the Royal London Homeopathic College. And this is my first evidence that I was interested in something other, because I noticed that they had an 8-week program at the Royal College of Homeopathy that I really wanted to do, instead of doing pediatric neurology, which I had signed up for when I thought I'd be a psychiatrist. So I asked Stanford, is it okay if I do 8 weeks at the Royal College of Homeopathy? And they said no. So when I got back to California, I traveled with Rami, who was an Israeli ballet dancer who became my partner for the next 5 or 6 years. And I was going to do my last year at Stanford, but when we went to Palo Alto, Rami said, I can't live here after living in Tel Aviv and London. So we moved to San Francisco, and I did my senior year rotations at UCSF hospitals to the point where Stanford said, well, we don't really know you anymore. You haven't been here since your 3rd year, so we don't know if we can get you into an internship. So it turned out that I did my internship and residency at the Kaiser Foundation Hospital in San Francisco, starting in 1977. And what I saw a lot were gay men with diarrhea. And when we sampled their stool, they didn't have any pathogenic amoeba, but they had a lot of different parasites. So I said, well, we should treat this. And they said, no, they're not pathogenic. And I said, well, let's try it. So we did treat these people, and they got better. We called it the gay bowel syndrome, and it was antecedent to the appearance of diffuse lymphadenopathy. So I was working with Lee Wilkinson, may he rest in peace, on top there, who was the hematologist at Kaiser. And he was being referred many young gay men with swollen glands. And I was working in his clinic, so he said, Duck, because he called me Duck, Donald Duck, you're right. These are your friends, figure out what's going on. So my impression after talking to them and doing lymph node biopsies, which just demonstrated this benign reactive hyperplasia and no lymphoma, was that they were living in the fast lane too much. This was gay liberation. They were having too many sexual partners, too many sexually transmitted diseases, and using too many substances. So I said, why don't you move out of the fast lane and see if your lymph nodes disappear? They didn't. This again was 1979. When I finished my residency, I really wanted to stay at Kaiser. I loved it, and I'm actually a Kaiser patient now. And Jeffrey Fessel, the chief of medicine, when I went and told him that I wanted to stay, he said, we don't bring to the program people who can't give to the program more than the program gave to you, i.e. go out and do a fellowship. So Lee Wilkinson recommended me for a hematology oncology fellowship at UCSF. And I did that. I started my first year doing my fellowship at UCSF. And for the second year, I was going to start my second year. They did not yet do bone marrow transplants at UCSF. And they thought I would be a good candidate to go learn how to do bone marrow transplants at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center in Seattle. So they sent me for a month to Seattle. And on my way to the airport, I heard on the radio something about an epidemic of cancer in gay men. So as soon as I got to Seattle, I sort of outed myself, asking everybody if they'd heard about this epidemic of cancer in gay men, and nobody had. But shortly thereafter, it was reported in the MMWR from the CDC about the cluster of Kaposi's sarcoma. Interestingly, I worked with Don Thomas as my attending in Seattle, and he ultimately went on to get a Nobel Prize. When I came back from Seattle, UCSF Hematology Oncology Fellowship likes you to do laboratory work, and I didn't really want to. But in my first year, I had a young woman die of a very bizarre megakaryoblast leukemia. And after she died, her father, who was in the military, came and told me he had an erythroblastic leukemia. And I said, gee, this must be either exposure to a toxin or a virally induced malignancy. So that started me having conversations with Harold Varmus. Harold Varmus also won the Nobel Prize for his work in retrovirology. So it became evident that if I was going to work in a lab, I was going to work with Harold Varmus. And so here I was, a young gay man, and at the start of the gay cancer epidemic, as it was called then, working in a retrovirology lab. But I was a total klutz. I could not make RNA, and I couldn't do anything in the lab. And I kept trying to get the 32 postdocs in the lab interested in looking in tissues that I was collecting from these gay men with enlarged lymph nodes to see if there was presence of a retrovirus. Everybody said, oh, don't be silly, there's no such thing as a human retroviral disease. So I got really frustrated and I left the lab, because I could not make RNA, and there was nothing else I could do there. And so I landed at San Francisco General Hospital before the Zuckerberg was attached to it. And I was working with Paul Volberding, who was the chief of oncology, and Connie Wofsy, an infectious disease consultant, may she rest in peace. And Paul was in charge of the malignancies associated with this new disease. And Connie, the infectious disease person, was in charge of the infections. And I was in charge of everything that was called ARC. For those of you that remember, the AIDS-related complex. So the lymphadenopathy syndrome and also immune thrombocytopenic purpura. And I was seeing lots of gay men with that hematologic disorder. Working on the front lines at San Francisco General was quite traumatic because oftentimes patients' families would come to San Francisco, and for the first time they would learn that your son is gay, your son has AIDS, and your son is dying. So it was an intense time. And those of you that were here then remember that we had bathhouses, gay bathhouses that were open, and it was felt that these might be places where this disease was spread. This caused a lot of trauma in the gay community because it was felt that closing the bathhouses would be against civil liberties and personal freedoms. And so, you know, there was the first year that Merv Silverman, the director of public health, called together a group of us. I was against closing the baths. But the more and more that I saw these patients with lymphadenopathy in my clinic, and I said, when did this develop? They said, well, I went to the baths, and 2 weeks later, my lymph nodes got swollen. So the next year, I actually stood behind Merv. That's me right over his head with the mustache. And I supported closing the bathhouses, which was, you know, caused a lot of trauma in the community. So one Sunday afternoon, I was invited to be on a KCBS talk show with David Eisenberg, who was an oncologist in Marin. And I had just gotten a call that week from Jim Geddert. I sent many of the samples of plasma from my patients with lymphadenopathy to Gallo's lab at the National Institute. And Jim Geddert called me and he told me, I have important news. There's going to be an announcement in the next 2 weeks by Margaret Heckler, the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, that we found the virus. And we found it in 31 of the 32 samples you sent us. And it's a retrovirus. So here I was on Peter Eisenberg's talk show, and I knew he had just broken up with his girlfriend, Betsy Rosenberg, the week before, and I didn't think he was listening to anything I said. And then we got to people calling in, and a woman said, my husband has to have a hip replacement, and I'm nervous about him getting blood. And I said, well, I think we won't have to worry about that too much any longer because I think the agent responsible for this disease is soon to be announced. And Peter Eisenberg woke up and said, is that a scoop? And I said, no, forget it. And I walked out at the end of the interview, and Cindy Louie came up to me in a Snoopy t-shirt, held a microphone under my face and said, would you repeat that, what you said about an agent? And I said, what do you mean? She said, is that a bacteria? And I said, well, it can be, but in this case it isn't, it's a virus. And she said, what kind of virus? And I said, a special kind of virus called a retrovirus. And I didn't realize this is KCBS. So I went home, and in the morning I was awakened by a phone call from Fort Lauderdale by a reporter who said, is this Dr. Abrams? I said, yes. He said, is this the Dr. Abrams who's announcing the discovery of the AIDS virus? And I said, I hung up. And it was very early in the morning, 3 hours different. And then my cousin Marcia called me from New Jersey. Mazel tov, I just heard you on CBS announcing the discovery of the AIDS virus. I said, oh my God. So when I got back to work, I said, if anybody calls, no comment. The National Cancer Institute wanted me to withdraw the announcement or to say that they were lying. And in fact, ultimately, Margaret Heckler had to make the announcement a week earlier because of my big mouth. But I did get some notoriety. I did have a walk-in role in Bohemian Rhapsody, if you recognize me in the white coat on top and behind the patient on the bottom. So 1985, Mayor Feinstein invited Paul Volberding to a meeting so he could meet with AIDS doctors in San Francisco so that the San Francisco General Hospital did not become like an AIDS hospital only because we were a teaching hospital and that wouldn't be good for education. So Paul said, these are all your friends from the gay doctor group, why don't you take it over? And what I did was we started an educational group that met monthly in all the hospitals around the Bay Area. And then I would tell them about the research we were doing at San Francisco General, and they said, we could do research too. So we developed the County Community Consortium, which is a practice-based research network of individuals in the community that were caring for people with HIV. And in addition to enrolling patients on clinical trials, it also gave my colleagues in the community an opportunity to, number one, get together on a monthly basis, and number two, feel that they were doing something other than just having young gay men die in their practices, which is not what they were preparing for when they went into family practice or general internal medicine. Originally, we were funded by the American Foundation for AIDS Research, but subsequently, the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Disease funded us for many, many years, millions and millions of dollars. In 1986, AZT was approved, and this was not something that I was very fond of. I said, this is not a very good drug. And so I was not a proponent of AZT, and I continued to study other alternatives, which if you think about it, this was also an evidence that I was interested in other therapies. So dextrans sulfate, for example, something that I studied with Japanese colleagues, was an article that we did publish, and we tried to do it as an NIH study. The Community Consortium did a study of inhaled pentamidine that worked to decrease the risk of pneumocystis pneumonia and led to a New England Journal of Medicine article. The community programs for clinical research on AIDS that the Community Consortium became part of has been a very successful, or had been a very successful organization, and I was one of the leaders of that. And that organization expanded into an international research group called ESPRIT. And I surprised Jim Neaton in the middle of that picture at his retirement 2 years ago, and standing on the other side is Cliff Lane, Tony Fauci's right-hand man. So I did a lot of research, as mentioned, in conventional medicine. But during that time, we were young doctors dealing with young people very similar to ourselves dying. And there was a demand for assistance. After a few years, when people realized what the death from this terminal illness was like, they said, I don't want to do that. So we did a survey of our community consortium providers. We gave them a case and said, would you assist this person in taking their life? And we found not only did the majority of people say they would, but we asked them, have you ever? And 53% had. So that led to an article in the New England Journal, and Roz Leiser, one of my nurses, also surveyed nurses and found a similar proportion were interested in assisting. And ultimately, it took a number of years, but as you all know, we have this option now in California, so we're quite happy with that. But I continued to be interested in other than conventional interventions. So DHEA, which is like a testosterone equivalent that actually unfortunately becomes estrogen, was something that we looked at, looking to see if it had any effect on HIV. And distant healing, another thing that I was interested in, we also studied. But I also have always been interested in traditional Chinese medicine. I sometimes think I was a practitioner in a former life, and I worked with Misha Cohen in San Francisco to do a number of studies of traditional Chinese medicine interventions. But it was really cannabis that took me to integrative health. Brownie Mary, otherwise known as Mary Rathbun, was a woman in her 60s or 70s who lost her only daughter to an automobile accident and became very anti-alcohol, but very pro-cannabis. And the International AIDS Conference in 1992 was held in Amsterdam, of all places, and I was glancing down at CNN headline news, and I saw Mary Rathbun being arrested for baking brownies in Sonoma. Mary would volunteer of the year for 2 years running at San Francisco General. She would take our patients to x-ray and drop off their prescriptions in the pharmacy, and she would also provide them with brownies, marijuana brownies. So I saw her being arrested, and when I got home from San Francisco, there was a letter sent to the director of research in the AIDS program, which I was not, by Rick Doblin, a PhD from the Harvard School of Government, who founded the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS. And the letter suggested that a study showing the therapeutic benefit of cannabis should come from Brownie Mary's institution, as if she were our dean. Well, the letter got to Mark Jacobson's desk, and Mark brought it to my office one morning and said, "Hey, Donald, the community consortium should be interested in doing this work to study marijuana in patients with the AIDS wasting syndrome." And I said, okay. I picked up the gauntlet, and I started communicating with Rick Doblin. Ultimately, Eric Gooseby, who worked in the Clinton administration as well, warned me that I shouldn't do this, that it would be damaging to my career to try to study marijuana. At about the same time, Clint Werner came into my life. Clint, now my partner of 30 years, when I started bragging about how many United miles I had, said, "Hey, how would you like to go see a total eclipse of the sun in the Atacama Desert of Chile?" So I said, okay. I took him up on it. So in 1994, we went to the Atacama Desert, and I saw my first total solar eclipse, nature's greatest spectacle, like looking into the eye of God. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary of chasing eclipses together in Cleveland, which is where I grew up, with 50 friends and relatives at the Ritz-Carlton, and we saw a perfect total eclipse. But Clint said, hell no, you're gonna do this study. Clint wrote the book, Marijuana Gateway to Health, How Cannabis Protects Us from Cancer and Alzheimer's. So he said, you have to do the study. So first I proposed a 4-arm comparative outpatient evaluation of 3 different strengths of inhaled marijuana versus delta-9 THC or dronabinol. And NIDA said, no, this is not scientific. So Rick Doblin's group demonstrated in front of Alan Leshner, the head of NIDA, saying that they were blocking research into marijuana. And Leshner told them that if Abrams submitted a study that was favorably peer-reviewed, that they would consider giving me the marijuana. So what does that mean? Submit it to the federal government as a grant. So we did submit in 1996 a very much more intensive, smaller study that was going to be done in our clinical research center at San Francisco General, very elegant, measuring everything possible. The study was not scored by the NIH committee. When you submit a grant to the government, half of them don't get scored and the other half get scored and ranked. Our reviewers cited the toxicity of marijuana and the concern that patients with the AIDS wasting syndrome inhaling cannabis might get atherosclerosis, which was not something that these patients needed to worry about. So then in 1996, California approved medical marijuana, as you recall, and also protease inhibitors became available as a standard of care. Protease inhibitors are metabolized by the liver, and we heard an excellent presentation on botanical pharmaceutical interactions, and so I took advantage of that. And I proposed to the government a 3-arm comparison of the impact of smoked or oral THC compared with THC placebo on the concentration of the protease inhibitors, the viral load, and the immune function. And that study, NIDA said yes. Clint calls it my Trojan horse because I was looking for damage or harm instead of for benefit, but we did look for benefit as well. So I got $1 million and 1,400 of NIDA's best cigarettes, and it gave me another chance to write an article, Medical Marijuana Tribulations and Trials, and it got me a cover boy of the Chronicle the month before 9/11. And ultimately, we published an article in the Annals of Internal Medicine on our findings. So in the year 2000, the Center for Medicinal Cannabis Research was established at the University of California for the purpose of funding studies to look at the health benefits of cannabis. And in that year, 2000, I received grants to do 2 studies, one looking at the effect of marijuana on neuropathic pain in HIV patients, and the other looking at marijuana in combination with opioids for cancer pain. Both of these were set up as pilot studies, enrolling 16 people to see if there was a benefit, and then after that, if there was a benefit, to calculate the sample size for a follow-on randomized placebo-controlled trial. So the HIV neuropathy studies rapidly enrolled 16 participants, and 17 of the 50 enrolled in a follow-up randomized controlled trial. At the time, the same time I started the cancer pain study, only 3 people had enrolled. So we changed the design to include patients with any cancer and any pain. Originally, it was breast and prostate cancer with bone pain from bone mets. But ultimately, I couldn't enroll patients, so I lost funding for that study, although we were successful in publishing the paper on neuropathy. Christine Majaskowski, who's a nurse working in symptom constellations, told me that cancer patients are not particularly interested in spending more time in the hospital because all of our marijuana studies were inpatient studies in our inpatient clinical research center. And then we also were doing an experimental pain model so that we can ask patients about their clinical pain as well as a pain that we induce. And the IRB thought it was not ethical to induce pain in cancer patients, although they didn't have a problem with that in HIV patients. And then patients with cancer in San Francisco have long access to cannabis and didn't need to participate in a clinical trial where they might get placebo. So despite the fact that I was unsuccessful in doing clinical trials, I have become sort of the expert on cannabinoids in cancer care. So how does that relate to integrative medicine? Well, in 2002, I did my first ever jury duty. And when I came home, I told Clint, I want to go to law school. Clint attended the Telluride Mushroom Festival for a number of years that I couldn't go to because at the time I was president of the Gay and Lesbian Medical Association, and they met the same time as the Telluride Mushroom Festival. But in 2002, I was done. I was the immediate past president, and I didn't need to go to the meeting. So I went with Clint to the Telluride Mushroom Festival, which is a beautiful locale, and it's there that I first met Andrew Weil, the father of integrative medicine. And Andy described a 2-year online distance learning fellowship he could do with his program in integrative medicine at the University of Arizona. So I said, I don't want to go to law school, I want to do that. I realized that I, at the time, was 52 years old, and I always loved being a student, and I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to remember things for too much longer, so I just wanted to be a student. And I was, and I did the 2-year online distance learning program, and I graduated in 2004. And then I came home to San Francisco, and I said that I wanted to do integrative oncology. So I went to my friend Margaret Tempero, who at the time was the head of the Cancer Center, and I said, can I come to the Cancer Center and do an integrative oncology clinic? And Margaret started talking about revenue streams. And I worked at San Francisco General. I said, we don't even have a creek. I don't know what you're talking about, revenue streams. She said, why don't you go across the street? They just opened the new Center for Integrative Medicine across the street. So I went and I spoke to my old friend, Susan Folkman, who also used to be an AIDS-related person. And I said, would you mind if I just did a half-day clinic here? I just want to see if I like doing integrative oncology. She said, I said, you don't have to pay me because I have a lot of grant funding. She said, sure, come on. So I did it. It quickly became my favorite half-day. And then I asked to do another half-day, and my administrator at San Francisco General said, you have to get paid. You can't do 2 half-days for free. So I did, and for a while I was the director of the clinic, but under my directorship, we transferred to being fee-for-service to taking insurance, which was not popular with my coworkers. So I was asked to step down in 2008, and I did, but I still work there. So What do I do in integrative oncology? When you hear the words, "you have cancer," your locus of control has been ripped from underneath you. And now you're at the mercy of the surgeon, the radiation oncologist, the medical oncologist, and even the chemotherapy nurse. So what I try to do in my visit is to restore to the person a sense of control. Inflammation, as we've heard throughout the day, is a major source of degenerative diseases of aging, dementia, heart disease, and cancer. So decreasing ongoing inflammation is another goal. And when you do that, you unleash the body's immune system in the fight against cancer. And as you know, immunotherapy is what we're really focusing on now, very similar in increasing the body's innate immunity. I used to ask all of my patients, tell me your story. And, we get these Press Ganey scores, and my lowest score was always, doctor knew my history. Well, I was asking, tell me your story, because I wanted to hear from the patient how that diagnosis of cancer impacted on their life. But now I sort of tell the patient their story so I get a better grade. And it turned out when I did ask to tell me your story, many people wove a story as if stress caused their cancer. Stress in and of itself does not cause cancer, but stress is not good for cancer or anything else. Stress is adrenaline or epinephrine, which kills lymphocytes, and cortisol, a steroid hormone, which is an immune suppressant. So decreasing stress is important. All of this serves to increase hope. Many patients leave my initial consultation saying, gee, Dr. Abrams, you're the first person that's given me any hope. And it's not like I've said you don't have cancer or you're not going to die. I've just given them things that they can do. And what are those things that they can do? Controlling their weight. Obesity is now responsible for anywhere from 10 to 40% of all cancer. And you do that by altering your diet and increasing physical activity. I discuss use of appropriate supplements. And the breath, as you know, is the link between the mind and the body. Because until I mentioned it, we were all breathing autonomically. But now we are aware that we can control the rate and the depth of our inspiration and expiration. And that is how to sort of decrease stress. If you need more, guided imagery or self-hypnosis. Nobody ever comes to see me by themselves. Cancer does not affect just an individual. It affects the family and the community. So I remind people to connect with their family and friends. I always ask at the end of my interview, were you raised with any religious beliefs? And most people were, but most people are lapsed. And then I say, do you consider yourself spiritual? And most people do, unless they're lawyers or engineers. And then I finally ask 3 closing questions. What brings you joy? What are your hopes? And where does your strength come from? And one husband said, when I was asking his wife these questions, what, is she being interviewed for Miss America? But I saw a woman at a conference who told me that she brought her husband to see me when he was near death. And she said, but when you asked him those questions, he realized that even though he was where he was in his journey, he still had joy, hope, and strength. And that was very important. I tell my patients that cancer is like a weed, and someone else is taking care of their weed, and it's my job to work with the garden and make their soil as inhospitable as possible to growth and spread of the weed. So I do that by asking them how they fertilize their garden, that is, what they eat and what supplements they take. And I, for one, am a big fan of the American Institute for Cancer Research. Their recommendations for reducing the risk of cancer, but number 10 says for cancer survivors, follow the 9 guidelines above. And again, number 1 is be a healthy weight. Number 2, physically active. Number 3 is about sugar. Sugar does feed cancer, so we should avoid sugary drinks and sugar in general. Limit consumption of red and processed meats. In 2007, it said limit consumption of red meat and avoid processed meats, which is a better guideline because processed meats, bacon, salami, bologna, hot dog, sausage, anything you put on a pizza, are considered a class 1 carcinogen. No doubt about it by the World Health Organization. They shouted out fast food this time too and said avoid fast food. The positive recommendation is to eat a diet rich in whole grains, vegetables, fruits, and beans. By the way, those are all carbohydrates. Not to disagree with the last speaker, but I disagree with the last speaker. Alcohol used to say, if consumed at all, limit to 2 a day for men and 1 for women. And as somebody who doesn't drink alcohol because I don't tolerate it, if at all, 2 a day seem very dichotomous. They changed it now, and it says for cancer prevention, it's best not to drink alcohol. We believe that 6% of all cancer is related to alcohol. The other question I'm often asked, and this is right what Dr. Chen spoke to us about so eloquently this morning, is can I take this? And really, they're asking me 2 questions about these supplements. Is there any interaction between the botanical and the drugs? And most of these are going to be by way of cytochrome P450, 3A4. And we already heard about St. John's wort and what it does, and I think we really had a great presentation this morning on this issue. The other issue that's of concern to cancer patients is the antioxidant debate. Radiation therapy works by making free radicals of oxygen to knock into the tumor DNA and kill it. So do you want to be taking antioxidant supplements if you're getting radiation therapy? In addition, some chemotherapy also works by creating antioxidant free radicals to knock into the cancer. So my advice is really that it depends on the goal of treatment. If we're going to cure the patient, and we do cure many patients with cancer, or if the treatment is giving adjuvantly just to prevent recurrence, I say, why don't we hold off on antioxidant supplements until this is done? Eating antioxidant-rich foods is fine throughout, because when it comes down to that blueberry or that beam of radiation, there's not a real context here. If the goal is palliation, and if the patient feels they want to, again, empower themselves by taking some supplements, I'm not going to fight it. So I have always had a very busy clinic. And the wait to see me as a new patient is 3 months, 4 months. I schedule my own patients, and my next follow-up is in May. So that's not good if you have cancer. So in an effort to reach more people, I initiated a program of group medical visits, Introduction to Integrative Oncology. And we actually did research on that, and the fact that it improved access to integrative oncology, and that the patients in the group really enjoyed it almost as much as I did. So Julie Gerberding, my dear friend who ran the CDC under Bush II, currently head of the NIH Foundation, used to work at San Francisco General doing infection control, told me many years ago, you can't retire, you'll get bored and sick. And it sounds a bit like an old curse. So I did actually do it, and it was during the pandemic, June of 2020, and instead of having the party on top of the new hospital, we had an electronic tribute, and in the middle of it, my dear friend Tony Fauci called in to say a few words. So I actually retired in June of 2020, but UCSF allows you to retire and disappear for a month and then come back emeritus status as a recall. So take only pictures, leave only footprints. I wanted to leave some footprints. San Francisco General created a Compassion in Medicine Award in my honor, and UCSF Osher Center just inaugurated the first Donald I. Abrams Lectureship in Integrative Oncology lecture last Wednesday with Andy Weil coming. Yeah. So what am I doing during my retirement? I do my clinic or group visits Monday and Tuesday morning still at the Osher Center. Clint, my husband, is an only child, and even during COVID, he said, honey, 24/7 is not going to work. Get out of the house. So I'm happy to drive to the Osher Center, go to my office, and do my clinics Monday and Tuesday morning. I'm also faculty for an Integrative Medicine and Hematology Oncology Fellowship at the University of Arizona in collaboration with Mayo. I do some nonprofit advising, and I am the executive director of Andy Weil's Foundation, giving out $750,000 in grants to support integrative medicine education. And I also co-chair the Society for Integrative Oncology Council of Presidents. In my spare time, I really believe nature is important. So I spend a lot of time out there. During that month off, I try to take golf lessons from a semi-pro, but as you can see, my mates don't even like the way I play. I did learn how to show my dachshunds. We have 4, all descended from Ruby in the front here. And that was a short-lived career as well. So I spend a lot of my time reading, and I like to read mainly fiction. But I will point out two nonfiction books that were very powerful. The First Cell by Azra Raza, who's a myeloproliferative scientist, really talks about how we're doing it all wrong in trying to develop anti-cancer drug. Between Two Kingdoms, if you haven't read that, is an incredible story of a young woman diagnosed with acute myelogenous leukemia. She has I wept at the end of this book. Clint always is, why do you read these books if you're going to cry? Well, I think crying is a good thing, right? So with that, I will thank you for your attention. Wish you all a happy dinner.
Thank you, Dr. Abrams. That was so inspiring. It was jam-packed full of really exciting, innovative, and heartwarming, just like your life. So we appreciate you. We did it. We pulled off the first annual Integrative Medicine Summit. Dr. Matecki. And I again want to acknowledge our superb production AV people, Scott Gelfen, Sam Rosen, Glenn Berkowitz, and Jarrett Drake. Oh, there he is. Thank you, guys. To Sandy Colling, my admin extraordinaire. And to all the other volunteers and the residents and Amy's family, thank all of you. Dr. Fang and I don't have children at home anymore, but maybe we need to adopt all of you as a team. And then we can have a second annual. Okay, I'm going to do just one housekeeping thing before we go into the post-activity survey and the course eval. And that is, when you finish those, we'll just have a couple of words, and then we'll be going out to the courtyard, which is open to everybody. There's a cash bar. You can look at the posters and talk with them as well as the exhibitors. But you need to take everything with you because they're going to clear out the whole room and reset it for dinner. So don't leave belongings in here. Make sure you take everything with you out to the courtyard. And around 6:15, we'll be calling you back in. And you all have these magic things, right? And on the back, you became either a salmon or you became a portobello mushroom, depending on your choice for dinner, if you're staying for dinner. Those tickets need to be pulled out of your badge and placed on your plate so that we can ease the job of the banquet staff in delivering the appropriate food to people. Okay, so it's time to do our post-activity survey. And if you'll pull out your phones and scan the code, and then we'll have 3 minutes, Anson. Great. And reminding those online as well as in the room that if you want to get CME credit, you must complete those. 9 seconds, 28, 27. Ten seconds. This is sort of like speed dating, isn't it? Oh, that's right. How would I know that? That was after my time, right? Who said that? Bonnie. Thank you. Okay, I want to just real quickly go over the answers. The first one on the evolution, the correct answer is D with the explanation, and you'll receive this information later as well. Question 2, the response is C, secure space and staff, from Dr. Feeney's presentation. Question 3, Dr. Chen's, the correct answer is B, both alpha blockers and beta blockers. Question 5 is the management of cardiotoxicities by Dr. Fan, and the correct answer is D, all of the above. Question 6 from Dr. Arcieros, the correct answer is C. And finally, for question 7, the integration of oncologists by Donald Abrams is F, all of the above. Thank you for doing that. There's one more. If you'll scan this, and you don't have to complete it now, but you do have to complete it by Monday in order to get the CME credits. And this, of course, is the most important code to me because it's going to give us feedback and help us plan for the second annual, or help someone plan. I think I've retired. And I'll also remind you that Joanna was very helpful in putting these on that CME worksheet, so that if you didn't finish or you need to go back to it, you need to scan in again. The code's there on the worksheet. And I want to thank Joanna and Dr. Rubin again for supporting our program by working with us to get the credits. Okay, so you're going to grab everything and get yourself ready to go out to the courtyard, get the last fading sun. We do have a date picked for next year already. So if you still have your phone out, October 12th, 2025 will be the second annual Integrative Medicine Summit. And again, I want to thank our partners, our sponsors, and our donors. We'll see you back in this room at 6:30 for dinner. Thank you.
And don't forget to thank Dr. Osler for all of her great work.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you're free. Mm-hmm. And again, we have to have the room completely empty by 5 o'clock.